Oh, can you check something if it is
Okay. How should I mean, just play something?
Settings? Is there any Bluetooth?
Oh, settings, yeah. Can't.
Yes, that's Bluetooth.
Which one? Hi, John. Good morning.
Do I put my presentation on a different computer or do you?
No, just use Zoom.
Zoom?
Yeah, just get into Zoom. Where I can't see. Oh, here. Nice. Change my glasses. Is it connected? Okay. Fine now. Yeah, just sure. Yeah, it's much better than connecting every time. Yeah. Exactly. So many things. Yeah. So it kind of solves the problem. You can get in. We had a session for yesterday in night. Like consortium responsibility, so all the people were there, everything's fine. Every 10 seconds it kept throwing me continuously out of Zoom. Yes. Very nice. That's where we always have the fair. No, mine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem yesterday going back. Everything was fine. Yeah. Good evening. Yeah, very nice. Very study. How about yourself? Yeah, we all just go to that place. You like it. So we're a little bit experienced with the day before, so just did it the same way. So yeah, all this Japanese. Just order a few things and then share. That's the best way to do it. Possibly. Ah, all right. Nice to meet you. You'll go there. Very Japanese. Yeah.
May I apologize for not doing it? Please check online.
All right. Do you have a presentation today?
I do.
Yeah, all right.
Fully sure.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I try to be Japanese too.
Place it down.
Okay, and it's a special angle I have. My pleasure. Yes, it is. It's not hard time.
Nice to meet you. My name is Yukiko Venom.
Oh, there.
Oh my God.
No, just today. And then everything wrong with the top is over.
It's really important. I think I remember I always think it's too hard.
Yeah.
I never was in your pocket. I never forget it.
Because I also have to go back. When? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. You will go enough. No.
When do you have to go? I can do it in the afternoon if you have to do it in the evening. So where would you sit? Oh, yeah. Not too long. We are waiting. But you stay here when you will go to. Yeah, yeah. No, it's flexible, but earlier. Okay. Yeah. John. So first of all, he was in guys.
Oh, nice to meet you.
And they're
I was in guys before you arrived. Oh, really? Yeah, I left guys. Since I done that, then you know, really?
Guys, that's the paper. So nice to meet you.
Good morning. So in the announcement you mentioned that this is signing.
Yeah, it should be outside.
Yeah, how long were you in guys?
Just in the.
Oh, yeah. So when
Aber die hat als Speaker ist gut angekommen worden.
Man kann ja eh noch nicht einchecken, dann ist dann voll alles dann abgegeben.
The business was here, right?
You're going to be present.
I actually mentioned I did a very job. Thank you. I mentioned that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay, that's it, man. They should merge. Just give it. It's expensive for them. That has been stupid. Judge Michael.
Okay, see, bye bye. Bye bye. No, then it starts. Then it starts. It's my situation.
Yeah, it should be. Just want to double check. Okay.
Oh, Zoom is not running. It should be.
Yeah,
connected.
it's right.
Yeah, it's connected.
It's okay. It means everything is okay.
Yeah, but okay. Should be okay. Oh, it's a PDF. My bad.
All right.
Basically, the main one.
All right.
It seems pretty obvious, but that's the main one. I saw problems with every single company we run down. In one thing, and some results have been really good. And some results have been
All right. So maybe I could, because my right, I'm a professor in Germany. I'm not sure cross-cultural is one of their lectures. Maybe I would it be interesting in German university as well?
yeah, I mean, mine is not theory, I mean, practical.
Yeah, but that's a practical university, the University of Applied Science. More practical way. All right, so maybe I can. Because she gave me a task. If I'm just they looking for a partner university also in Japan concerning topics around intercultural
Like little bit. Like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. Not like all the way.
It's okay.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah.
I don't care. That and
We don't need this.
no, you don't need any of it.
Yeah, but yeah.
If someone needs
Sometimes
this,
maybe
it's okay.
For okay, yeah.
Today, yes, Friday. We'll start on 19th.
Yeah. It's all right. Yeah, good to know. I'll do that. Thank you.
The website. What? The website's broken. For you, it's okay?
Yes.
Oh. No, still broken for me.
Should I? Gmail.
I'm on the website itself.
Let me. Yes. For the Chrome, it's okay.
I'm using another one. Another guy.
Change the speciality.
For sure.
No, I think I'll be the whole thing. Maybe just go for one.
So I have no visual to my
I was looking online last massive. I was really fantastic stuff.
No, I mean, like, my stuff.
The content is amazing. Presentation.
Photo range will have to go down.
No time to build up no presentation.
We had some great. Like we didn't feel the need for
I mean, I will be driving there. Yeah, actually, yes. Yes, well. Yeah.
So can everyone go into Zoom, please? Let's go into Zoom. So the speakers used it. Yeah. But they should, I think they should. Yeah. So you just. Looks.
Oh, yeah, I will be on. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I think I will be there the whole day. I will be half of the time here, half of the time outside. Just sitting over there working on something. So I'll be here.
Okay. And it does. Yeah. Taking them to like actually this program, right? It should be read.
Shuttle box leaving from you with Correga Plus Indian restaurants to the six.
Yeah, this was, I saw the shuttle was a little mismatch in the timing. Announced in the schedule. So the shuttle will come, is in the program at the time when we have the closing remarks.
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah. Anyway, I think we're so
appointment time, so.
Yeah. Yes, I think everybody understands.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, yeah, I mean, I think about.
Yeah, no,
I mean, but the one shuttle will not be enough, so 3 or 4 people can.
No problem.
Along
It's
with
7 seater, so
Yeah. Oh.
I can take the issue.
It's one Kevin brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One is broken, the other one has to work and the other way around.
Yeah. That's good. I do the same thing.
Mm.
That's fun, nice. Okay, we took still late because I have another thing.
Yeah.
The time keeps rolling.
But for me, it's like it oscillates, like because the one car is 2 years and the other one is 2 years long. It's like every year, but with a different. And this is it.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we can begin. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Industry Academic Seminar on Digital Initiatives and Information Services in the domains of technical communication, information management, and knowledge management. Well, the title today is changed from yesterday a little bit, and we will also have a longer day than yesterday. And the participants in person will unfortunately not be able to enjoy ISO again. But I hope that today will be as enjoyable as yesterday for people in person, but also for people online. So welcome again. Good morning, good evening to people that are connecting from different time zones, or good afternoon. Yeah, I would like to introduce Professor Roy and Professor Ziegler, who will carry on with the introduction talk. So welcome again and thank you.
No, that's fine. Not really. All right. So we don't need a mic.
No.
No, not anymore. So good morning to everybody. It's wonderful. So we have our long day on information management and knowledge management in AI and everything we're talking already about. And I think so far it worked out pretty nice that we could meet and exchange. And I think maybe it's the most important thing to have also these additional talks we had in the evening beside and in addition to the regular conference, because this was our intention. As I explained yesterday, we want to have this information for the students joining the IPIM program and being interested in this topic, but also these companies here to exchange on the topic and have this, I don't say private talks, but on a very informal basis. And so this worked out pretty nice, and especially also because we had this mixture between pure academics and research and applied sciences, because this is what makes things, well, most interesting, to having this applied to real life. And so I'm, again, very happy that these companies could come over, and also our guests from CHAIST and TKC from Japan. So it's already an intercultural thing. And I think in the next talk, we can learn a little bit how important it is. So I'm looking very much forward what John will tell us. And just to announce for the guests, so the students that will join in online, so from time to time, so we'll just hop on and hop off. And so they will be here because it's also a part of their classes. Yeah. So kind of assignments or what. So just could you say a little bit how it's integrated in the classwork?
Yeah, so we have 3 courses here. One of the courses is on content management systems and delivery portals, information management in general. The other class is on visualization, and the third class is on understanding industry networks. So the students will join in from time to time, and they have to complete an assignment as each of these presentations would go. Their understanding of the presentations, and they will have to ask questions and so on. So that's how we will go on with it. The problem seems to be that it's a Friday, so they have many other classes, and this is a pre-exam week. So that is creating a bit of a hurdle, but hopefully they will just come and go, and then be part of this entire presentation session throughout the day. So that's the plan. Okay.
Yeah. So again, please consider it as a really informal exchange on our topics. So just feel free sometimes also within the talk to ask questions and to have it interactively. And in some points, I'm heavily involved in the project, so we can also talk together. And so just really let's exchange on this easy way basis. So just feel free. just to walk somewhere and say, what is this? And please explain in a better way. So feel free. Okay, I think that's it for the moment. So maybe say something for tonight for the restaurant, because people had some questions on it. So we will have a final farewell dinner. That is how it should be called, farewell dinner, and it will be a shuttle. Starting here at, well, after talk, actually after the talk, and we'll go there together. So I think everybody's invited to. Yes, everybody's invited. So this is like our goal for today. So from time to time, you have to go out and grab some strong coffee because it's going to be a very long day. Okay, let's start off. So John.
Okay. And just one more thing here is that tomorrow also we are going to have a full day on health informatics. So if anyone is interested on that topic, please join in. Tomorrow would actually be the day when our students will be presenting. So along with the students from the Fukushima Medical University and Stanford online. So that's going to happen tomorrow throughout the day. And there will be another workshop on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency towards the end, which is also related to healthcare. So that's what the agenda is for tomorrow, which is going to be the final day. So yeah, so if you are wherever you are, please join in. We are not going to meet here, of course, so but still please join in Zoom if you can. Thank you. Yeah, and just stop sharing.
I turn the speaker off here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think it's okay. It's okay. Listen, that's my. Is it?
Yeah, so this one should be mute. You should be muted.
I'm mute
Yeah,
here, right?
yeah, and this
okay,
one, this one is microphone. So
all right. So thanks for the introduction. You better explain it better part. I think that was for my talk. Okay. So I'll do my best to kind of convey the main message. My talk's called Safeguarding Students. And for me, that's the priority. Now, my remit from Professor Roy was slightly different. Okay, the remit was something about the importance of exchanges and intern. It's not important if you die. Okay, so you've got to stay alive, and that's really my key focus. So I've skewed the talk just a little bit, but I think you'll see the reasons why. What I'm going to talk about is cross-cultural miscommunication, not communication, just a miscommunication where it goes wrong. Okay, thinking about awareness. If you've come from a really dangerous area where people are getting shot on the street and you come to Japan, there is no issue. Okay, you are going from a safe, sort of dangerous zone, a war zone, to somewhere beautiful, and there's going to be no problem. But the other way is problematic. The problems, I'm going to talk about just 4 incidents. Now, I've been dealing with students going on internships and exchange programs for over 30 years. I've seen thousands of students do it, and I've seen thousands super happy, great experience, broaden their horizons. But a handful, it went terribly wrong. So I'm going to focus on those incidents, not because it's typical, but because I want to avoid them in the future. Okay, and ways to avoid them, pre-departure training, and just a quick check. What about your students? Okay, this is for for the professors here. But if you don't have students, what about the younger employees in your company who are going to go to another country? How are they going to survive? So the things that can go wrong. Well, there's some politeness issues, first of all. If you perceive somebody to be impolite to you, in some countries, it escalates quickly. Okay, you go to a pub in Manchester and be rude to a guy in that pub, it will go bad very quickly. Okay, you come to Japan, bump into a student in the corridor, it's not an issue, but everybody will apologize and it will just move along. Okay, so things are different in different countries. Okay, and there's a positive, negative politeness issue here. Bakhit, this man over here, was a good friend of mine. He was a colonel in the special forces in Oman, and he now works in higher education. And he told me this. Okay, I dropped a pen. He dropped a pen. I picked it up and gave it to him. And he didn't say thank you. I said, oh, in England, we say thank you. And he said, why? I said, well, I helped you. He said, are you my friend? And I said, yes. So it's obvious you will help me. They thank people who are strangers because friends help each other. That was a concept that blew my mind. It's like, oh my God, it's so different. Okay, so the point here is the values we have in Europe is not the same as the Arab area and Asian areas. And Asia is not one thing, okay? Every country is different. Europe, so every country is different. It's got its own set of values. Other problems, time and punctuality. I worked in Scotland for a long time. Now that's a problem. I'm English. Scotland and England are two countries. They are not the same country. You go to any Scottish person and say, is this England? You see their reaction, okay? It's not positive. Okay, so the key thing is, like, when I was working there, I was dealing with students from all over the world. And this is my morning class. My morning class was from 9 a.m. to 12:30. And at 9 a.m. in the room, there would be the Japanese, the Scandinavians, and the Germans, and the Chinese who'd got scholarships. Later in the morning, the Hong Kong Chinese and the French would arrive. Much later in the morning, the Spanish would probably arrive. And just before class finishes, Italians and Greeks would turn up for lunch. Now, I'm not saying that to stereotype them. I have stereotyped them. And 95% of the students that I met were like that. Now, this is a specific range of students from about 18 years old to 25. So I'm not generalizing about a 40-year-old man, okay? These are like just the young people. But that's what it was every single day for about 7 years, okay? So that's what it's like. And I could say, who has arrived? Oh, it's 11:15. Ah, Spanish? Yes. Okay, I didn't need to see, I could hear the door, knock, 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 and we could guess the nationality. Okay, so kind of just moving on from there. So proximity. So like right now, this is a conference presentation, and normally the presenter is like a distance, yeah? But what if I come in your face, if I'm close here? Is this a nice distance?
Yeah.
Is this a nice distance? What about this? Like, the distance between you and the next person, your culture is connected to it. If you're from farmland, you're more likely to have great distance. If you're from kind of like New York, bang, you're in somebody's face. It's that distance is important. Why is it important? If I'm close to him, these things can disappear. You see, kind of, he's not always watching, right? Distance is key. I didn't take anything. I could have done, but I didn't. Okay, so kind of like, so this is kind of connects to the greetings, right? Do you wave to somebody? There's like great distance, yeah. Bowing is fantastic because you can do it from a long way. Okay, shaking hands, you got to get close, but you have to touch somebody. It might be dirty, yeah. And kind of like, if it's a woman, do I shake hands or not? If I don't shake hands, I'm treating her different. It's not equal. If I do shake hands, maybe I offend her. I can't win. No matter what I do, there's a problem. Okay, hugs. This was a real issue. In Scotland, I taught a lot of Spanish and Italians. And like kind of the rule in the university was do not touch students. John! I'm not touching, she's touching me. And like, it was really problematic. Okay. Moving along, gestures. Look at the picture of this woman. So I lived in the Philippines for a long while. This is a Filipino woman. Oh, She wants to kiss me. No, she doesn't want to kiss you. And this is a real problem for a lot of people who go to the Philippines and they see a Filipino woman going, they're pointing to you. It's their way of pointing. Okay. And there's a lot of miscommunication for that. You can see a guy being flattered by this beautiful woman, pursing her lips at him. No, she's saying like, rob that guy. Okay. All right. So things that are problematic. Okay. So like, this is color coded of the world. Okay. Global Peace Index divides countries into peaceful, i.e. you don't get attacked and robbed, and violent, where things go bad very quickly. Let's find Japan, black. Canada, black. New Zealand, black. Beautiful places to be. You are safe. Okay, I know we have earthquakes and things like that, but you're safe from people. Okay, let's look at the other places. Red's not good, orange is not good. Okay, and you can probably kind of like recognize the countries, right? Okay, so anytime you go to an area that's red or orange, you have to take great care. Yellow, you take care. Green, a little. Black, you can forget everything, you'll probably be safe. Okay, and these are kind of what happens if you're going from a safer country to a less safe country. You need to prepare for that, and a lot of students have no idea, blissfully unaware. I've seen Japanese students walking the streets in Scotland. Okay, earphones in, nighttime, just walking along. It's a really bad idea. I don't do that. Okay, so specific incidents. Okay, so these are all about Japanese students. Okay, the first names are actually correct, but of course there's no surname and you don't know which Hiroki it is. Okay, so Hiroki went from Japan to Hong Kong. Okay, conference from this university. He went over there. I prepared him. I told him what to do, what not to do. Okay, in the daytime on the first day, I took him out to a restaurant, introduced him to different areas. Where's your hotel? Chungking Mansions. It's a very big kind of place with lots of small cheap hotels in. I said, no problem, I'll take you there. I took him there. What's the name of your hotel? No problem. I took him to the escalator the elevator where the name of the hotel was. He's safe, right? I said, shall I come up? He said, no, it's okay, it's okay. He had a problem. He arrived at his hotel, but they'd cancelled his booking because there was some credit card problem. And now he has no hotel. I've already left and he had no idea what to do. He actually ended up getting the bus to the airport, sleeping at the airport, and the next day meeting me at the conference place saying, I had no hotel last night. He didn't email me. He didn't contact me. He just went to the airport. So not his best start to Hong Kong, right? I tried to look after him. I did everything I could. I took him to the hotel, the escalator. It actually just said like the name of the hotel on the elevator. It failed. So I let him down. Okay. Next one. Thailand. Norifumi, another student of mine, went to a conference in Thailand. Okay. Went to the conference in Thailand in Songkran. Songkran's a beautiful time. It's a time when they splash water at you, New Year, everybody's happy, it's very safe. He was carrying his laptop computer, but like in a conference bag, yeah? They're coming to splash him with water. No, computer. They don't care. If you're in a taxi, you are safe. If you're on a motorcycle, tuk-tuk, or on foot, you will get wet. His computer was destroyed. Okay, went to the conference, he needed his computer. It was destroyed. He arrived to give his presentation. He has no computer, it doesn't work. It went bad. Hiroshi in Thailand. Hiroshi had a better time. He met a beautiful woman. He was really happy. Unfortunately, she drugged him and he woke up in hospital. Luckily, he woke up because sometimes you get drugged and you do not wake up. He lost all his money, his credit cards, identity, passport. He lost everything, but he kept his life. It wasn't my fault. I didn't go to Thailand with him, okay? But I could have prepared him better. India, Kauri. Kauri went to India. There was a conference in India in the northern part. I forgot what it's called, Punjab region, okay? Amritsar, is it called? Amritsar, okay? And Kauri, all she wanted to do was go from her hotel to the conference website, and it was across the road. Hotel, conference, just cross the road. she didn't make it. When you were crossing the road there, lots of cars that don't stop and dusty. If you look at the picture at the bottom of the screen, bottom left, okay, it looked like that, just completely covered in dust. And you've got to walk through this dust and not get hit by a car. I know the technique. You let the locals cross and you cross behind them so they get hit first and you're safe. Okay, but Kaori didn't know that. She tried to go herself and she wasn't safe. She ended up in hospital for months in India and then eventually kind of came back to Japan. Her life was changed. England, Takao and Naoto, exchange students, okay, came to Manchester. Manchester's a beautiful place, okay? City centre at night is dangerous, don't go there, okay? But most areas are really nice. They had a homestay in a nice area and they got the bus to go home. And luckily, they didn't look at the bus number correctly and they got the wrong bus. And they quickly realized that the difference between the nice area with detached houses, bushes, nice cars, and the wreck of an area that they eventually arrived in with gangs on the street, burning fires in dustbins, all the shops boarded up, okay? It was very different. They were completely scared. Somehow they were fortunate and they made it back, but they were terrified for like an hour or two because they didn't know how to get back. They didn't know where they were, but they knew it was a bad place. Okay, things we can do about this. Awareness, attitude, knowledge, and skills. Those are the things that we have to show people. We don't have to terrify them. We just have to raise their awareness slightly. You don't need much knowledge to know, okay, it's dark at night, don't walk. Okay, here it's okay, right? But in some places it's not okay. So they've got to be aware of people and the places. They've got to have some attitude. Now, we want the students to go and have a great experience. We're going to be very positive about that, okay? It's great, you're going to learn lots of things, it's really interesting. You don't try it, you don't know. But we've also got to be very practical and show them what they need to know for things not to go badly quickly, okay? This breaks down to the knowledge and skills, okay? Knowledge gives them possibilities, okay? If you knew in Thailand at Songkran, people will throw water to you regardless, you would take a taxi or you take an air-conditioned bus where the windows are closed, okay? And you would be completely safe. But if you go in the rain in Songkran on foot, you're going to get wet. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. I've got an expensive phone, wet, okay? The protocols kind of like in particular situations, what would you do? Okay, this is a real situation. Okay, get in a taxi in Egypt. Okay, get in a taxi in Egypt. Okay, I want to go here. Here, okay, negotiate. Okay, here's the price. I'm going to pay £10, Egyptian pounds. Okay, after 3 or 4 minutes, the taxi stops again, and a new person gets in. Is that person another customer, or is that person coming to rob you? Well, in Egypt, it was another customer, but it's like, it's problematic because in some countries that person would be up to no good. You need to know what's the protocols in each country. Are taxis shared or not shared? You see 2 people on a motorcycle, is that good or not good? In Thailand, it's no problem. In Colombia, you'll get robbed. Okay, so these indicators are really important. Okay, moving along, skills. We want to give them personal skills. Okay, so each student needs to have the skills to survive, and simply it's knowing what you should do and what you shouldn't do. If you go up to somebody and you say, "Good afternoon, could you help me?" Probably no issue, right? Okay, you come up to somebody, look at them and say, "Good afternoon, could you help me?" It's like, no, you're scaring me. Okay. so you've got to know what's the typical behavior for that particular place. Okay, and I'm talking about generally about places, but in the business it's the same, right? In some countries, they arrive to work, and once they arrive to work, they then make a cup of coffee and make breakfast at the company. Can I do that in Germany? I don't know, but I know in some countries it's expected. Okay, you arrive and you do that. You start work at 9, no problem. I arrive at 9:15. It's not an issue, but is it? And again, these things These things change by country and by company. So a quick check. Do your students or do you put the bags on the table in a fast food restaurant to secure the table? Here the Japanese go to McDonald's, put the bags down, order, come back, and the bag is still there. That's what amazes me, okay? You put the phone on the table in a coffee shop. I noticed some of you have phones on the tables, right? I bet I could distract you and steal your phone. I'm sure I could. And I've seen it happen thousands of times, okay? Where do you put your wallet? Is it your front pocket, your back pocket? Okay, it's easy to lose. Rucksacks. When you're traveling, is your rucksack on the front or is it on the back? Back's convenient, right? You go to a tourist area and that just means, please take all my money and my camera, okay? Move it to the front and you're safe. It's really easy change, right? Expensive jewelry. I saw this so many times. Hong Kong students go to mainland China. Hong Kong it's generally a little bit safer, okay? So they go to mainland China, they wear a nice watch, nice gold, and in a few seconds, somebody rips it and takes the watch, okay? If you've got expensive things, great. Wear them in an expensive hotel, an expensive restaurant, but don't walk around in an area where there are lots of bad people. Laptops in classrooms. Again, I see this in this university all the time. Student leaves the laptop, goes to the toilet, comes back, and the laptop's still there. It's great, right? Leaving luggage. Hong Kong, I saw this so many times, okay? You get off the train, okay? You got a heavy luggage, you put the luggage down because you've been carrying it all the way up the train station. You put it down, and then you've got to buy some ticket to go to the next place, right? So you want to buy a drink. So you just put it, it's really heavy, so nobody will take it, and you buy a drink. And as you're buying the drink, somebody bumps into you in a little bit of an argument, and then somebody else takes your bags. Okay, super common. Okay, so my whole focus, which is a little bit different, and I apologize, is when the students go abroad, enable them to have a great time, but make sure that they come back with positive feelings because they've not experienced anything negative. Okay, if you have a question, feel free to ask. Thank you.
I have two questions, but maybe the first one, because I feel a little bad to my students. Only there. So, I have to feel, I should have maybe prepared in a better way to come to Japan. Well, as we saw, it's a safe place, so maybe it was not too bad. But it's a real general question, because when we set up this program, we want to have this exchange. So maybe we should have more preparation for you coming over. What do you think?
I think it was time, but I think that's the first thing the most of the crosswalks here are more like a recommendation.
That's what's great. The cars that don't stop.
Yeah, so most of the time we do, but not always, and I haven't figured it out yet.
Maybe we should collect a number of experiences and rules for next generation then.
Yeah, might be a good idea.
This was the only thing which was
Like we already mentioned, time is very safe. So
now
I already got used to letting my laptop.
Your problem is when you go back, you will do the same thing.
Nothing really surprised me that I already was here. I'm not here, but Japan is a very more operation with the really more so I really have to work with this one to spread out more and more. But as we said, this direction is not problematic. But actually, when you hear this and you give all these nice examples, doesn't it actually frighten a little bit Japanese students? Because we in Germany we always have the problem that students from other countries don't like to go to Germany. German students, they love to go abroad, but nobody wants to come to Germany. There are several reasons, because of course they're afraid of the language, which is not an issue, because everybody can't speak English. But still, if you hear this kind of experience, how's the reaction of Japanese students? They must feel like,
You-
oh no, I
you-
gotta
you ju-
stay in my safe place.
you just describe it as a skill, right? So kind of you're just showing people kind of like what's done in different countries. Okay, in Japan, it's nighttime. What do you do? Oh, I'll just walk home. What about other countries? Do they walk home? Oh yeah. Oh, I never thought about that. Okay, when you go to a restaurant and you want to kind of like get a table, what do you do? I'll put my bag there. And what do you do next? Oh, I go and order. Do other countries do that? I mean, just knowing that other countries don't do it raises awareness one level up. So when they get to that restaurant, they then think, oh, I'm not going to put my bag here. I'm going to put my pencil here. Somebody steals a pencil, it's not an issue, right? But it can still reserve a table in a sort of way. Okay? It just kind of raises their awareness. So yeah, I mean, you've got to do it in a non-scary way because you want them to go and you want them to be positive about it, but I want them to come back alive.
So you give classes for international competency, or how is it organized? What would you say you talk?
So if anytime I'm involved in dealing with students going abroad or incoming students, then I will give like an orientation if they've just come, okay, or pre-departure training. So in Scotland, we had orientation for Asian students and Arab students. European students didn't need it, okay? They kind of like, they knew what was happening. But a lot of the Arab students also needed it. It's like, think about this, like you're a Saudi guy, you've survived in this sort of like the country where men and women generally live separate lives, okay? And then you arrive in Scotland, okay? And then you realize that kind of like, you can touch a girl on the arm. Oh, well, if I can touch her on the arm, I can touch her on the bottom as well, right? And they're kind of like, no. And kind of like just raising these things. Like it's something they've never experienced and they don't know where that borderline is. Before it was, do not look at women, do not see women, do not touch. And now touching is okay. And like they need to know kind of like what the issues are. I mean, I experienced students who had issues, serious issues.
So thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker. Julian?
It's all yours.
I'm gonna plug in there. I'm gonna take this. This. So you can just start because you talked to everybody already, and you can introduce yourself to the students just a little bit.
Sure. So.
$30 and try to timekeeper, or you just, we're gonna.
Yeah.
What can I kind of?
It's on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not there. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
And that's unmuted and you should be muted. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julian. Very cool presentation. Thank you very much from John. I hope you are not bored of my presentation or fell asleep. Very good presentation. Yeah, it's really technical. Yeah. A lot of requirements and road through getting digital user guides, so really technical. First of all, as yesterday I already mentioned, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Julian Stähle. Maybe in English, call me just stainless steel or something like that, or just Julian, it's okay. I'm working since 2019 at the company Britax Rimmer. I don't know who's already aware of this company and its products. I guess no one. they are producing safety products, child safety products for the automotive industry. But I will catch that up later in a few slides. I'm working since more than 10 years in the field of technical communication, but I'm coming initially from more, not more technical background, but I first studied mechanical engineering and worked for 2 years as construction engineer. So I have kind of some insights of CAD tools and what's happening there, some deep insights. So I know the other side of kind of designers, and then I felt like I have to switch. I'm more interested in technical communication and want to deepen my knowledge there. So after that, I studied technical communication, and since 2021, I'm a part-time lecturer in basics of computer science, of applied sciences. So, as I already mentioned, I'm working at the company Britax Aroma. It's a manufacturer, and it's a global company with its main or its headquarters in Germany, in Leipheim. It's South Germany, and for sure we also have other locations. For example, we are in US, we are in Australia, in Asia, in Asian region too, and I'm working at Leipheim. To give a kind of really short overview, you see here a few examples of products we are producing. So we have different types of child restraint system, wheel goods, and a lot of accessories for that. And roughly we have 10 product families, and for each product family we have 5 variants, and this results in, I call it active or in sale products you can buy, 50 child seat products. But in this industry you have each year there were new variants, and the old variants are just you can't buy them anymore. So yeah, the management of be aware of which product variant has which function is kind of complex. And for sure, each product variant you can install in a different way into the car or in plane, or depending on the car seat, you can install it in a different way. So the complexity is driven by the variants and not by the active products available you can buy at the moment. So what I want to share you in this speech is how we tackled our the way from a paper-based user guide to a digital one. So our products are based on the UNECE directions, and each child's restraint system, child seat, shall be approved according United Nations R129. And Japan, just one fact, is represented on the board of this committee. And one of or two here mentioned obligations to secure a child seat is the age is less than 12 years. And the body height is less than 150 centimeters. So if you're up then you don't need to have a child restraint system. Where in the countries where this directive you have to follow. So yeah, we are driving the change since approximately 2020. So kind of half a year after I've entered the company. So I was like, okay, paper-based. I'm coming from mechanical industry, and there's kind of like, yes, you have to have a paper-based instructions. But in this case, in this field of area, it's kind of frustrating because you have not a big folder, very detailed instructions. It's kind of like, okay, everything costs. So you have to compromise the layout. You have very tiny, yes, compress the layout. You have very tiny graphics and leaflet layout. And it's really hard for a consumer, in my opinion, to read and understand complex products. For sure, easy to handle products have intuitive design, and they are really easy to use. But if you're kind of imagine, there for sure are complex products where you can use from 15 months till kind of 4 years, 6 years. So you have to transform the product at a kind of time or age of your child, because you have to change by law how it's secured in the seat. So you have to transform the seat. You have to change how to secure the seat itself on the car seat. So it's really complex to understand. And for sure, most people get trained when they buy a product, a child seat. But hey, if you want to transform, it's 2 years later. And for sure, maybe not the most people can remember what to do next. So my initial goal was to get digital, to get more space, to get big images, for sure videos, but to get a better understanding and a better user guide for the end consumers. So other reasons are, sure, we wanted to reduce environmental stress, because I don't know if you had just some experience with other products, having we ship with up to 33 languages our products. So you have 33 paper leaflets and you throw 32 away. You just use one language you need. And there are so many frustrated young people just contact us, hey, I don't want to throw it away. Environmental stress is a huge topic in Europe, for sure. In Germany, it's a really high topic. So the consumers are really frustrated there. Yes, already mentioned enable user-centric information delivery. We wanted to focus and for sure save printing costs. And one other topic is, if you have a change of your product and information, you want to feed the consumer or share for the consumer the updated data information. And if it's printed, no chance. If there's a mistake in it or a kind of an update of the product, you have to scrap the printed user guides already pressed. So we forced the change of the directives with competitors, because they're following us and kind of found out that this is a really cool topic. And since January 2022, we are allowed in our industry to share products with a digital user guide by entering with by a QR code. Just as a number here, saving printing costs, what do you estimate in this field per year? What do you think of how many? So it's per year. Okay, there are some factors, printing costs getting higher, but roughly 1.5 million we save per year. Just euro, sorry. And for sure, reducing environmental stress, 300 tons of paper, a lot of water, energy costs. So definitely a good thing. Yeah. Here, a short overview of requirements of the change. So for sure, some points were given before. So you need a set of documentation. Set of documentation means you need a user guide, a quick guide on the product itself. So you have kind of labels on the product, which are just are quick reference guide, I would call it, with the basic steps you need to secure the child seat on the vehicle seat. You have specific languages, and here one thing there's changed. You have the choice as a company to ship with a printed version or with a digital version. But if you want to share it digitally, there must be a printed format available. So PDF is a common format, DIN A4, and it has to be available for the lifetime of the there's a mistake here, lifetime of the product, and for sure 10 years after stopping the production at minimum. And there needs to be a link documentation, QR code, and the link, and this link needs to be stable. You're not allowed to change that, because then the consumer can't reach it anymore. And for sure, some other stuff like the consumer, it shall be an open format. You don't have to, you shall not be, restricted to kind of enter your personal data. And what was initially driven by Japanese or Japan was that the consumer shall has the right to request a printed version. That people who feel uncomfortable with a digital version or can't print that, or maybe have no internet or whatever, they can or shall be able to request a printed version still. And here it's just other requirements. For sure, you're aware of that. I guess I don't have to touch it furthermore, but there are furthermore requirements we have to follow. For example, like, okay, you have to have optimized user guides, and also for the digital ones to present that for each target audience, improved safe and efficient use, and for the user interactions. So our conclusions by products was, okay, we need 32 languages, and we want to have a direct link to product version specific documentation set. So one-to-one relation with a product version and an information product version. So we need product version specific QR codes. We do not want that the consumer has to select and identify what kind of product version variant they have. They shall be led directly to their fitting user guides, just to have a safe and an efficient product use. And for sure, our publishing process, we switched from a classic document-based approach to a granular one, and but still each product has its own user guide. Because in the past we tried to compress the layout, so you have one user guide, but it's telling you information about kind of a product family with all variants, and you as a consumer had to identify, okay, what shall I do now? Which product do I have? Now it's completely splitted, and you have only the user guide and the information you really need, and which is for your product variant version. And yeah, I just wanted to show you a quick overview of example information products we have with digital user guide, a quick start guide. So you still need to print something, but it's very not tiny, but it's really helpful DIN A5 paper, one sheet paper, which just gives you initial information in all languages. Hey, please scan a QR code. There's no paper version, but you can request one and follow the digital user guide to have a safe and efficient use of the product. And on the right side, you see kind of like, okay, for each product variant version, we have a set of information products, but linking directly to the version of the information products that are suitable for your product variant version. So that you have the updated information at any time and just fitting to your purpose.
10 minutes.
10 minutes more.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to hurry up. So, so here, I guess the same story. So we have one QR code which just links this information I already focused. And here, one example. So you have a QR code and on each product on both sides. If you scan it, it will directly chooses the language you have set up as your native language on your phone, but you at any time you can change. And on the right side, it's not the full story. Here only the documentation set of the language which is chosen will be displayed. So this is a kind of outdated view here, but I guess you can follow me here. So one special topic, and I guess Wolfgang, you already mentioned that I guess yesterday. So there was a new scenario, and everyone who's going digital, I guess, will be in future confronted with the topic that you have to kind of have a process of consumer-specific print, and we have realized that with forms, and the user or the consumer can now enter its name, address, and a product version ID. And with this ID, we have the mapping in the database of which information product fits to this. So the consumer service is kind of supported to select, not select, just to identify the correct one, and just to check, okay, are the documents available? And if yes, just order, and the print company will just print it semi-automatically and ship it directly to the consumer worldwide. I will shorten this. So we had a change of DTP to CCMS and CDP. There was a huge time effort. I guess you're all aware of that, but if there are questions, we can. We had both. We have InDesign and FrameMaker, and changed it to CCMS of the company's systems, and to get consistent data, efficient reuse, and supported version variant management, because that was a huge topic. To get the really control at the beginning, that you have control at the end to share the data, because if you have a lag at the beginning, it's kind of impossible to share that in a timely manner. So other topics we are focusing since 1 year is generic publishing, based on a metadata system of PI class. So we have product intrinsic, for example, adapter, backrest, base station, battery. Product extrinsic, you have different products, for example, accessories, base stations, where you can just click on some modular child seats and can switch if you extend a kind of dimensions of your child to the next level. Info intrinsic, classic operations like adjust, align, attach, buckle up. And here you see overview of how our CCMS one topic is having just such metadata selected. And what we are focusing, okay, so once more, here you see kind of the variant drivers. So you have product extrinsic, product intrinsic, information intrinsic, and here are some variant metadata, for example, the age of the child, body size, safety, comfort. Sorry for hurrying up. And generic publishing, we want to have a model library. We're already creating that, and it's already given there. Document structure already given, and we want to have an unfiltered maximum structure with modules. And what we want to do is to pick this unfiltered maximum structure with and combine it with the product features, and then get a filtered information product back. So you don't have to create multiple books, just one generic structure, and by filtering and getting or pushing into the system your product features, getting instantly back your information product you want to have. So here is a short example. On the left side, you have your model, your library of modules. In the middle, you have your structure. On the right side, you have then your maximum filtered, your maximum structure. And by entering your product's features, you will get then the filtered version of your information product. There are some expectations, but I will skip that. I guess we have 2 minutes or something like that.
4 minutes.
Okay. So let's skip that. We have some short-term benefits in terms of archiving, search, long-term benefits. Just like, okay, data storage remains clean, consistent, and standardized structure. And we had some challenges because the functionality of our CCMS we've chosen is kind of given, or was kind of given, but not the way we wanted. So we had to implement something that it works, and now we're at the point to make it come true. And maybe next year, happy to share how it works and what kind of experiences we collected. So, but a long introduction. So now for the really hot topics we're focusing in the future. We want to have a digital information service for our consumers. So now we've just fulfilling the minimum of the requirements by law. We share a PDF file in DNA4 format, which is really standardized and well structured, with a lot of white space that you feel comfortable and can really use the product nice. But the most people, our young people, in my opinion, they want to, or they scan a QR code with their smartphone. And it's really horrible to read a DNA4 PDF with your smartphone. So next step is, and we're already tackling that, share the information with HTML. But we want more. We want to not just share the complete manual. We want that the user can select their specific use case they want to follow. They want to read the full manual. They want to concentrate on their problem they have. So we want to deliver the content needed, specific information requested, product-specific information, and yeah, therefore we have to have a topic version oriented creation of the user guides and cross product networks topics. There are some positive effects, but such as fast and easy retrieval information, reduction of consumer requests, competitive advantage, and so on. And I just want to come to the end, but it's not the end for us. It's kind of an outlook. We don't see only sharing something for the consumer. We want to collect for our colleagues, for example, customer service team, kind of lessons learned. So kind of like identify, okay, what are really the things consumer really are interested in, and kind of build up semantic linked request lesson learned, because our colleagues kind of having an issue with that. Sometimes person one is requesting something on Wednesday, and the colleague of this person is requesting kind of the same question the next day, and we want to build up here a database of linked topics to kind of support them if there's an issue popping up at the customer service. We want to link our topics to our chatbot we already have, and to support customer service. And there's I guess I skipped that vehicle approval. So okay, too much. Okay, so yeah, okay.
Timekeeper.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So at the end, we just want to summarize. We had great roads the past three years. We introduced the CMCMS, CDP, and now we are happy to focus on semantic correlation rules, to just do more for the consumers, and do more for our company itself, for our customer service team, for purchasing team, and just to get together and just making a better world.
All right, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One urgent question about child seats and child restraint safety. If not, I would have just a very small comment, because coming back from the conference, from the TCOM conference, we're talking about future regulations, especially in machinery industry. It's what he said. There will be a change in the delivery of information. So it will become mandatory that you have to have this printing service, even in B2B, business to business environments, which means from now on you can deliver completely electronically your information, which is the good side. So we can do content delivery, everything as we wanted to do. But the bad side is you still have to provide PDF as a printing service. So if a customer demands 10 years later the appropriate documentation as a PDF or even as a printed manual, you have to ship it, which is really, you have both sides. You have still the old word, which is okay, and you can do the new one, but you have to have in mind both sides. So also like Yuki, because there's always a connection between the European Union and the Japanese market. So this seems to be the future. So the European Union, the representatives, they announced this. So it has some effects on how we do our information. All right.
You should be able to configure CSS so you can create a PDF format.
Sure, this is just technically, but in the background, you have to do the variant management. You have to take the appropriate information for the specific product. And this is where's the hard task, where they are struggling. And even more, it's what he said, and make clear, it's depending if you have a Toyota or a Mercedes. So how you can configure and arrange the functionalities. So this is really messy. So he has to handle this. So poor guy.
So, thank you. So,
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martin.
Oh,
For the video. I need sound. I have.
Yes, you can.
Could you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You make.
I will help you. Yeah, so
Must help me.
are you connected to Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah, so then you can just go to Zoom or double click on the window over here. Yeah. Sorry, just do it like this. And then if you share your screen and
Only PowerPoint.
don't
vergeben.
don't vergeben, yes, then this. And right, so now this is what everybody can see online.
Okay.
So if you start your presentation. Yeah, that should be.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, and just to make sure, you should be muted. Yes, so this is the microphone, and then when you play a video, it will play over that speaker.
And the sound are from you.
Sorry?
There's a video with sound.
Yeah, it will play from that speaker and also
Okay.
for everybody over
Okay,
the Zoom.
okay, fine.
I need to adjust volume then.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Everything fine? So I start.
So. Can start?
Yeah.
Everybody knows you can start.
Yeah, hello everyone. First, I introduce myself again. I'm 47 years old. I'm from Germany. I live in the south of Germany, close to the Austrian border, and I'm head of technical communication for the Schunk Transit Systems over 3 years. So, and I start to present my company. I have a short video to explain. It's a little bit easier to explain our company because we have a lot of business units and different products. And it's yeah, I start. That's our founder. It's Ludwig Schunk. It founded the company at 1913, and he have no what's the English word? They have no child, so he gives the company to his employers, and so now we have a foundation. It's a little bit special, I think.
Yeah, the principle.
So then I start the video. Yeah.
The Wi-Fi is strong enough. Is it built in or is it from the web?
It's it's built in. I never work with a few minutes if you want to play. I'm not sure I do it right.
Maybe could you leave presentation mode?
Yeah.
I think this is the problem because you cannot do this on the slides here.
Close it, maybe.
Yeah, just don't use dass man keinen Präsentationsmodus macht. Referentenansicht.
How do you keep an e-mobility world charged? How can you efficiently store energy from renewable sources? How will computer chips get even smaller? When it comes to the challenges of tomorrow, it's not enough to merely improve today's products. Genuine innovations are needed. Breakthroughs that will be achieved by those who push boundaries and go one step further. For more than 100 years, Schunk Carbon Technology has been in the business of electrical power transmission and mechanical and thermal applications. Schunk manufactures the carriers that are used to produce half of the world's smartphone LEDs. Schunk Carbon Solutions ensure wind turbines all over the world operate reliably, even in extreme conditions. Only Schunk has the capacity to coat larger satellite mirrors with superior coating processes for international aerospace programs. When it comes to high-performance carbon and ceramic materials, we are the experienced market leader and a global manufacturer of small and large production series. We continue to find the right answers to tomorrow's questions. The future is shaped by those who push the boundaries of what is possible. Are you looking for true innovation? Schunk is prepared to be your product development partner.
So, short overview about all of our business, but it's too much to explain every business unit today. So next, no. So this is my business unit. It's Schunk Transit Systems. We are produce high-speed pantographs for high-speed trains, third rail pantographs for metro, grounding contacts, chef grounding, and battery-powered vehicles, pantographs also. And yeah, the newest product are the digital condition monitoring. There's a lot of sensors on the pantograph to check the infrastructure. I have also a short video to explain it. It's a bit better to understand the products to start on the technical thing. So
Schunk is known for the reliability of its power transmission systems. And now we are pushing the limits even further. Intelligent pantographs monitor status and condition of the overhead line in real time. See for yourself. Checking components. System okay. Good to go. GPS monitoring active. No anomalies in uplift force and stagger detected. Carbon strip's health is in the 80th percentile. Caution, hard spot detected. Sending coordinates. Make your pantographs intelligent. Optimize your maintenance costs. Reduce your downtimes. Increase the availability of railroads and infrastructure. The world is spinning faster than ever before. The demand for sustainable mobility requires accurate and forward-thinking planning. It's time to face the challenges and consistently implement digitalization in the railroad. With Schunk on-track monitoring, let's accelerate digitalization in rail and road.
Maybe those guys, sorry, having been at the ICT meeting on Wednesday, so this is what I tried to push him a little bit about digital initiatives, but he didn't want to tell it there, so he's going to show us exclusively.
yeah, that's a very new product. It's not finalized. It's still in what's it? Entwicklung, development. Yes, yeah. So but we have a lot of new smart products, but the topic for me is
Schunk is
premium product, but premium information. That's the thing. We have a lot of smart products, new products, but information service after this, it's very old. When I started Schunk, we write the manuals with Word documents, and there's no digitalization strategy on this this products. That's the thing. So that's our market requirements. Have tried to put it on some topics. The most things that are impact on us are high deadline pressure from our customers, short development for the standard products. So we have a lot of backlog for the documentation work. And yeah, the access to the information are not so easy for our customers, and that's all these things that increase us to go for digitalization strategy for the complete business unit. And now that's a sales team, and so I have some topics about of the point of view about sales and sales strategy. So that's only a short a part of our strategy for the after sales topics on the point of view of sales. We have global fleet monitor. There's collecting all information about our customers and to get information about the trains, where the trains are in this area. The operation of the area of the trains, how many trains, how many pantographs are on the trains. There's some inspection or something, and it must be all collected to get the people, the service technician and the sales people go to the customer and offer new
like real-time surveillance or real-time information of
no. We have no connect to the trains because it's a complete system. We have no connecting. So the pantograph and the system of the pantograph are our own product. It's not connect to the train. We collect the data directly from the pantograph to our system to sell the information to our customers. That's a new idea to new business, to create a new business on this. Yeah, it's a very the global fleet monitor. In moment, it's a big Excel sheet. That's a problem. We have a lot of static data, field data, and the goal is the fleet monitor go in the database, and out of the database we get an app, and the salesman can go with the app to the customer prepared with all information that they need for get our customers better solution and better information. So another important thing is RAMS management. It's a special thing about the train industry. It's a generic process. It's like a law for us, and it goes about reliability, availability, maintainability, and safety. It's a very important thing to get how I can explain it.
Like a promise to the customer.
Yeah.
So there's a kind of reliability.
Yeah.
There will no errors.
Yeah.
At a certain time within 100 years. There's no problem. So
we have hit rates. It's failure in time per million kilometers. We must guarantee we have not only more than 2 failures on the pantograph in this time. When we don't hit this, we must pay a lot of so. And altogether want to go in the global fleet management system. That's this thing about the sales point of view about our strategy. And the next thing is we have a lot of systems in our company, different systems where information are put in, diverse diverse, but where market information is guaranteed by different groups of people in a great variety of fields, database, and platforms. That's a big problem, and you have a problem to get information, and the right information is a lot of information in the company, but it's very
disputed. Many silos.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because we're working closely together, and it's just like anywhere. There's so many different formats.
Yeah.
People, responsibility.
Yeah, different what's a Standorte, different different affiliations, and a lot of different people work on this. So sales have the same topics like the technical communication. We want transit that data intelligence platform. That's an initiative from sales, not from our side. So it's very interesting that there are same goals for the future with our department. So that's my team in Salzburg. So that's our strategy from technical communication. So our topics are in moment remote service with augmented reality. That's service technician must go every time, fly around the world to get support, to get remote support for the customers. That's they work on the train. Next topic is e-learning platform to separate the learning time. In moment we have a workshop, you have with a PowerPoint presentation to get a lot of information, then you go to the pantograph and work on it. So we spread it and for the future and want to make an online course, and then they can our service technician can directly go to the customer, and they go to the workshop and can start with the training. It's a spent cost of and money and time. Next steps are that's for it's not so new. We need a content delivery system. That's from the
Not to be end user, just technician.
Service technician, yeah. But also for the end users in the next
thing. Train driver? Like
for the workshops. A system for the workshop that they get information to get service on the pantograph. And digital spare parts catalog. There's no content management system because we have still one. This for the next steps for the strategy, together, our goal to provide information on demand anytime on all devices. Same goal for sales and technical communication. That's why we are going more and more important in the company, and much more people know us, the technical documentation or communication team, and we are a part of every digitalization initiative in the company moment. That's very the work are changed. So now a little bit about content management and the starting the creation and management of technical product information has become difficult without system support. And so when I start, we have Word documents, not modular. It's a manual variant management. It's very difficult to find the right template to create documents, and it's spent a lot of time on this and a lot of failures in the documents. So that's our goal to start with content management system. No, it's a presentation from Wolfgang. I think he can better explain it. but I don't know, I don't must explain it. I think in this round it's only the
Well, for students seems to be a normal process.
yeah
like
yeah
this.
yeah
So having now just this content split up
Yeah.
into chunks.
Yeah.
Put it together in different media.
Yeah.
Which is then at the end of the indoor system, or as we said, printed if still needed.
I hope
We hope to get rid of it.
I hopefully we don't must print it in future.
Yeah,
But for the technical, in my team are only work technical. The writer come from the technical side. They don't know this topics, and for this a very new thing.
So also when I said the market penetration in Germany is like 80%, 90%. Still, there are a lot of mid-sized companies, and we still considering
Yeah.
your department more or less a mid-sized company. There's a huge market still, which is amazing. So you must wonder still have a market.
Yeah, yeah. So so we have content management system, but to get the information from the content management system in the content delivery portal, we need metadata. That's a very important thing to get the information structured out in the portal. So that's why we work along. We spend a lot of time on on our classification system. Only overview, it's only on the top side. So it's a peak classification. We have the information class on the left side, and the components. It's based on the design system. We have the components about the construction, and we go more detail when we need, when we more granular and more. So, are there some questions about the?
Like Bueno-san, we talked about this could be another example to compare with, talk to each other.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
The special thing was here. If you look at the pantographs, it's a product which goes up and down. Actually, and please don't mind, it's not so complicated.
No.
There are not so many parts of it. So which means the components in here, the component class, it's just limited. They're not 5,000, just maybe just, I don't know, 50 or 80, something like this. So it's not so complicated in this sense. So it was like a straightforward procedure to develop it. First, then there were variants, but on this side, components was limited.
Yeah.
An information class also there's not so much you can do with it.
Yeah.
Handle, disassemble, assemble a little bit,
Yeah.
emergency, but I mean, it's overseeable what you can do.
Yeah.
So compared to it's maybe your products are more complex, but still the methodology to do this.
Yeah.
And also, and Jan, I don't know if you will talk about a little bit how we work in high classification, but it's completely different to what we do. So it's also good to exchange on this.
Yeah. But our products are very there we have a lot of variants, because every train are different, and every pantograph are special for the train. So the small difference, but they have a lot of variants. Much more on the third rail pantographs. That's not so. That's a problem to reuse the information. That's not so easy on this. Partly we reuse sentence, not so it's a. So next, only a short view about our content management system to show that we use the metadata also in the system. We have not only a mind map, we use it in the system, but in this it's still in progress. We start put the information in. It's a lot of work now, but it's the first we approve here. That's it. So, Last of Us, I have it's a project with the students from Wolfgang. They make
No, not you, this semester.
Doch? Yeah.
Well, this was not your image.
No.
I don't remember.
I have 3 or 4 animation for a use case. I think it's
But I can just say, we have some projects, always together with companies, where they give us their for bad content and bad processes, and we do like a proposal for content engineering and for metadata and process engineering. They also do like some proposal for future content delivery. This is what some students do.
Yep.
In German.
Yeah, it's in German. Sorry for this, but to understand, I think the picture enough. Only a use case for the future for our delivery portal. One of a lot of use cases we want to. I think that's. I'm not sure.
Want to do there in the portal.
Yeah.
Kind of target group are you in if you cannot identify, and then so again, what kind of task you want to perform, mounting or demounting, disassemble, mounting, or which variant,
Yeah.
which component.
Yeah.
Right topic. Just the usual story what people expect how it should work, and then you'll be guided through the corresponding task.
Yeah.
No more search in PDF.
Yeah. No more. No.
That's what you promised.
Yeah. No more PDF and.
They actually confirm the safety information.
Yeah.
You can say like following topics, which should be next. Just sometimes helps management to understand how the information will be used in the future. Maybe it's more made for management than for somebody else. That's it, more to come.
So that's it.
Success.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. Yeah. No, only a overview, not so detailed like Julian. Only a general overview about our strategies and goals and for the future. So when you have some questions or we.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we talk about this digital integration, I was still a little amazed. Still in connection to this people, because we said there will be digital stories. So I would have assumed that this pantograph would deliver the sensor data to the train, to the train management, and to the owner of the train, because this seemed to me like a natural environment for a digital story. But I learned this is not the case.
No.
Is there any reason? So it's just isolated. So it sends data from the pantograph to the company.
Yeah.
So they will make use of it. So is this a strategy or just it happened?
We want the train manufacturers want to integrate it in this.
They would like to have the data.
They want to have the data directly, but it's a business case for us to collect the data, make and resell it about the delivery portal or what else. So that's it.
Story.
Yeah. And it's a little bit safety things, because when you have directly connection to the train and to the train control, you have a lot of more safety things to do about the RAMs and the safety and it's called SEAL, safety integration level. We have another SEAL level when we connect to the train, directly to the train. We have a lot of more safety steps to put in. So it's much more
convenient to
yeah.
Are there questions?
question.
Yeah.
So there was one slide where you mentioned the cross-media representation of the, for example, I'm kind of imagining you mentioned a workshop. So there's a train that needs maintenance.
Yeah.
And then the staff will pull the data, and based on that, they will see what basically has to be done in the maintenance checklist. Right?
Yeah.
And my question is, for the workshop, is there also some consideration of using other media other than, for example, a computer with EPC system and service manual? So, for example, implementing augmented reality or some other guidelines like that.
It's completely different by the train manufacturer and the what's Betreiber. The operator are different to the train manufacturer. Sometimes the train manufacturer gets Vertrag, a contract to make the service. Sometimes he makes the service the operator, and there's a lot of different workshops in different countries. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes there's paper with for the complete train, everything in paper. They are very old school on this topic. The digitalization are not so fast like in other.
I see.
It's not a business model because they will not pay for it.
Yeah.
Because we will do our training ourselves. So it's the train manufacturer, and then there's another one. It's really the operator, the city.
Yeah.
Right.
So JR lines here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very, very complicated. So they will not provide themselves these augmented reality.
And we have only a very small part of the complete train we deliver.
I see.
Important part, but a small part. So we have not so much effect on this.
Okay, so thank you. Let's have a coffee break.
For sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can lift the PCC. But I can grab glass. Yeah. Well, but it's a relaxing.
So nervous. I changed slide by one to from the one to you want. You feel like you should.
Yeah, that's my job. Because I mean, if I can use so. So you already put your. So again, in the room, tip for us and the students are they're listening.
So should I share my computer?
Yes.
Why?
You
I
go
see.
to
Yeah,
the-
okay, I know. And this one?
Full screen. Go here to full screen. Full screen. There, then you can
See here.
Maybe if you go here, and then there is somewhere to show you
Oh,
some things full screen on this. On this source, and then no, it is. Marcus, are you still presenting? It's there, you're still presenting.
am I presenting my screen?
Oh, no,
Huh?
you're not. Can you check if he's still presenting? He stopped his presentation.
Okay.
No. Kannst du deine
I think I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Once more.
Oh.
So if you
Here.
maybe start here again because he stopped. Here. Again.
No, I think I'm.
No, I think it's fine. No, he just
Okay.
and now just start the PowerPoint.
I want to make it bigger.
But if you start now, because we can see your screen.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so this is fine now.
And then,
Because this is different what we see here than what you see here.
okay.
And then we can minimize. And we can go here. And yes, now it's no. All right, I think we're all set. Allow problem.
Hmm?
You allow.
Oh, it's here. It's this computer.
Oh, it's in there. Okay. So let's start.
Okay. My name is Yukiko Ueno from DMG Mori. So I will introduce DMG Mori a little bit later. So first of all, oh, I was born in Kyoto and grew up in Kyoto, and then I live in Nara right now. I started working for DMG Mori as a technical writer in 2003, and now I'm managing the manual department at DMG Mori. In my department, there are technical writers, 10 technical writers who can write in Japanese and English, and then also 5 technical writers who can write in Japanese only, and an illustrator and others. And then we also have support from external technical writer and then operator of CMS. Yeah, so this is the history of our company. So right now we are called DMG Mori, but before we were Moriseki. And in 2016, DMG Mori and then Mori, DMG and Mori became one company. Just for your information, DMG are different company. D was Dekel, and then M was Maho, and then G was Gildemeister. There are 12,000 workers in everywhere with 59 nationalities. And we have 16 factories in Japan, Germany, Italy, and the US, China, and Poland. So this is the lineup of our products. There are 150 models. So that means we have to create 150 manuals and more. So I explained a little bit yesterday, but these machines produce parts of cars, airplanes, and other stuff around you. And we also offer automation solutions too. So we have robot and then gantry loader, so the customer can have automation. So when they're not working, when they are sleeping, the machine produce parts automatically. So we have solution centers. So if you visit our solution centers, you can look at our machines. And then we also have digital twin showrooms. So with this, you don't have to visit our factories. So not only machines and automation systems, we propose a lot of digital solutions too recently. So now I'd like to talk about content management by utilizing metadata. So in 2007, DMG started to use a CMS. And after that, DMG Mori became one company. And 2017, technical writers of Japan and Italy started to use the same CMS. And from 2018 to 2020, technical writers in Japan migrated the existing data to the CMS. It took a long time. And then, yeah, we still have some manuals that haven't been migrated to CMS yet. And from 2021, technical writers in Japan, Germany, and Italy meet twice a week to discuss harmonization of the contents in our manual, including metadata and then terminology. In Germany, they were using metadata, but they were not well organized. So when we tried to start using metadata, it didn't fit our contents. So we have to reorganize the category of metadata. That is why we have to have meeting every week. So we started to organize category of metadata. And this page shows the metadata about the information or contents. So we have module type, component description, maintenance action, procedure, and then programming example, video time code. And in the info class, we have preface, safety precaution, machine component, digital technical data, operation, programming, maintenance, and installation. So there are two levels in this. Installation, preparation, transportation, troubleshooting, spare parts and drawings, and cycles. We have technical cycle, CAN cycle, and service information. So these are almost the same as the chapter title. This page shows the metadata for our products. So first we have product cascader. So we have, for example, turning and meeting. And in each category, we have NLX series, NZX series. And for each series, we have different sizes, different size of models. NLX 1500, NLX 2500. And then also we have component cascader. Our manuals, our machine have a lot of components. For example, chip conveyor, and we have different type of chip conveyor. And we also have a lot of units. For example, hydraulic units. And we have to categorize hydraulic unit into neutral diagram, hydraulic device. And we also have to select the manufacturer of hydraulic unit. And also we have control, Fanuc, Mitsubishi, Siemens. And each category, we have to have different types. This page shows the metadata of location. Depending on the factory, we have to include different information in our manual. So we have all the factories here. So current situation. So since last Saturday, I started to think about content management really heavily. And on Wednesday, when I had a meeting with Wolfgang, I still didn't know what to present here. And last night, while I was sleeping, I was thinking a lot. And this morning, I finally knew what to present. So
we arranged the presentation this morning?
Yeah, until 10 o'clock this morning. Okay, so the current situation. Categories of metadata almost determined after 2 years or longer. It took for 2 years again. And then what's next? We need to start adding meta information to attributes of 7,000 to 10,000 modules. This is, again, a lot of time is necessary. And my concern, is this effort worthwhile? With the current situation, the search efficiency will be improved only inside our CMS because our way of content management is like for model A, we have document A, and in document A, there are modules, but these modules don't have metadata yet. So document A goes to customer A, customer 2, customer 3, and then we never care about modules. That's why this effort is not worthwhile in the current situation. What we create and provide right now, we provide PDF format manuals and HTML format manuals. But unfortunately, our HTML format manual is just the format is converted from PDF, and the structure is the same as PDF. Just only one advantage is videos and the 3D data are contained. So where these manuals are used? Customer portal for customers. Customer has their own site to view their manuals for their machines. On their site, they need to have ID and password, and then so they can access they can access to the manuals only for them, and the manual search site on the internet. So we provide manuals to manual search site on the internet, and information search for service engineers on the internet, and package for the operation panel. So we make a zip file to provide it to the operation panel so that customers can view manuals on the operation panels. So still the unit of information is document. So
If I add, and I looked at even this HTML stuff. I couldn't identify it's HTML.
he asked
Like
me,
PDF.
is this PDF? Okay, just like, sorry, I have I have strange information. This is not the information from your slide.
Something. Oh.
Because I changed the slide this morning. Okay, so this is the current situation in our company. So just like Marcus, we have very complicated situation too. We have factories at different places, and everywhere the document or information is managed in different way, in different formats. That's why everything is so complicated. So we have content delivery server, and from this server, we provide manuals to the customer portal and intranet and so other stuff. And of course, we have to connect this to our sales system and the production system, and everything is so complicated. In the future, so this is what I understand this morning. So in the future, I think we should aim for this picture. So for model 1, module 1, 2, 3 are available, and for module 2, module 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 4 are available, and for model 3, module 1, 2, 5 are available, and then also we need to create PDF document automatically, and then provide this everything to customers, modules and then documents. And then yesterday, I was telling you that I don't really understand the definition of semantic and ontology, but I think this blue line is semantic and this red line is ontology. Am I correct?
That's correct, because in this sense, we talk of semantic metadata. Because then you have this assignment, this topic is valid for a certain product or a customer or whatever, to identify they have this process. So this is semantic metadata. That's right. And so semantic is used in many different ways. But here it's right, it's semantic metadata. And then you can drive the process. And ontology, so far nobody really has shown what they do. So maybe Björn is the one who can then show a little layer here, what he wants to do in this project about ontology, which comes on top. So you're right. So this drawing is right. But still we have to give a definition. And I know you were working on this.
Yeah. And then in the future, we want to use faceted search, filtering search, and then searching for chapter titles. But I still concerned, as you mentioned before, our product is really complicating. And so information management theory looks so beautiful, but our product information is so messy. So I'm not sure how we can well organize our information.
You're not the only one.
Okay, this
That's
is,
the whole point.
yeah. You have any questions or feedback or advice for me?
So this is for the moment?
Yeah.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, so thank you. But this is a situation where a company has already a lot of, well, content in place, even as CCMS, but it's not organized. It's not, I can say, it's not enriched by metadata. They did just something. And so this is the case actually for a number of companies who just bought, just used the CCMS, but didn't know how to use it. So remember the discussion yesterday about ChatGPT and AI. So they put a lot of hope in assigning legacy data by artificial intelligence. But it's not a question, something we talked before. Still, you have to have a set of training data. So you have to work through and make this metadata scheme. Once it's there, then there's hope that you can do automatically assign. But you have to have this metadata scheme also, as I said, for faceted search. And I think this is something also Julian and Marcus and also Björn are working on. So if you want to comment, she asked for advice. What do you advise her?
I guess you're on the right track. Just focusing on semantic metadata to identify what is your domain you want to describe, and just identifying, okay, how can I identify each kind of snippet of information, and what do I want to deliver? What are use cases, and how to collect? I do love the rules, but that's a future topic, I guess, at your road trips. And I guess you're on the right track. It's identifying what is your domain of kind of made of. Do you have any recommendations?
Thank you.
I think there's a lot of work to reuse the data. So I think for us it's a little bit easier. We start in a green field, we start with zero and get new metadata structure. But to engineer a system that works, it's a lot of you must think a lot of different things. So understand the problem.
In connection, maybe I tell a little bit. And also to the student, because they learn in my classes, like Jannicus and so we talk about API classification, and you did it really nicely. Components, information classes, but the real work starts with the variant driver. So you mentioned this is the hard part, not only the component, but what's depending on some regulations, on some marketing, and special customized versions. So that's the hard work, the variant drivers. And also with Julian, we have this, what's the content depending on? Which combination? Is the child a certain age, a certain size, a certain color? So this combination makes it difficult. So in real life, beside what students learn from me, the basic classification of variant driver is the hard task, which is manageable. And now the second thing is, where do we model this dependencies? Variant drivers, and this is then the red line. You model this if you want to do it really properly in an accessible way in your ontology. So this is the reason why we have both sides. This is for us. Now, also regarding the next talks, this is the hidden knowledge usually nobody has. And so we want to model it, the relationship. And also, I think, Björn, do you find yourself somewhere here?
Yeah. But I'm not in the position to give you a recommendation because we started in March, part of my presentation. But yeah, I think if you have such a complexity on your roadmap before the next time, the best way is to go step by step to take the first use case, a simple one, a more complex one. To try and to look how it feels, and if it fits, and if it don't fit, it's also an experience. Yeah, so you can say, no, I don't go that way. not so deep, the metadata not so deeply, a little bit more general, and that, but use case by use case, step by step.
And what's interesting at data, and I'm not too sure about TKC, that they had already on ontology behind the curtain. They were already using it in their former CMS and also for other processes, for the
it's still productive. So
yeah, so they still use it also in delivery. So they still have it there. And so which helps us now also in the new environment. So we just combine it there. So they have it. So if you want to learn about ontology, that is a good sparring partner.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So there are other questions?
Yeah. So I think it's really difficult for all of you, but how do you usually evaluate the quality or how efficient the document is for concerning the customer satisfaction? Do you usually evaluate the quality?
Yeah.
How do you?
We do it really in a manual way. So we print out the new content and then circulate it in our department. So everybody put some comments.
From the
Like the ankle or
okay.
the feedback from customers?
Yeah. Feedback from the customer. Okay.
Usually when people don't get angry, it's good feedback. And if they don't talk.
So before Corona, I sometimes visited customers. But I figured out only 50% of customers are using manuals. And then also we have some feedback when service people visit customers. And
maybe in future, if you use electrical manual,
yeah,
then you can get user log.
Yeah, actually we are trying to get user log, but we are not so advanced yet, so we can just check if they accessed HTML manual or not only right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Some questions
Yeah.
about this word or something like that, they can probably improve the manual.
Yeah.
And based on that feedback, you can focus on ontology development. Necessary, if there is some necessary, and depending on the need, maybe you can try set that priority to develop ontology for things.
Yeah. And we also receive a lot of phone calls from customers to service center, and we get this information from service center, but there is too much information to handle, and then only maybe 20% is about manuals. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yesterday, part of Patrice, the portal they do analytics very systematic. So you can also track the user behavior. This is also what Jan is doing in this department. So maybe you can just say about your analytics, how it's used. Just if you will say your talk later.
No,
or just maybe just
because we are not a manufacturer, we are a software company, so it's since we developed the first applications, we are doing something like user logs and some analytics, especially for one product I'm presenting later, like the data help and support center. And there we have something like abandoned rates. So if you if the user searches for something and he gets the results and he doesn't click any document, or it's the user searches something but he don't click the first three results, he clicks the seventh result, and so we have different kinds of indicators which we are analyzing. And even on the document side, you can use how often is the document watched, how long is it watched, how is the user path, how often does the user looks at the document and then he goes to the service, to the service contact and phone call contact, and that's so we're watching at the cascade. The user follows, and with a lot of indicators we're watching.
Some companies, it's natural. They did it for a long time, but for machine industry, so it's with you have delivery now, and now you can do. Before was only a legal requirement, and now it's something we can get people. So this is something where we really have a new field for.
Yeah. You can use AI to analyze AI or VR or set small and just show the kind of profile information will be shown to the customer into the situation.
Yeah. And then for that, probably very good metadata will be necessary.
Sure, but the content must be. Must cover the metadata. I was. Thank you. All right. So thank you again.
Thank you.
What's the problem before? Then we couldn't access.
I see. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
This is okay.
Yeah. Just you can close that and that's it.
Oh, are you sure?
This one.
This
Just yeah.
Okay.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you.
They help you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Is it fine?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just want to close this one. Yeah. Okay, shall I start? Yeah. Okay. So hi again. My name is Koki Juin, and I'm from JAIST, which is the university in Ishikawa Prefecture, quite far from here. And it's quite similar to Aizu Wakamatsu. It's a very old town, so you can enjoy some historical things, buildings, and also sake. Yeah, that's something I have to tell. That's kind of you have to. Yeah. And so today I will talk about some research that we have done with the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry and Mr. Kamada. And he was planning to come to this conference, but however, there was some big event in the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry in this week, so he couldn't come, but he made some great slides for me, so I just used that, but he was still looking forward, so he made a quite big amount of slides, so maybe I just kind of briefly going through that. I have to ask to the Mitsubishi MS. I think that's fine. I mean, this company is quite old style. I mean, traditional company, so they have to some checks. Yeah. Okay. So today we will talk about I said we are doing the joint research between our group and the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, and we'll talk about how we do like a history of our joint research, and I will talk about some results that we have done and some findings that we found. So first I'll just talk about how we started this joint research, and then we'll do some more other things that we have done. The first thing, I think maybe this is a bit different, for a different situation for other companies, but in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the many works are very dependent on the skilled. I mean, too dependent for some skilled workers like experts. So many many works are. Or shall I? Okay, sorry. So as I say, their works are kind of like inspection of some broken items, or like they just kind of observate some broken items with some like telescope things, and they evaluate how the kind of what is the reason and what's the factor of those kind of broken things, and they report to the customers. So that's their job. So they are kind of, they have their own skills, and all the workers have their own skills, which is kind of very hidden skill that it is not kind of shared by in the companies. So in some case, if there's one, in some case, only that one worker can manage that kind of with inspection. So if he retired, then it's gonna be end of the service in that task. And as I said, Mitsubishi Heavy Industry is very traditional company, so there's a lot of old people. The elderly people are working at there. By the way, Mr. Kamada that we are working on it is already 65 years old, so he is also retiring. So we have to keep his hidden knowledge too. But the same things happen in the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. So many veteran employees are leaving company, but however, the not enough knowledge transfer done. So we're kind of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries are very worried that they have to remain the asset knowledge, hidden knowledge from the expert. Otherwise, it's going to be disappeared from the company. Of course, they are working on some lectures or the on-the-job training. However, it's too kind of like they just kind of tell the knowledge, but they don't visualize or remain or write down the knowledge. So if the kind of novice workers quit the job, then all the trainings will be kind of disappeared too. So we have to store it in as a data in computer. So that was the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries situation. At that time, Nishimura Sensei and I was in the ICE, which is not JICE. ICE is a national institute in Japan. Quite similar name, but different things. So, but we are in ICE. So we are kind of we're doing a research of like visualizing the knowledge, of structuring knowledge, which we kind of provide that we propose the way of structuring knowledge with the goal purpose-oriented way. Sorry for Japanese things, but it is very simple. The things we do is groups of many actions. So if you hold the PC, it means we move the hand, we grab the things, and we lift up the hands. So the one action has some sub actions. So we just create those things in the tree form, so that we can we can find out what we are doing. What we are doing, actually what we are doing. So we can so this way we can kind of find out what actually the workers are doing on it. So we can add some actions or the works or some purposes into this kind of structured knowledge. And then we can find some
which hidden knowledge which was not written anywhere. So we kind of propose the way of writing the knowledge, but we have to kind of also propose how we make that kind of knowledges. So in that time, we are working on some caregiving, elderly care fields. At that time, we kind of did some workshop between the caregiver and the researchers. So we kind of put the structured knowledge in the structured knowledge on the printed structured knowledge on the table, and just kind of we discussed, and we found out whether it is correct or not enough or something like that, and we added some knowledge in there. And at that time, the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry has many manuals of the research. In this case, I mean, this is very secret things, but this is about some works in investigation of heating part of steel tube stand, and they were written in that case. So they just made it in a PDF, and you can't search in, you can search, and nobody really looked, but they just throw that kind of things. And of course, they are making that kind of manual, so it is good things, but however, it is quite tough to read, to understand, because it's all written in the chronologically, so from start to the end, so you have to go through everything, which is quite tough, but otherwise you can't understand what they are doing, but they have to do. Also, that it says the Japanese, maybe some of it already realize the Japanese very ambiguous language, so you can understand in different ways, which they just say confirm something, then they don't write how to confirm things. So some people just decide from their previous point, which is sometimes not enough. So that kind of things happened, and also there are some difficulty to understand the correlation between actions. So they wrote the way of doing things, but it's quite tough to understand. And also there are some additional informations like know-how or the risks, but they are all written in the last part of the pages, which is not really connected to the action itself. So that's one of the very difficult things. So they kind of, this is the way we make us structured knowledge. Sorry, I put sorry. It's okay. Anyway, you don't have to get detailed things, but we just kind of separate things, and so we, as you see, it's quite visually easy to see at the big picture. So if you want to know the brief things, then you just go through the middle concept level, middle level things, or if you want to see the detailed actions, then you have to go you have to look the lowest order of the concept, and you can do that kind of things. So you can go through the big pictures, or you can see the detailed things. And also the actions are written in the small sentences, which is just one action for each node. So it means you can understand the actions more easily, and they have to write more concrete actions. Otherwise, they can't write in here. And also there's some properties in additional informations for each actions, like such as condition, or the who will do that, or what is the risk of the thing, so which item you use, or that kind of things. So you can add it in each action. So the additional informations are very correlated between the 8 actions. Oh, sorry, which was the last part. So yeah. So they kind of found that our way fits to the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry. So we kind of did a joint research from 2018. So the first thing that we did with Mitsubishi Heavy Industry was first, let's structure the manual, the original manual, existing manual, the paper manual, into the structured manual that we proposed with the workshops too. So, so we did for for two manuals that we found, which is quite messy master manuals. And so this is just a sample, but the manuals are written in the many detailed things. So we just kind of transform them into our way of writing structured knowledge. So this was like that. Sorry, this is the big picture of the overview of the knowledge, and each node have more detailed things in there, and so it was a quite huge three diagrams. And after that, so this was just an existing manual, so you can just work on in the PC. But as you know, as I said, the existing manuals are not enough. There's not enough information, so we have to find the tacit knowledge from there. So we did a workshop we called Waigaya style. Waigaya means like 3D talking style. So also veteran can ask the questions, or the middle career workers can join, or of course the beginner novice workers can join. And of course, the researchers can ask. So it's very kind of easy to talk style workshop. And we kind of we asked some types of works to attend that kind of meeting, which was done like this. So it's quite similar to that I shown in elderly care things. So we did that kind of things. So we found that, sorry, there's a lot of things written, but as you see that we kind of, people find out there's some missing things, or the lack of the knowledge. So they just kind of write down into the post-it and just stick it on the poster. And after that, we kind of reorganize the knowledge into with the system, but manually, of course. And then we find out that the result that how many knowledge extract is this. It's a bit messy, but as I say, this is the number of the actions or the knowledge, some properties. And sorry, this is the number of the actions. And before means before the workshop. It means the existing manuals. And after the workshop is like after getting some hidden, not written things through the workshop. Then in work X, there's some the percentage of increasing is like 50%. So they got quite a lot of things for actions, and also the knowledge, which means the additional information such as conditions or the risks or that kind of things. We also got that things. And however, it takes quite a long time. This means the 300 hours for all people. So I think there was like around 10 people or more. So it takes quite a long time. So the good thing was that we found out that we got some increasement of the knowledge from the workshop. So we found that there's many things that not written in the existing manual, and this way can capture some not written or hidden knowledges. However, it takes too much time. You know, the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry is quite busy company, so it was not possible to ask them to do it every week or every month. And they have tons of manuals in their office, so they can manage everything on it. And also the other point was as I said in the workshop, we researchers joined in the workshop as a facilitator. So some researchers are very good at facilitating the workshops. So for the MHI, I think this is two, I'd say, big things that the MHI researchers think that we are like a baby and we are just following by the ICE researchers, and which is, it means we need, they think MHI needs some support from researchers, which is outsider. Then if we don't go there, Nagasaki, it's quite far from the ICE, so then they feel they can't do that. So we have to find out the way to cut the time or the paper cost, and also that should be run only by the MHI. So we found another devised method to structured knowledge. The first thing is there are too many peoples, so let's just change it into the one by one-to-one or face-to-face situations. So the first one is more like a workshop, but the devised version is more like hearing or interview. So we just divide it. And for the interview, we asked the veteran mid-level workers to ask the questions to the veterans, because in the workshop there are a lot of novice workers and researchers which doesn't know the very fundamental things of their works. So which is not written in the manuals, but almost everybody knows. So they just maybe they just think that it is not needed, because if it is common grounded, then you don't need it to write down. But those things are fine. But and which is not really tacit knowledge, it's just not written knowledge. So we don't want to find that kind of thing because it's just a kind of waste of time. So we want to focus on the tacit knowledge, which is only the experts knows. So we ask the mid-level workers who know the very fundamental things and they have some experience to that work. However, they realize that there are some difference between me and the veterans, and that kind of workers are quite in the MHI. Quite a lot of workers are in that MHI. So we ask them to give a chance to ask the expert to get the tacit knowledge. Sorry, this is between here. I just explaining. And also, the point that we support is, one thing that we support is we create the very prototype knowledge by the researchers, which is transforming the existing manual into the structured manuals. So we create some systems that easily transform the existing manual to the structured manual with some using Excels in some systems. So, I mean, they just kind of reform the existing manual in the Excels, then you can kind of convert this Excel file to the structured manual like this. And also that, as I said, in the workshop style, we did a facilitating, which is, he wrote MHI can't facilitate. So he was very kind of, he wanted to, yeah, say that like that strongly. But so we made some worksheets things, so it's written in Japanese, but we asked some professional facilitators to how you think questions, how you how you get words from veterans. And we found out that it's very simple things, but we just made some checklist, and we just kind of asked to use the mid-level workers this worksheet and prototype knowledge. So now they can find out, they can prepare for the questions before interviewing. And also, after collecting knowledge, we, as I said, we reconstruct the knowledge into the system again, and so we trained how they should do it by their ways. So everything is kind of seems to be fine. So we tried the things as an experiment. Sorry, I think the time is running out, so I just going through. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Anyway, that result shows that of course there's only one veteran and one mid-level workers, so the total working cost time cost is reduced compared to workshop style, of course. And this is a result of how many knowledge extract with our new way, devised interview version way of method. And sorry, the table is a bit different from the former one, but let's look at the number of the where shall I give? Okay, here it's fine, I think. So this is the percentage of the extracted knowledge, which means how the increasement of the knowledge through the interview. So it was quite big numbers. And also we evaluate the extracted knowledge, which is whether it is tacit knowledge or not tacit knowledge, by asking through the veterans and other members of the research team. And this is the percentage of the tacit knowledge, which the formula is the number of the extracted tacit knowledge divided by number of the extracted knowledge. So is that number. So it was, as an average, it was 60%. So the new knowledge between the through the interview, the 60% of new knowledge between through the interview was the tacit knowledge, which is not written anywhere and which should be written in the manuals. And that kind of things are written, and we compared with the workshop style. Of course, we did just two works in workshop style, so we can kind of compare it as the quantitative things, but it seems quite getting much better than before. So that was something we did in the with our research group and Mississippi Industry in these 3 or 4 years. So as I said, as a summary, we reduce the cost to capture the tacit knowledge, and also the way we change the gathering the tacit knowledge from workshop style to interview style. Also, the efficiency of gathering tacit knowledge is also increased. So which was very nice things. That's our research that we have done. Yeah, and the one thing that I have to mention is we gathered the tacit knowledge and we updated the manuals. However, it is still manual, so sometimes they don't look. The workers doesn't check the manuals too. I mean, they are too busy to check the manuals every time. So this is the next our steps. I mean, that's something we have to clear. Next goal is how we can deliver those knowledge into the workers, and that's something we are now working on it. So sorry, this is the end of my slide. So thank you very much.
I would just like to come into briefly because we know better now because I've been in my work group and myself for a few years with this discussion. It was so fascinating to see how the work we're doing be done in a similar, but quite different way. Could you maybe please go to slide number 5? Because I just want to clear the relationship with the two. 5 with
This one,
so
or maybe I can show the English page. Next one.
so this topic level, this
I see.
this one.
This one.
So actually imagine you have what we call topic modules here. It would be this level, and what they just did the models in a deeper level. And they have a model and phrase level. So and everything is in the ontology. And what here is called knowledge or implicit knowledge would be in our case like the metadata on a phrase level. And usually in our environment, it's just knowledge about product variants, market variants, and so on. So it's well known, but here you can put in deeper knowledge from the experienced workers. This is what we usually don't do. So it's say under certain condition when the trade is stopping, when the seed is not building, and so this kind of knowledge is more than here. So it took a while until I understand a little bit. Like they just go deeper. Some things. On the other things, I feel some standard technology we are using could also be helpful here. But I think the combination of both approaches might be helpful, especially when it comes to delivery. Because this is the field where we are working. So I think really a combination of both approaches is really attractive. And actually, and Björn, we are testing in this project a software which exactly does this. It splits up every level of content to the deepest level and treats it inside the software as an object, which has relationship. So in this sense, it's quite similar. But it was just my comment. I don't know, any questions?
By the way, this is the Japanese version, so but there is some English examples. I mean, if you check Google it, some structured manuals for this is just for elderly care, but this is open data, and as I said, that same structures are written in the RDF, so triple with a triple, and so I think there's some English version and Japanese version too. I mean, yeah, as a yeah.
Yeah.
So
this is very,
maybe,
very
yeah.
interesting to access this one.
Yeah. This
you
is
can just open up in one of your viewer.
yeah. So yeah, also this in this case backwards and bend elderly backward. Also written in Japanese and English. And who is doing that is that caregiver and the kind of things that we can so.
Where I learned a lot is that we are thinking sometimes too narrow. We're just thinking of technical information, but this methodology can be applied to any field. So we hear later about healthcare, so which helped me, which helped me to understand what this institute is. So it's really very great. So
yep.
Can you go back to
okay, slide.
So do you have some recommendations how you can identify the level, the top level, mid level, the lower level? But because I think one of the challenges is where ends one level and where begins another level. Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Of course, I'm creating this manual as a quite I mean, needs some skill. I mean, the experience to that. But the point for now, the point is that what we are trying is that is it understandable for the human the workers? So in some cases, they write very detailed actions in the very low levels, which is they think it should be written. So we just give it to them. Now, sometimes it just then, if everyone knows, then just very high level.
They just go down to the they just do anything that. All right, so because we have some kind of meeting, so we have to go to lunch. I'm so sorry, but I propose you talk to lunch. So thank you very much.
So students, if you do not have any class after lunch, please do come back. All right? And if you have not signed in on the sheet, please do sign in. That's counted as an attendance other than Moodle.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Speech. I don't know if I already shared that to you.
Maybe not. I mean, yeah.
Could you please send me this
Ah,
presentation?
okay. I mean, I have to
if
ask.
you're allowed to.
Yeah. It's fine, but
It's really interesting.
really, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, since I wasn't picking up the phone, so I had to ask someone from the office to open the doors.
All right.
But, I hope you have enough time to prepare.
Oh, it's no worries. I think it's 1:30 or.
No, it's 1:15 is. Just a second, I will confirm.
My last.
Yeah, sorry, it's 1:30. That's true. It was the 1:15 is the lunch break over.
All right.
Yeah.
So if it would be interesting for you, if I show you a part of our analytics, maybe the next 10 minutes. Next 10 minutes, anyone? Yeah, one there. So part of our analytics. Oh.
Just I can show you just a second.
Oh, great, great. Yeah. You have talked about that.
So just a few. So this is what we measure for our applications. Yeah.
And we have these are the parameters we are. So the most important parameter is the abandonment rate. So where a user is searching for a content and then he's interrupting it. He goes away. And we measure that, and then you can choose the application, and here you can say, maybe you give me the abandonment rate for that, and it should. So, and now I have the abandonment rate of these two applications. And now I can look, oh, here was a special event where something happened that the users often broke their session or got away. And what we have also is something like the number of sessions, how many users are active. As you see here, this is maybe interesting because we first had just this one application, and then we started in the middle of 21. We started the second application, which was more popular, and so we can.
Similar application.
Yeah, the one application is behind a paywall, and this is the free one. This is the help and support center, where the customers are searching for user manuals, all that stuff. And that is, but it's just one. So when you have a lot of metrics we are measuring, so that are the most important for the search, and the search is the most important feature of our application. So
depending on the analytics, maybe you have a hearing or you interview deeply and find out what's a problem and you improve the situation. Maybe using those analytic results.
Yeah, both. So we have quality and quantity measurements. So quantity measurements by the application itself, and what we also have is, I don't know if you. And we have something like a yearly, it's called, maybe I can show it a little bit. It's called UEQ. Don't know if a user experience questionnaire. We do it every year. So it's a kind of where you can see the reliability, user experience, the performance, and all that parameters, and you can see how the application is developing. No. It just no. It just I just we just I offered a little bit our analytics because it's not part of our presentation, and no, I thought it's 10 minutes time.
Yeah, sure, please continue.
Yeah. It's a standardized questionnaire, user experience questionnaire, UEQ, and we do that every year with all of our applications, and though they are comparable. And it's like my application, I will explain it in my presentation. We had really problems because our customers are not so much satisfied since 2 or 4 years ago, but this is because we're a little bit outdated with our application, and that's why we have not so real good. So here's the average. It's a little bit blurry, but I think you can see it. So that was the average, and now the curve is getting lower. That's not a good sign. But for me, it's a good sign because it's a good argument for me to modernize our application, because I can say, hey, I have good arguments. They say the users say, hey, our application is outdated, and you see it in the application. Maybe I can show a little. That's the new application, looks like that. It's a really modern one. And that's the older one. And you see it's from the user experience. Yeah, you have something like a content tree. It's really outdated. Yeah, but that's the starting page. And yeah, these are the two main applications which are developed under my responsibility. And there, yeah, maybe one more point. Yeah, that the user can search for when you have problems. You can just search for documents, and then you have something like here. That's maybe one of the newest features we have is the Lesezeit. It's the reading time. How long does it take to read? Because we did a little bit of
9 minutes and 10 minutes.
So yeah, so that the user is more likes more to click on the content. What was it? Convincing. And if he can. If he wants to call the service, he can click here, and then he can a service contact into a personal service, and that's what we're measuring. That's very interesting for us. If he can have self-help, he can help himself or herself, or if he needs support.
And you can get the feedback.
Yeah.
From different media.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Was something happened now?
I was connected to the speaker automatically. There we go.
No, go away. I forgot to turn off my Bluetooth on laptop. All right. Your laptop should be muted, and this one is unmuted. So,
still it's muted, isn't it?
I am. The panel doesn't come on.
So just a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then this one should be unmuted. Okay.
Now remember the word I didn't remember a few minutes ago. We did a few new features for persuasive features. Persuasive? To persuade the user, like this 2 minutes reading time is to persuade the user to click on something. It's like Google and Meta has really improved that, and we just made a few experience with A/B testing and that stuff. So
And it works. Yeah, if you make something like a reading time, or oh, this is a new one, you want to read it now, and to experiment, and it works also at the
Thank you.
Wozu du denn auch etwas über Englisch sprechen? Das ist ganz viel. Dann auch, dass die Coding Stunden hat. Ach so, ja. Natürlich auch.
viele verschiedene Aber ich muss ja auch nicht den nächsten Vater sagen. Ja. Okay. Also der Name ist wahrscheinlich. Wir wollten es nicht.
Designer?
Ich sage aber einfach nur das Bild,
Ja, nicht, weil wir andere jetzt müssen mal.
Ja, reuse management. Die Storyline haben. Dann reifen die dann so im Laufe der Zeit.
Das ist ein Programm.
Folio, weil 200 Zeit Slide Deck dann ist
So now it's a turn to Brian, and we're quite excited to hear what Dativ is doing and what he's doing. We already talked so much, so let's see in detail. 20 minutes detail.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, hello everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here as well and to present my or our approach, our Dativ approach for creating customer value by evolving legal content into legal knowledge. Just a short introduction of me. My name is Björn Bode and I'm the product owner at Dativ, and I'm responsible for the knowledge systems, which means a little bit more precise. I'm responsible for applications like Dativ called Dativ Lexinform, Dativ Help and Support Center, and another application called Dativ Expertises. And I do that with my team. My team is we are around 75 people, and I'm responsible for the whole value stream. So I have 4 teams with editors, and I have 2 teams. They are mostly operators of the backend systems, and I have 2 teams with software engineers. They are developing the front ends. And yeah, that's my profession. And let's start, but a little bit with the dative.
Background is also present background computer science.
I was 10 years software developer and afterwards system design. Yeah. Okay, then let's dive a little bit into Dativ itself. Dativ is not a usual company. We are more like a community for tax consultants. So we offer software services for tax consultants. And this is our founder, Dr. Heinz Sebiger, who was a very good friend of the founder of TKC. And TKC and Dativ, we have a relationship for more than 50 years. And yeah, he had this saying, yeah, the idea was to tackle as a group what each of us could not have managed on our own. It's a classical, the sum of the whole is greater than its parts, and we founded in 1966. Yeah, and you can feel that spirit inside the company because we are owned by our customers. It's a very special form. That's why we have this EG behind. You always see Dativ EG. It's professional cooperative. Just a few facts about Dativ. We have 8,500 employees, and we do around about 1.3 billion turnover per year. And yeah, we have 540,000 clients. And we're just in Europe. That's his seven spots in Europe. Quick view now before I start with my personal responsible area at our whole portfolio. So we have everything what a tax consultant needs in Germany, and that's quite a lot. So we have around about nearly 300 products concerning accounting, human resource management, everything around taxes, office management, and yeah, payroll is the most important thing, IT management, IT security. So we are completely digital partner of the tax consultants in Germany, and we have something like a monopoly there. So it's a really good situation for us. Yeah, the most important resource for our customers are for sure knowledge. Yeah, and so and there we want to go inside. So what are we doing in knowledge? What are we doing at knowledge systems? So let's go a little bit deeper now. Let's have a look at the current products. I just showed it 5 minutes before starting my presentation, but we have that are the no worries. The two main products in the area of knowledge are, one is the Dativ Help and Support Center. It's a kind of single point of contact for all our customers, for service information and for all questions around Dativ. So if you have any problem, you should go to the Dativ Help Center and then you get helped, hopefully. And if not, you can go, you want to go to the customer can go to the service. That's what we measure as well. And the other product is Dativ Lexinform. Dativ Lexinform is still one of the leading knowledge database for tax consultants in Germany. So as you see, it's a little bit old-fashioned than the Help Center. The Help Center is quite new. We released it 2021, and Dativ Lexinform is quite older, but it has a lot of good features for a lot of valuable content, nearly 800,000 documents, and the feature itself. Should I allow recording here? All right. Okay. Okay. And have a lot of legal features like you can watch, you look at if the customer looks at the document, yeah, you get something like quotations, some deeper documents like lexicon articles or articles which are related to that document. And these are the two main products. And we're doing around about more than 20 million sales volume with Dativ Lexinform, and the help center is for sure free. But maybe one metric in the help center, we have around about 1.5 million clicks per month. And in Dativ Lexinform, we have around 900,000 clicks per month. So that's little, to make it more clear. Good, but what are our challenges now? Like every well-established company, we have the problem of legacy systems, and that's really a challenge. Because I'm with my team, as I said, we are responsible for the whole process, for the content management, the content delivery, and for the content. And we have really technical depth along the entire value chain. And this causes for us high operational costs and do it very hard for us to do further developments, because we have a lot of goals concerning knowledge products. We want to achieve goals to make it better to provide knowledge. And that is very, very not so easy if you have technical depth. And let's go a little bit deeper. Where do we have the technical depth? As I said, Dativ Help Center, there we have a good CMS. We have a very actual new front end, but for where we have problems is Dativ Lexinform. We have a self-developed content management system, which is used by 100 internal editors. And they use or they work with these 700,000 documents. And then we have outdated systems in the content delivery part, and we have this outdated front end. And that's what we want to, that's why we started last year with a kind of modernization roadmap where we got our support from Wolfgang as well. And what we developed was, what architecture, what system architecture do we want to achieve? And we designed that new one, and now we started in March with the first POC. But let me explain what we want to do. We want to modernize our value chain, and additionally, we want to provide an innovative API to enable all Dativ applications to integrate knowledge contextually. So what does it look like? So as I said, Dativ Help Center is not our problem. There we just iteratively developing features. But for Lexinform, we want to purchase a new content management system for these 800,000 or 750,000 documents. And what we also want to do is we want to purchase a content delivery portal. That's two systems we want to change. And then what is a perfect USP for Dativ is that we have the Dativ applications. The user in the text consultant is most of the time in our Dativ applications. And this touch point we didn't use so far. And what we want to do is we want to build a lightweight, modern, innovative API that allows us to integrate knowledge direct into the Dativ applications. And that's what that's our goal. Yeah, but to harvest that USP, we need a good answer to one question. How do we link the context of the user who is in the Dativ application, who's doing some payroll or accounting, and how do we match the context of the user with the content? And that's why we developed with Wolfgang the idea of a semantic information model, which we want to use. And this, for me, it's a kind of a layer where you can model the context of the user, the content, and you can bring it together. And so you here see the final architecture which we want to reach. And in our in March we started a proof of concept with that scope. So we want to test CMS, a CDP, and we want to do the first steps with a semantic information model. And we want to show, for me, it's the important thing is to prove if that approach works. And that's where I want to go deeper now. So let's make a little bit of deep dive in this semantic information model. And this is what I said in your presentation. It was clear for us that if we want to narrow this goal, we have to go step by step. And so we separated our journey in 3 steps. The first step is that we want to model the content itself, the relations between the content, because now we have the metadata and the content, and we have it directly, they are edited manually in the CMS, in the self-developed CMS. And what we want to change is, especially the links and the relations, we want to model it. And the advantage is that we get good metadata as well, and we can improve our system and implement new features. The second steps are the product context. That was clear that this is more complex, that we model our products. There you have, it's a little bit different work because you have to look at your, you have a lot of communication between the developing teams of the products and our content teams. So, but that's the second step, and the third steps, and a third step is, and that's a kind of, the ultimate challenge, is that we model the whole process of the customer. Because we have so many applications, the customer use, the Dativ customer, the typical Dativ customers uses nearly the whole day Dativ applications. And he has a process. He has a task from his customer, then he did the payroll, then he does the accounting, and then he has a task to write the invoice. And this whole process, we want to model as well. And we want to provide or integrate knowledge along the whole value stream of the customer. But that is, I think you can imagine, really a big challenge. So that's why it's step 3. Okay, so let's do a little bit deep, go a little bit deeper in the first step. So first, the system architecture of our POC. We started the POC in March, and I think you are familiar with this picture. We have the content delivery portal. There we have 2 candidates which we are testing, and we have the content management system, and they are connected and exchange content and metadata. And then we have in the middle, in the center, semantic information model, which is a GraphDB on Azure. And we're exporting and importing the metadata. And what's really new is that the semantic information model provides a REST API, which is used by the content delivery portal. And when the user requests some documents, he requests also to the semantic information model, and in the semantic information model is the ontology is also, there are also semantic correlation rules we want to test. And yeah, that's it. And that is the whole system architecture of the POC. So we have the content management candidates, the content delivery portal candidates, and we have the semantic information model. And so let's, what we did is, as I said tomorrow morning, we started with one very, very easy use case, and we started with, and the next step was a very more complicated use case. The easiest use case we have was a feature called related articles. Yeah, it's very easy. It's just two articles which are related. Yeah. In this example, you see an article which it's called a lexicon article in lexicon form, and the article is about car usage. In Germany, a very, very important article, yeah, article which is comprehensively all tax things around car usage. It's a really long document, but this, if you have a car usage document, it should be related to another document which does the same with accident costs. Yeah, if you have a car, sometimes you have an accident, and this article is a lexicon article which is providing information about accident costs, and the links shouldn't be edited, they should be modeled in our model. And yeah, how does that look like? Let's go a little bit deeper. So that's just a part of the whole model. Yeah, it's much bigger. Yeah, we have on the right side, that was the more complex case. It was about laws and judgments. And we try to model the connection between laws and judgments. And the easier one is the lexicon article. And in the lexicon article, you have you have lexicon, and you have this relation called is related thematically. And if you go deeper in the model, you see the article with the metadata car usage is related thematically with accident costs. And that's it. So that's a very simple use case. And this is the content, the semantic correlation rules are using that information to provide the related articles. And that's just one easy use case.
Yeah, this is a generic rule which is not only true for this kind of document. Sorry, I don't know, maybe you want to say this, but we always end up at this point in the discussion. It's not a linking between documents.
Yeah,
it's a generic rule which can be used as in other contexts.
Yeah, and that's just to show how the semantic information model works in this very easy use case. And yeah, we're now doing more use cases and implementing them in the semantic information model. But this is, for me, you have this information that these two articles are related, but the information is not in the metadata. It's not in the, or it's not in the document. You have it in the model. You have it in the model, and you can work for it, and it's machine readable and it's human readable. And you have this. It's a kind of like you said. You have intrinsic knowledge. You made it extrinsic, or like you called it tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge, yeah. It's a explicit knowledge, yes. So let's where we have also where I want to show you where we stand, what's on which, how the status is also at the product context. The product context, we didn't start with it yet, but we have experience because we reuse the product context in the Data Help Center. And I want to show it because it shows a little bit how huge the challenge is. So if you just look at one product, so this looks like a little bit like an artwork, but this is just one product which we modeled for the DATEV Help and Support Center, and it's in the center you see one application. It's DATEV Unternehmen Online. It's a collaboration app for tax consultants and their clients. And we already modeled something like has product version, has a component, has responsible, has abbreviation. And this model is productive, is already in use in the DATEV Help Center, and it works. And that context we can use for the knowledge as well, but for sure, we have to go deeper then. Yeah, we have to go deeper. We have to model which feature has DATEV Unternehmen Online, which features have DATEV Auftragswesen Online, and go on. Yeah, but it shows a little bit the complexity which we are facing at. Okay, our initial findings so far. So semantic modeling is really a challenge, but you have to go step by step and use case by use case. And I think it's very important to identify the level, that how deep you go with a model. And you need what was very important was that the domain experts have to work very closely together with modeling experts. And for me, it was very interesting that you need more skills, yeah, to identify this layer, to model it. Yeah, you need something like a semantic data architect, yeah, who is a translator between the context and the content, and who has the skill to model them. And one finding is also that we will need efficient and intelligent algorithms, yeah, to automate this process, because the huge effort at the beginning might be okay, but to keep it up to date, it will be really a challenge, especially when we have the product context and in future the process context. Yeah, we have this huge model, and you can't handle that manually. And the fifth is, yeah, our product world is complex, and that is one really good finding, or the complexity is here. So even when we are not handling the complexity, the user has the complexity. So what is better? So somebody has the complexity, because the complexity is in the world. So, and semantic modeling, what we are doing now is to prove, is semantic modeling a way to go, the way to go? And for the sixth, yeah, whether it works, we hope to tell you at the end of the year. The POC is now running till August, and then we're doing the results. And yeah, I need a lot of budget from my management. Okay, just a quick look at our next steps. What we're doing now is parallel. We're building up a kind of walking skeleton for this contextual integration. So this is the first step. We're a kind of showcase application. How would it feel if you have contextually integrated knowledge? And then we start at the end of the year with the first products, where we want to implement the first use cases. So it's a kind of, I don't know if you know the Microsoft Copilot. I think my vision is that it feels like this. So you have the DATEV application, and you have a kind of knowledge integrated, which is suitable to the context. And the first steps are, we want to integrate more content, even with our competitors now, because one of our goals is that we want to be more a platform, not just content provider. So we are more a platform provider, called knowledge platform, and the content must not come from our editors. Yeah, there are so a lot of good editors in the world, so that's one of our goals as well. And then we want to implement further use cases, and what we're starting, because there is so much there's there are so many companies are doing with LLMs, and we had it ChatGPT and so on. We want to do the first steps training of LLMs. We start in June with ideation phase and want to train LLM as well. And then is the idea we want to combine the LLM with the semantic model, because I see here a good chance, because with the semantic model you can precise the context where the user is, and you can doing a kind of automatic prompt engineering. And if you have then a good LLM which is trained with our 800,000 documents, I'm really I hope that will work very good. So, and the third step, the process step, it's still already not more than a vision, but it's our wish. But my vision is that we have a kind of digital twin. Digital twin is a phrase which is used in manufacturing quite a long time. In the software industry, not so long, but this is a vision that we can have something like or model something like a digital twin of our customer processes. And if that works, imagine you have a model of the processes of your customers, and then you can, on one side, you can contextual integrate knowledge along the whole value stream. But what you can also do is you can integrate something like chatbots or software bots for repetitive activities. Or what is very useful for us at Dativ, we are more trying to onboard more partners in an ecosystem. We try to get something like a Dativ ecosystem. And if you have something like a digital twin of your customer processes, then it's much easier to onboard ecosystem partners, because you have the customer context, you can grab it, you have the data which is part of the model, and then ecosystem partner, you can accelerate the onboarding of the partner and much more. So it's a kind of vision, but we do the first step. And so thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I think we have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I'm just thank you very much. This is very enlightening. So I'm just wondering, would it be possible to share this presentation with our students?
I think, yeah.
Someone anyway recording, so.
Yeah.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. I just wanted to ask you, this integration is so complex, this process, content, and the product.
Mm-hmm.
So are you planning to do any kind of usability testing on the side of the user, or is it an ongoing process?
It's an ongoing process. Yeah, we already did.
You already did.
We already did.
And do you also have analytics going on with that to find out to?
We have analytics. We already have analytics on the existing products. Okay. Sure. But what we're doing is now something like focus groups or inviting customers for prototypes. And we already did that with this contextual integration feature. And the response was very, very good. The customers said, hey, we want that. Okay. And otherwise I didn't get the money to do that. Right, so it's really common. Yeah, we always have this parallel task of customer integration. Yeah.
So when you have this kind of custom integration, when you do the prototyping, is it kind of a low fidelity or a kind of a high fidelity actually using the system? Or do you ask them what kind of integration you want for a specific kind of context and so on? Are the questions more specific? Is it kind of an interview process or is it using process?
Both. It depends on the phase where you are during your software development process. At the beginning, it's just more interviews or quick prototypes, or we have Figma. I don't know if it's an Adobe company. We use a lot of Figma prototypes. and there you click prototypes. And then when you have the first features, yeah, you can share it. Or what we do in our existing applications, something like A/B testing. Yeah, it's like where half of the customer is getting this feature, the other half of the feature in another way, and then you measure how it works for which customers, or it's different.
Can you give an example of contextual complexity so that we better understand this? Just an example, probably a simple example.
For contextual integrated knowledge?
Yes, contextual complex. What kind of complexity is generated when you try to have the product process kind of? Just give a simple example for us to understand. An example of the case studies that you deal with.
Okay, maybe we have maybe I have a screenshot here. No, it's so we started with a company tax product, and in Germany taxes are often it looks, if you have a tax application, it looks more like a formula. Yeah, like you have different fields where you can edit some, maybe how many revenue you did last year, your company did last year. Yeah? How many revenue do you did? And then you have this field where the tax consultant, maybe this 1.2 million euros, that's your revenue. And then you have to identify, okay, this is the revenue, semantically, this is the revenue. And you get the 1.2 million euro. And now you have to semantically interpret it. And when the user has a question, what is this field? What should I edit there? Then he needs an API. The application needs an API. Okay, wait, okay, I have a revenue here. How can I show the perfect knowledge to this 1.2 million and show it on the right side or somewhere in the application? And that's a complexity. How do you semantically identify that this is revenue? And if the user has a problem, how do you? This is the connection. How do you get the connection between the content, the context, and the content?
And not by ID, as like usually.
Not by ID.
This is not
semantically. So if you have another application where it's also the revenue, you have the same. You use the same semantic information. The semantic information.
1.2 million can be applicable for so many. Right?
Yeah. No, it's just a field.
Yeah.
Where's the revenue put in, and where's the revenue? So where does it occur? What kind of information is associated with it? So you have to do it semantically, as you said, and not by a number, and not just by an ID.
So you have and then at the end you have the semantic model. You have the revenue. You can, and then you have the metadata on the content, where you have also, oh, this is relevant for revenue, this is relevant for revenue, this is relevant for revenue, and then the user is in this field, he gets automatically the fitting knowledge.
Okay.
So that's the idea.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
So just a little comment. So we're happy that we also have this cooperation from the side of my students with Data and with Björn. Maybe remember the talks we had in winter conference with the students having this API. So here it's the same, doing it in a way more complex environment. So it's pretty nice. I don't know if from TKC, is there, if you want to say, is there any similar you would do? And we have also some translations if you want to say in Japanese. Are you working on similar lines? Or is it just what's the, because actually we would like to know a little bit.
It's his first time, so yeah.
So this means maybe next time if you come back, maybe we can also learn a little bit what you're doing, because I'm sure you're doing very advanced things. So for us, it would be also nice to learn what you're doing. So invited. All right. Okay, so
it's for questions you don't have.
And then,
Archiving, I guess, 7,000 documents and not direct links in the documents. Semantic rules. How are you going to tackle archiving in your POC? Do you think about that, or after you saw, okay, POC is running, everything's good, so now we have to think about archiving, or did you already have some thoughts about how to tackle that? Because I guess this is really kind of, I don't know, it's really complex.
Yeah, that's one challenge for the CCMS provider as well. But no, we know that we have this. It's like archiving or versioning of the documents.
Dynamics.
And of the rules. But yeah, it's not in the focus now.
Okay, so thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
What should I? What should I?
So just introduce the next speaker and ask. Okay. So I don't have my reading glasses. So here.
Okay, I think we are a little bit behind, but I would like to introduce Chiaki Oshiyama-san and Takuichi Nishimura-san. And if you may. So, can you mute? そしてこちらでもミュートしておいて、そしてこっちに。はい、
これで共有ですね。
はい。そして、
これですね。はい、そう。
ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。Hello everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Chiaki Oshiyama from Jaist in Ishikawa Prefecture. I left Canada City at 5 o'clock this morning and drive my car for only 5 hours. This time is first visit ISU University, but second time visit ISU. Because I belong to FMU ISU Medical Center as a researcher too. Yes. I would like to talk about my research and knowledge structuring in clinical practice. Title is Knowledge and Ontology linked to top-down Zen in clinical practice. Let's go. I'm Chiaki Oshiyama, and I am a certified psychologist in Japan and musical therapist. I have been a clinical intervention in psychological field for about 20 years. And my research theme is knowledge structuring for clinical information sharing. And this slide I will explain later. Clinical is we contact a clinical field when we or our family getting sick and explain. And neuroscience and medical fields such as medicine and dentistry and nursing, and recently academic fields such as psychology, education, and sociology, and law. Very wide field refers to the site or position that emphasizes the site that provides medical care, education, counseling, and other interventions. In clinical practice, there is a knowledge in each of the professionally performed tasks, and they are linked toward to the problem to be solved. And there are barriers. 変わってない。あれスライドがnot change.
Yeah.
It's just there's a delay.
Yeah,
because of the
delay.
network.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
sometimes.
Thank you. Okay. There are various clinical specialists is in Japanese national qualification is many a doctor and pharmacist, a nurse and social therapist and occupational therapist, speech therapist, certified psychologist is me, care worker and social worker and psychiatric social worker and other and there are many private qualifications. One of qualification is musical therapist. Each area has published its own studies. Each has its own formal and tacit knowledge. In addition, within each area, that techniques is vary. For example, clinical psychological techniques used in psychotherapy. This is various name is psychoanalysis therapy, and dream analysis therapy, play therapy, client-centered therapy, and many therapy techniques. Similarly, each area has published its own case studies, and each area has its formal and tacit knowledge. And there are various techniques in each field and various clinical fields. Each area has published its own case studies, even if there is a common problem faced by target person. Example in each field are not shared. Knowledge are shared, not utilized for problem solving. That's waste, I think. Is there a way to share various clinical knowledge? If we can share, there are many advantages. One, we can understand the solution even if the area is different. Two, everyone can have common understanding. Three, new knowledge examples can be integrated. Fourth, we will be able to search for previously learned knowledge. This is our image. The system is need to share site-specific knowledge. For example, objective verb, and this is psychological clinical area. And base is general ontology related to psychological clinical area, conceptualization. It is general ontology. And top is site-specific ontology, knowledge. Instance model is modeling is from clinical field knowledge description. And it needs site-specific knowledge. It is from this field conceptualization. So we do first step to the no, not sure next slide. Yeah. Yeah, I change a picture. This was not. Oh. ごめんなさい、もう一回。出ました。OK です。これの前にしたいんですね。First, OK です。
So it works?
Yes, OK. We do a first step, make site-specific instance model, and second step, make site-specific ontology to connect with general ontology. And this is Izumi-san's explained model, and I explained easily. We choose a goal-oriented structured model because in clinical setting, and Actions are always taken to solve problems. And top node shows a goal. And this part is a case action B, action large A. This is who, verb, details, and the risk explained of neuron. And meaning a branch line is either large A or large B is required to accomplish a top act. And meaning a horizon line, both A and C, B and C are required to accomplish top acts. Arrows indicate the order of actions. I talk about two structures case. First is describing a knowledge for visualized problem solving method in clinical practice for knowledge retrieval by AI. This research target person is elderly dementia person. Dementia has two symptoms. One is core symptom, and second is behavior and psychological symptom. This is BPSD. BPSD is a behavioral psychological symptom of dementia. A major program in dementia care is behavioral program called BPSD. How to deal with BPSD have been published as case studies and as books. Information sharing related the way dealing with BPSD are not carried out at a certain level. So there are no consistency in coping with the target person, and interdisciplinarity and collaboration is not carried out smoothly. For that, it is important to share the understanding of target person as and how to deal with it. If knowledge of how to deal sharing among caregivers and others professionals and supporters, it's possible consistently provide highly individualized BPSD coping method to all supporters. So we can realize high quality nursing care so that the target person can receive nursing care with relax. In order to provide consistent nursing care, it is effective to structure the knowledge of how to deal with DPSD according to certain rules and to structure and visualize the procedures and purpose of actions. By structuring clinical knowledge, including explicit and tacit knowledge, first, relationship between explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge become clear. Second, action including procedures for problem solving become easier to understand. Third, we are bringing various awareness to support us. Fourth, we can reach common ground. Knowledge structuring is useful for intervention planning and review. Yes, in these studies, three areas. Part of three areas is first is create structuring knowledge that visualize how to deal with BPSD along with relational knowledge structuring. And the second is developers AI system, predictive AI system, and 1 and 2 connect system, API system. Yeah, I will talk about first title, structuring knowledge on how to deal with BPSD. And this is Excel sheet describe care knowledge by care experts, and caregivers understand all of knowledge. So we are structuring this using our knowledge method rule. This part is higher level structure. This part, this is this all of this part is this. Yeah. Top goal is prevent PTSD, and for prevent PTSD, and formulate a daily coping strategy and formulate a countermeasure based on prediction results. After this, do care, and after this, evaluate care. And for daily coping strategy, how to deal with 4 DAS type. 4 DAS is evaluate system separate based on cognitive level, targets cognitive level, and approaches by BPSD type. BPSD type is separate by BPSD symptom. And second is development of predictive AI for BPSD based on subject and environmental data. This area, the research is other research team do this. So I can't ask question. This part, please, this part ask Nishimura sensei. I talk abstract this part. PPSD prediction system from subject data and environment data analysis. Nursing care information was recorded by chatbot that utilize natural language processing and machine learning using advanced voice input technology. Developed an advanced AI that use structures manuals to derive the optimal response for need and demands. These are devices for environmental data collection. Yeah. And use data set and environmental data for 10 minutes. Example, temperature and humidity, auto-specific pressure, illuminance and noise and CO2 for 24 hours. And create the above for each BPSD type. And let light GPM learn the presence or absence of each BPSD from the input data and analyze. Now the BPSD prediction by this system exceeds 85%. Last, API linkage between structures knowledge and predictive AI. This is image and put the data and IoT sensor and tap, then enter caregiver, tap, enter, and input voice and nurse care decode. And this is predictive AI system. Cases that name is Cases AI, and notification when prediction the onset of BPSD. This is our Nishimura sensei development Nexa system. Preventive care techniques appropriate coping care database in Nexa. Search for care method from Nexa based on the predicted PPSD type and the predicted onset time and caregiver inform predictive care techniques. explain an example presentation by searching with API link. And this is Nexa system input and memory impairment behavior search. Nexa presents some research result and select the action we want to search is this. The part displayed in the structured knowledge in this part is hit. For example, specific example of coping method is presented. For example, don't strain your memory and keep conversation in mind. What target person impairment abilities caregiver will make up for it? Other. Consideration by linking with knowledge structuring, it become an effective means for supporters to know appropriate coping method by integrated knowledge before, immediately after general knowledge of BPSD. This allows supporters to prepare for less burdensome BPSD and appropriate treatment at an early stage by presenting countermeasures against BPSD triggered by predictive AI will make the subject comfortable. Through this accumulation, data rotation of the relationship between the supporter and the target can be avoided. I will talk about second case. Second case is cognitive behavior therapy. Cognitive behavior therapy, do you know cognitive behavior therapy? CBT is only psychotherapy that effectiveness has been scientifically verified. UP is one of cognitive behavior therapy. Unified protocol is UP, developed by Dr. David Barrow of Boston University. This cognitive behavior therapy is intended for people who have difficulty dealing with emotions and feelings. We are work on UP's knowledge structuring and UP ontology creation. This is our this research outline. Similarly, first case, we are creating a model-based psychotherapy specific to each site. Conducting workshop with practitioners and examine the content. Organize a general ontology that organize a core concept of psychotherapy. Construct an ontology through a site-specific model of psychotherapy, and this ontology connected the site-specific model of psychotherapy with a general ontology, making it possible to search. And this is an UP's textbook. Yeah, this is textbook. Textbook and top title is action and detail the procedure 1 and detail procedure 2. We make structuring the knowledge based on textbook, and textbook consistent 14 module. We separate structuring each module. And we use this model, this method of structuring. The effective knowledge structuring defined by ontology, classification of subject and condition, classification and relationship between action, extracting tacit knowledge by thinking about the missing parts. This is workshop. Workshop were held with practitioners based on structures knowledge constructed from text. And this is big seed, big seed, modified every node. Many number is fixed in workshop. For example, is this. And now we are starting to create a UP ontology from a created UP instance. We do a workshop and create an instance model, and from this create UPs is ontology, UPs ontologies. Yeah, I will talk about summary. To make the create the site-specific clinical knowledge searchable, it is necessary to organize the such system, explain the minimum unit of the intervention act, share common parts and different parts, provide path to program solving. Ontology, clinical, organize clinically relevant ontologies. And each case knowledge description has its own unique expression and each concrete. Therefore, there are some parts that cannot be described by ontology alone. Presentation of problem solving method by knowledge structuring of case visualization. It will be possible to present concrete solutions along with reasoning. Required work is visualization of clinical problem solving method according to certain rule. And linked ontologies, many ontologies, and to connect with other ontologies required and ontologies of site-specific knowledge. Creating UP ontologies is this. It's our thinking total system. Okay. Thank you for your attention. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just maybe, I always have a question we'd like to start. You just said the search system.
Yeah.
I would be interested in the interface
Yeah.
for this target group.
Mm.
How, I mean, this is very, very research-based, scientific, and we talked earlier before. What do we expect from a final search system in terms of the interface? How it should look like?
Yeah. Now I am thinking this with Nishimura sensei. Yeah. Yeah. It needs使いやすいuseful interface. User-friendly interface. Yeah.
Because for us, this is nice to have these connections, but maybe for the end user.
Yeah.
So we started from the same thing, make it real usable. So we should ask experts for software about high usability.
Great.
Are there some more questions?
Yes. About the tools we use, I see some, I guess it's for the J on the left side. And this on the right side, what kind of tool did you use that for?
Yeah, yeah.
The mixer, if they write down there.
This is next.
Yeah, this workshop is step one.
Yes, this one.
Yeah.
It's called Nexer. It's a software vendor from Japan.
It's open source?
No.
No. This is available in Germany? No.
A little investment, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is a very famous ontology, but not linked. This.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I want to link system, yeah, create. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Taku, I think you're gonna present right now. It was a long list of speakers.
But actually, Koki and Chiaki has explained our project a lot, so I am going to briefly introduce myself and only picture maybe. No sound, no microphone, maybe.
You want to have a microphone?
No. I have a microphone here. Mute まんまです。Okay. はい。Nice to meet you. I'm Takuichi Nishimura from JIST. I'm going to share my slide from now. Maybe desktop one. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll make it slide mode. Okay, so my title is like this. Collaborative abduction for exploration of new or tacit knowledge. It must be very difficult. Anyway, this is a collaboration with many people, and it's accelerated by Moonshot project in Japan and NED project and Kaken project. So there are a lot of projects. And so before that, I'm going to introduce myself. Firstly, I started my research on especially measuring something or controlling something. So my friend was just an object. But after that, I tried to make user interface and community support system. So I have to deal with people. And now I'm really interested in tacit knowledge. What is tacit knowledge and how to get tacit knowledge and transfer to others. So it's very challenging mission. And my hobby is dancing. Yeah, maybe you know. I'd like to show you. It's a little. I attended international competition, and that one is. Okay. This one is me. So yeah, it's an international competition. So it's like a samba. Yeah. So it's a kind of hobby, but I'm really interested in physical movement of ourselves. And they include a lot of tacit knowledge. And if we can control our body, maybe you can avoid injury or future care. Maybe you can live as long as possible. No, but you can be very healthy if you can understand yourself and control very easily and dynamically. Maybe. So I'm really interested in that research too. So I started with a student this JIST dance club. And as I am afraid those are in Japanese, but I'm going to show you a little bit. So NHK has introduced our. This is me, and this she is holding a child, and this is their student of us, and just dance club. So, and here the announcer says something about that. Then here is. There is something here. So a camera understands a human movement, and this system has already inputted in the tacit knowledge of the veteran culture. And feedback is shown here. Oh, okay. Feedback is shown on the system, and you can get proper feedback if you're. So the movement is simple. For example, if you raise your like this, then maybe you can go like this or go like this or go like this. So then the culture says that you can improve your movement just doing like this or something like that. Then you can
use your body very properly, without damaging your some ankle or 股関節なんだっけな。忘れちゃった。Maybe some somewhere.
Ligament.
Ligament. Yeah. So this is our trial, and in this circle, all the participants are the candidate for the experiment. So they collaborate to make paper, journal paper. And actually, this Wataru has already submitted a journal paper to, but it's in Japanese, but he has already submitted to the Japanese journal in April. He's a second master student, so he's very smart, and he developed this kind of knowledge. I'm afraid those are in Japanese, but in order to raise your right foot, then have to do that. Be careful about this or something like that. And in order to do that, there is a purpose. So purpose-oriented knowledge graph and procedure knowledge graph, and those are combination, and it can be extracted. You can extract the real reason why you should be careful about that. So by developing such structural knowledge, then this is the system. Yes, you can extract. And in that process, we have already 4 international journal or 1 journal, Japanese journal. So, and we have been writing a small article, 4-page article for dance, something book for 60 months already. And so this is a nice, and it's my hobby, but I really want to contribute to various people. So, and this is the background for the Moonshot project. In future, maybe AI or robot absorb many people's job, and this is not a good situation, but maybe our robot will help us to for our well-being. So this is a Moonshot project background, but so we are trying to develop lifelong AI coach, which learn from various experts and can coach to various newcomer in this in a care facility or some industry. So expert will usually educate newcomer, but AI support the expert for the education. So by supporting expert, AI learn and learn and learn. But sometimes expert, there is several experts, and their comments or their ideas are different. So, excuse me, this AI coach will ask each expert that why you are different opinion, or why you are doing different procedure, what's your purpose for each action. Then AI or experts themselves understand their behavior very much. So, and also we are trying to input various kinds of sensors, not only eye camera or motion capture or some user log of the system, but also we use various action, various action, and also the comment from users, and then AI coach understands the situation of each of them. Excuse me, this is a future work, not yet future dream. So it's just a dream, maybe. So, and the AI coach tries to understand each member's situation and properly deliver the content which is necessary for them. Or sometimes AI coach don't answer directly, because newcomers have to think by themselves sometimes. they try to think by themselves, try hard. So make them think a lot. So it's depend on the coach technology. So this is our dream, and also we hope we think not only knowledge but also humanity or human skill is very important. We discussed yesterday, maybe. Yeah. What we discussed, maybe what is mindset? Mindset of us is much more maybe important compared to knowledge by themselves. So AI coach will expert sometimes speak or remember their experience. Or that customer was very surprised and very happy when I did such a something. So such experience can be shared to newcomer, and they can experience virtually, and they can change their mindset gradually. So by using or utilizing those AI coach, maybe a newcomer can grow a little bit rapidly, maybe. Of course, they have to experience by themselves in various situations. So maybe if for example, care facility, maybe 5 years is necessary to become professional or expert. And then maybe by using AI coach, you can be professional or expert in 3 years or something like that. So we are trying to develop such AI. And you know, Nonakai Ikujiro, the Seki model, do you know someone? Okay. Yeah. So it depends on people, but here is a tacit knowledge, and there is I'm afraid those are in Japanese, but this one explicit knowledge. So firstly, people in, for example, care facility or industry, some department people or employees tries to externalize their tacit knowledge, try very hard, and then there will be an explicit knowledge, and combine those explicit knowledge and make new knowledge. Then internalize the explicit knowledge into your tacit knowledge. That is also difficult. Of course, they have to train by themselves and make the knowledge by your but really you can action like according to the knowledge. So action and knowledge is a little bit far. So not only just knowing the knowledge, but also by internalization, they can act according to the knowledge. So it's a really important. And also that tacit knowledge should be shared in the community. So this is a Seki model, and we really trying to develop some system, some technical system, and also methodology, how to organize or how what kind of role is necessary for this man, and for this man is a different role is necessary, and how to there must be roadmap to this one, and if something happened, what should do. So such methodology is also necessary to achieve this Seki model properly. And this is a moonshot project target. So AI robot learn from skilled expert and tries to help users. And if the user's situation is very different from what he has already learned, he will ask, what should I do for this user to expert and get new knowledge? But sometimes maybe even skilled workers in whole world cannot have any idea for this particular user. Maybe sometimes. Then AI robot will make hypotheses from what they have a lot of knowledge and make new method to support this user. Then AI will ask skilled expert, is it
okay, or is it, how is it work? Then if the expert is, oh, that is a new idea, that must be work, that will work, then AI robot will use the method to users, and if it's okay, then it will be a new method, but if it's not okay, then he will try harder. So such abduction, collaborative abduction among AI robot, skilled experts, and users, we are trying to develop for this moonshot project. That will be in 2050. The target is 2050. And so lifelong AI coach will support maybe a user is current status, and this robot will discuss what's your dream, this way, and there is other option like this, then discussing with the user and fix the initial target. Then this coach will support gradually to this initial target with users, gradually, but if something happened, then how about changing this target? Sorry, so and lead our coach to this direction. So such lifelong AI coach we are really want to develop. I'm afraid in Japanese, but I'd like to introduce our laboratory, so technology to clarify and acquire tacit knowledge. So it's a similar artificial intelligence which support, and I'm afraid in Japanese, so it's maybe Koki and maybe Chiaki. Nice, thank you. So we have about 9 students and 2 assistant professors. So thank you. And this is our laboratory scene. So please visit us in Kanazawa. But it takes 1 hour from Kanazawa, so a little bit far from. And so anyway, please come to our laboratory. And this is our laboratory's introduction in Komatsu area. And maybe あれ、ちょっと待って、時間が見えないんだけど、今何時かな ?53 分。Maybe I have to stop now. So, but before that, I'd like to show the situation of nothing care. It's a little bit old video, but in Japan, the one sample of the care facilities like this. So here is a Wakoen in Nanao area. It's a Noto area, so near Kanazawa. There is a care facility, and we have been collaborating with them. And they used to use the notebooks to share their knowledge or communication. And it's not so convenient because only one notebook, they 10 caregivers sharing their information. So we developed, so this was the notebook, and they try to draw pictures and please do like this, or please help the user like this, or some family claimed like this, or something like that. So we developed application for the caregivers discussing how to develop or what kind of information is necessary for them. So using various kinds of workshop, we developed smartphone type application. Right now it's very common, but at that time, about 10 years ago, many caregivers come to us and showed us and astonished the smartphone very much. So it was very long ago, and we analyze the text and find out what is happening, and objectively they can find out their communication and the problem of the user, and they improved their action by analyzing those textbooks. So this was about 10 years ago, but this is a base for Koki, and Chiaki has talked about the knowledge sharing. So such knowledge fragment should be retrieved every day, and that will be the knowledge that will make the proper knowledge and knowledge of echo of knowledge, echo of knowledge, strange, but so this is knowledge graph. As both of them have explained about the knowledge graph, so I will skip quickly because I have maybe 5 minutes or so. So this is a workshop, and by doing workshop is like it's only there is a workshop like this. They discuss, and sometimes they do some physically doing like this and extract knowledge, tacit knowledge, yeah, like this. So this is just a talking. So it's a scene, several scenes from knowledge structuring workshops, and we develop. But the effect of the knowledge, effect of those workshops is not only developing the structured knowledge, but also something happened to the employees. They think each other, they think they get near, maybe. And so the collaboration ability raised. Maybe mindset, as we discussed yesterday, mindset of all of them, or they can understand each other fully, then the collaboration ability changes. So maybe not only just supporting knowledge, but also we really want to change the atmosphere or the something like that. So such thing happens only for her. She's an expert of facilitator. So we are trying to extract the facilitator's expert facilitator's knowledge and want to make AI, but not yet. This will be very impactful. And maybe collaborative, maybe I sort of hypothesis generation. So this is my end. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Very much for this illustration of what we heard before. I think it's like kind of summary in the connection with these two types of hierarchy and copy.
Yes,
so it's wonderful. Also, when I saw the first time this movement analysis, and they did much more to understand what makes a like a world-class dancer.
Yes, yes.
Dancer, so it's quite nice. So what I want to say is it's so interesting to see this methodology applied to so many different areas. And as I said before, we can learn so much from our restricted area and our thinking and our method to see at other people. This was the reason I wanted to invite these people. Really cool. Nice.
Thank you.
No, if not, I think we should have a break.
Yeah.
After this, we're going to have online presentations, purely online presentations. So we should make sure we have the power to listen. Okay, so thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Peter?
Why are you using the term abduction?
Abduction, maybe induction and there is three induction, deduction, and induction and abduction is the set of three inference. So that's why not only abduction and deduction, we try to develop abduction.
I'm hearing this for the first time. Of course, I know induction and deduction, but abduction, the term generally means kidnapping.
Really? Oh, really? In the knowledge engineering area, it's very common, but in whole world, abduction means kidnapping. Oh, thank you. So I should talk about that in detail beforehand.
So I was wondering.
Okay, thank you for your great advice. Okay, I will be careful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can later and just
Yeah, because
Very interesting.
thank you very much. Your talk is also interesting. Because I don't know why. Okay. Does not connect the microphone to this because I don't know, probably Apple product. And so the microphone is actually here.
Also, I have to stand here for the next.
You don't necessarily have to stand here, but if you use the microphone, then I hope that this mic will pick it up. Because it will pick up the sound from this, which is loud enough, and it should sound fine.
Oh,
The
so
first-
try if you can hear me.
Okay, I have kind of like 4 steps to make. So what is possible that the AI just can help you to figure out, okay, what is kind of like good looking and to connect a lot of figures together to one choreography.
Oh, you like that dancing?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
That's what.
Cool if it's a study of that.
Yes, yes, no, it's very important for maybe dance sports or various kinds of dance needs to be analyzed much more, maybe compared to other figure ice skate or baseball or such sports have been already analyzed a lot. Yes. But dance is artistic evaluation sometimes, so it's very difficult to evaluate automatically. So we are trying to do some what is possible and what is impossible.
But maybe the combination of different figures and the kind of the thing between building up figures, it would be really cool to have steps to it would be really cool stuff.
What kind of dance do you usually do?
I danced hip hop a few years before ago, at the moment.
Hip hop is very great. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Really interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Beautiful. Here, because I don't want to stand there for the next.
If you take the mic, sit and.
Yeah, maybe just. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 1, 2. Works.
Totally fine. I would really just like to ask. I will go outside and I will unmute myself and speak, and then I will hear if there is an echo because the speaker is a little bit far from the mic.
Okay.
So the noise cancellation might not look as good because of the delay.
Yes. I will have to stand there. There's a problem with the microphone. But this thing worked. Was it? But please go. Oh, it's a very bad word.
So this is just to test the speaker in our presentation room in Ubik. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. It's wonderful.
And I don't hear any
Great,
echo,
great.
so
No echo.
no echo. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Echo. Thank you.
I didn't hear any echo on my side as well. And
That's great.
so we should not use this because everything we talk about is heard. Yeah, it was not unmuted.
So Sebastian, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi. So I think we're now pretty much on time. So welcome to our conference, and I'm very happy you found time in still early morning in Germany to join our conference and have a contribution. And so we're here in a conference room at IC University. Some guys are sitting around here in the room and are listening, and other students and other participants are joining on Zoom. So it's a kind of hybrid part now. And in this morning, we had a number of presentations here on site. So it's already the third day of a larger conference, third day of part focusing on information management, semantic management, and on content delivery. So you're most welcome to report on what you have experience in knowledge graphs in different areas, especially in healthcare and also in other industrial environments. So I think you could just start by sharing the screen, and feel free for the next 30 minutes to introduce yourself and let's share your experiences.
Perfect, thanks a lot. Can you see a slide that's semantic technology?
We can.
Yeah.
It looks perfect.
Okay. Yeah. So thanks a lot for having me. I've prepared a few slides and a demo, but I'm also happy to direct the presentation slightly differently if there's a specific interest on something. So feel free to raise your hand and ask questions also during the presentation. Quickly on myself, I'm Sebastian Schmidt, based in Waldorf, Germany, CEO of MetaFacts. I'm with the company since 2019. It's actually the second startup I joined in the semantic space. So I've been active in that space since around 2008. MetaFacts was founded in 2014 by Peter Hase, who was also a contributor to the OWL draft and a long time veteran in the semantic space. We are, I think, about 35, close to 40 people by now, mostly experts in the semantic space, so a technology company headquartered in Germany, but an international team, and also working with customers all over the world, from Singapore over Europe, all the way to North America. So we are also serving pretty much any industry and vertical, with a strong footprint in manufacturing industry, as well as pharma and healthcare, but also customers in the financial, e-commerce, or cultural heritage space. So a very broad set of use cases we are supporting. And all of the topics where we get involved, they follow a very similar pattern. It is always a challenge of getting from data to decisions.
Sebastian, sorry, just interrupt you shortly. Just if anyone, if you're the audience or outside there in Zoom has some question, you can also, of course, also put them to the chat, and Sebastian, we try to keep track of it. And so maybe there's some real spontaneous question we have to answer. So let's try this. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, that's perfect. Thanks. Yes, so the teams we are working with, they usually have a fairly large amount of data available. And there is an understanding that if you would use this data correctly, you could take much better decisions. And decisions can be really anything. It can be a pharma company trying to decide what is the next drug to research, which specific target to research on for a specific indication. This could be a decision of which materials to use to develop a product, how to optimize the supply chain to eliminate certain risks, to identify risks in the supply chain, to make a decision on which expert to send your patient to further increase the level of detail on the diagnosis you currently have. So depending on the industry, the use case we are in, it's quite diverse and different decisions, but all of them would benefit from a stronger foundation in data. So to get to that, we first have to make sure that we are adding some kind of a context to that data so that we actually know where was it created, what kind of data is that. And then up-leveling it to knowledge by adding meaning to it. So what we do is, together with the relevant teams of subject matter experts, we try to define a semantic model, an ontology that describes their domain, wherever possible, reusing existing public ontologies, and then tying the data into that, and then applying machine learning, inference, reasoning, and so on, to get those insights that help us take decisions. So the resulting system you get from that is very centric around the semantic model, around the ontologies and tied in vocabularies, which is that central point where humans and machines access the data. And I can show a little bit about that in the demo later. And then you have those different data storages that can be siloed relational databases, file storages, document stores, data archives, data lakes, data warehouses, anything that could house data that we tie into that model so we can centrally access that. For some of it, we actually, or customers often realize that the place where the data is today is not the right place because it is highly interconnected data. It is data that would better reside in the graph itself. So we are moving the actual data, in some cases, even into the knowledge graph. And that's, for example, something we see in industrial use cases quite often, because for use case like bill of material management or so, or configuration rules to understand which parts can be utilized to assemble a product and having variations listed and so on. This is something that is very poorly represented in the relational database system and very much benefits from being up-leveled into a knowledge graph and really making the relations between the individual items a first-class citizen of that data representation. Additionally, we can use the graph to add metadata of any kind. So really to every data point we have, we can have from provenance and lineage information all the way to really any kind of information that helps us augment and better understand the data point. And then we connect it as well to the derived knowledge, so inferred and recent information from the knowledge graph, but also connecting it to computed data as well as things that get learned via machine learning. That is sometimes even all the way to connecting the machine learning algorithm so that someone interacting with those results actually can fully understand and trace how someone got to that result. And that's an important part, is this interplay of knowledge graphs and machine learning to support that. So we're basically looking at different levels of applying that. There's on the right something that pretty much any industry has already understood and is applying today, which is democratizing knowledge. So capturing company knowledge in ontologies, in knowledge graphs, together with the relevant domain experts or subject matter experts and business users, and then connecting the data into that. But then you can do decision support with that. So you can support users with suggestions, help them in making decisions in an easier way. That can be through a simple search or visualization interface, all the way to really a machine learning algorithm proposing solutions. And then something that gets rarely applied, but is, for example, also if we look into the industrial space, if we want to place, we want to have a smart manufacturing use case, we want to place production jobs onto the right machines. There we might even go all the way to decision automation to have the human in the loop supporting that versus the human being in the lead of actually doing this. So what we get from that is a system of interaction between humans and machines, between knowledge graphs and machine learnings. This composite AI system is a very interesting one because we are creating a lot more trust in those systems and in the results of that in the individuals. And we have seen that especially in the pharma space numerous times. So in pharma, a lot of the work in target discovery today is done together with a data scientist. So you have a data scientist that gets involved in bringing together the data sources, cleaning them, preparing them, defining machine learning models, working together with the scientists to identify relevant targets. There's all of the literature research and preparation around that. And then the result from all of this data work is a PowerPoint slide deck that gets presented to management, and management looks at it and they go through the results and they're like, well, the top one, the primary best possible target derived from all of that work, we just don't have the right feeling with it. We don't feel like this is the right thing. So well, we're just not going to go for that. We'll take the second or the third best option because it feels better to us, which is a strange thing as a data person to look at that. And what we identified is that in most cases, the challenge is that there's very limited trust. There's very limited understanding of, well, why is that thing on top? How did we get to that? What is the specific research that contributed to that? What is the specific analysis and data that contributed to that being on top of the list? And by visualizing that, by making that part of the information we present in a way that top-level management can actually consume that, we are giving that trust and understanding and allowing them to make decisions based on that while keeping that good feeling about it and that understanding of why we're doing it that way. To enable that, that's the last thing I want to show you on slides before I go a little bit more into use cases and the demo. To enable that, we have to find a way to combine ontologies, vocabularies, data, and metadata together with something that humans can consume with user interfaces. And at the same time, it's not always that the knowledge graph is going to become the leading system. So very often there is already IT systems that are the leading systems that people are interacting with. And we need a way to integrate that. So we need an API that exposes this knowledge in a simple way. And the approach there is to take those different data products that we have in the graph database and federate it over various other endpoints. And then from that, creating those apps that bundle relevant parts of that create use case specific views on very often the same data and exposing that to the end user. To give you an example again, we started out in a project with Siemens Energy a few years ago around turbine spare part management. And the challenge they had was that whenever one of their maintenance engineers went out to a customer, they realized that right after disassembling the gas turbine and starting the maintenance process, that they were missing important spare parts because the machine they saw there did not equal the documentation and the expectation of what would be there. And that caused a lot of unnecessary downtime. So to prevent that, they said, well, we have a lot of data about that. We have maintenance reports, so we have documents, but we also have structured data that we could utilize to better prepare the service engineer. And we put that all together with them. We built an app on top of that to allow them to access that information. And it really is that simple that as a service engineer, I can go in there, I can say, well, I have to go to customer X at site Y, and this is the specific gas turbine I have to do maintenance on. And I get a detailed information around how I should prepare the spare part package, all the way to potentially even knowing in which warehouse I can pick that up, and then being able to go on site and do that maintenance. Right after we finished that, there's obviously a lot of other departments realizing that, well, that is super interesting information. That is information we could use in sales and marketing to better target solutions to that customer. But for that, obviously, we're not interested in the detailed parts, but we would be interested in understanding who is using outdated parts or outdated machines, where we can actually up-level that to a different product. Or where do we see an increase in maintenance efforts, and they might be up for using a newer product to reduce that? Where do we see an increase in replacement issues? And where do we maybe want to optimize our supply chain? So the supply chain team also comes in. And all the way to the product lifecycle management. Where are common issues in our product? What are the parts that are most often failing, and where can we optimize this product? So, suddenly we have a lot of use cases that need the same data, that probably need to be augmented with additional data, and then have their own very specific view over that data, abstracting it so that the relevant business user can consume it in the right way. This is all things that we capture in our MetaFactory product. So from the initial steps of modeling the knowledge all the way to semantic search, discovery, exploration of data, to a low-code platform to building applications for those end users. The first use case that I want to talk a little bit more in detail comes from the pharma space. I'm also going to show you a demo around that. And in the pharma space, most of the work we do is in research and discovery, omics data management, literature review, target identification, protein pathway identification, drug repurposing use cases. That's what we basically do with every single of our pharma customers. But then that is very often just the pre-step to also support preclinical and clinical phases, enabling EMA, FDA approval, so preparing that data for that again, regulatory compliance topics, all the way to supporting market access, commercial with that data to take new products to the market. And I do have more detailed case studies also on what we did with a number of those pharma companies. I'm also happy to share that afterwards if you're interested. So as you can see, some of them talk very open about it, like Boehringer Ingelheim. Others don't like to see their name associated with what they're doing with us, but still sharing the use cases. Here are a few examples of how such a system looks like. And I think that's an interesting thing, that sometimes we really show that it is a graph because you're interested in those networks, like when we do market access analysis and we want to understand research centers and how they are working together and who's partnering with whom, which healthcare centers are focused in which fields, who is influencing decisions, who are key opinion leaders. This is very network-centric questions. and it often helps to see the network and to analyze it. So, it's not just stored in a graph, but you also work with it as a graph. But then other things like clinical trial scoping or omics data management, tabular presentation of that information is just more adequate and helps people better to interact with that. And I want to show you such a system that is more on the tabular presentation side, because to be honest, that is what we see most of the time being applied. So let me jump into the demo. So as you might already assume, I can't show you any of those customer systems due to the large amount of proprietary data in those. But luckily, there's especially in the pharma space, there's a huge amount of public data in form of vocabularies and ontologies that we can build on. And what we here have is a system that we built purely together from that public data, together with a partner of us, with OntoText. And the specific system is currently focused around, I'm just going to zoom in a little, about a use case that is very clinical, study clinical trial focused. So we are looking at the trials, we are looking at the associated investigator and location, their affiliation with an agency, sponsorship and collaboration relations for those agencies, eligibility criteria, interventions, and then connection to diseases or symptoms. And this is where it gets interesting, because this is where we utilize public ontologies and public knowledge to categorize and further integrate with that. So what we're not seeing here is we also have links between the studies to drugs and specific effects and contraindications and other details. And with that whole network of interactions, as well as the association with genes and proteins. And this is just a high-level view that there's a lot more detail that we have in that network, in that graph powering this use case. We can actually much better filter and find relevant studies and be much more precise in how we analyze that data. At the same time, with the data we have captured here, we could easily support completely different use cases. So I want to quickly highlight how that works. So we could go into the editing mode. And we could now say, well, we are actually, we are a healthcare provider. And we want to understand how that relates to our patient. And we might have indication here, and we could even relate this to specific drugs the patient is using. And through that, we could step-by-step expand that model together with the subject matter experts. So we would sit together with people that work in that healthcare provider to understand what data do they actually have, what do they actually want to capture, and what are they actually interested in that would help them answer their questions. And when we save this, we are creating extension to the OWL ontology. We are storing that as part of the graph as an extension to it. And we can use that to map data into it and to navigate the information in this new way. So I'm not going to do that in that system here now, but I'm going to show you a little bit more about the data we have in here. So what we, for example, can do is we can find a clinical study investigator. We can search for relevant clinical study investigators, and we can do that by conditions. So let's say asthma is the topic we're interested in. And we're now checking asthma against our disease and indication tree, which is based on various taxonomies that are out there, using, I think, UMLS and MESH and others. And the system is a little slow, but let's see if it comes back. It's usually a challenge when sharing and presenting at the same time, because the bandwidth here gets to the limits. So we can see we have asthma matched here as a bronchial disease. We have it here in airway obstruction. We have it by the system. We have it by the body part. So we have different taxonomies where we can sort it in. We can choose which specific term we are interested in. We can include the subterms that are below asthma or exclude them, and say we now want to find all of the results for that. And what we get is, first of all, we query the graph for all of the associated trials, all of the associated information that we have, and prepare a dashboard for the user here to highlight relevant organizations and persons that are active in research in that space. We are then also taking location information, running that against an external REST API, and pulling in location information to visualize that on a map. And we are using all of the attributes and relations we have in the graph as a way to filter this information. So we can now, for example, say we are only interested in interventional studies. We can limit this to a specific location. We can select based on a specific status. And all of this gets dynamically processed from the graph. So this is all driven from the ontology. And as we are expanding the ontology, we are making additional ways of filtering and accessing the information available. And what I can also do is I can now jump into, for example, a specific condition. And we are publishing all of the information we have about it based on a class template. So we're basically describing in a UI template, how do we want to present a disease or an indication. And we have a summary, we have here interlinked data, so we can jump into the specific genes in here. We have equivalent terms, similar terms. We have the broader terms that this connects to. And I can jump from one to the other in that interconnected information. I have associated clinical studies. I have collaborating organizations, gene targets associated with that. We can again apply different filters, associated medications, and so on. And I can now again jump into detailed information about that. So I
just 3 minutes left.
Yes, yeah. So I can jump into a specific a drug here and understand more about that. And through that, I can, as you can already see, I can create an information system for anyone interested in understanding those relations. And that, for example, can apply in the healthcare space. So we've done that, especially with government organizations that are interested in up-leveling healthcare in their countries and giving the physician access to more advanced information that helps them connecting information that they have about their patient to understand what indication they could be looking at and which experts to involve in better treating the patient further. I have a few more use cases from the engineering manufacturing side here. So, for example, a use case we built together with Scheffler, which is strongly on the information architecture side, trying to find data, mapping up data schema. So this could also become a very technical way of integrating knowledge. We already talked about the turbine spare part management, configuration management, and things we also did, for example, around material science, or in the energy sector on optimizing energy distribution and understanding usage patterns of customers. And with that, I'm done.
Sebastian,
I hope
thank
this
you
was
very
interesting.
much. Yeah, it was actually, so welcome. I don't know if you can hear the applause. Let's try. We heard it, thank you. So, this was especially interesting because we had a little before some discussion how a user interface to a graph database, to an ontology representation could look like. And so we saw something like this. And it was interesting that you said that some users really would be interested in a graph view and some, and sorry, I'm going to turn on the camera that at least you can see me a little bit. And some just want to have like a table view or some analytics, bar diagrams or something. So do you have any specific, let's say, experience in which cases a graph is better, or a table, or like a delivery interface would be better? So like a search, faceted search. Is there anything you generalize?
Yes. So the common pattern we see is the less technical the user is, the more likely they will like a keyword-based search interface and a tabular representation of data. If they get a little bit more technical, they are able to handle something like facets and search with that additionally. And then more like graph-based query building, like, I'm looking for a study that is related to a company where the company is based in a certain country and the study is on a certain topic. Something like that is like really only for very advanced users. So we see that usually after like a year or two that certain expert users come up with something like that. And that's also when graph visualization becomes usually interesting. So when you have more expert users that are using the system over a longer time, or that are just more technical savvy to work with that.
Yeah, this is basically the same as we have in just any kind of delivery system. So yeah, I can understand that. That's fine, and I agree on that. So is there some more questions here from the audience? So not really. So thank you again very much. This is really illustrative. It was very nice to see this, and I think we should have this cooperation going on as we discussed. So it looks very, very interesting. I saw there was this cooperation also with the Ontotext. So you have like different databases beneath your system, I suppose, or how is this kind of interaction?
I think the knowledge graph community is still a small community. So if anyone does knowledge graph, we're likely collaborating with them. And yes, Ontotext, Stardog, Amazon and the Neptune team, they are some of our strongest partners.
Okay, thank you. So thank you again. Let's switch to the next speaker. And this should be Christian. Christian, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, can you hear me as well?
Yeah, just if you speak up maybe a little bit more.
Okay,
So,
let me check.
So as long as he's looking for the devices, that's Christian Deschner from the Siemens company, and we know each other for a long time. We have projects together. He's a good friend of mine, and he was already here in Aizu, so he knows the environment. He knows the UBIC, this round area here where we've been, and so he's an expert not only on ontology but maybe the whole life cycle of information. And maybe you can introduce yourself, and I think.
Okay,
you can just start.
Okay, now you can see me, you can hear me?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. So I struggle a little bit with.
It's fine. So we could
check if I can
make it a little bit louder here. That's fine. It's okay, Christian.
Microphone. Okay, somehow I can't. Okay, so I try to do my very best. So yeah. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Christian Deschner. I'm with Siemens Healthineers since 2014, and I'm a key expert for content delivery, content management, publication channels. And as Wolfgang mentioned, we had some projects and we're dealing with anthologies and stuff like that, especially connected to the engineering domain since I think 2016, right? And so I'm very happy to be back in this conference, even if I was not able to join in person this time, but maybe next time, yeah. And yeah, it was also a very interesting presentation about MetaFacts. In fact, we are already in contact with MetaFacts from the Siemens universe for the same use cases. And so I think a perfect match so far with that presentation. So today I want to give you a short overview about model-based content development and delivery in the healthcare industry, what we do here, and model-based content development coming from model-based systems engineering. So where we are, Siemens Healthineers, well, we are provider of health technology.
Christian, do you share the slide? Because I feel there's, if you want to present something, we don't see anything.
You don't see? Okay, I tried.
No, you should.
Sorry. Better now?
Yep.
Okay, so sorry, I'm not, usually I work with Teams, so let's go back and let's start from the beginning. Okay, that's the first slide. Sorry for that. So, okay, where we are, Siemens Healthineers. We are provider of different solutions in lab diagnostics, in digital imaging, and also in treatment in healthcare industry. I don't want to go through all that marketing text, but maybe the key fact is that we have more than 5 million of patients which are somehow in contact with our systems every day. So if it's a diagnostic imaging, if it's a lab diagnostic assay, if it's a X-ray treatment or whatever. And we hold 18,500 patents globally. And we are around about 50 to 60,000 colleagues within Siemens Healthineers in over 70 countries. So that means over 70% of critical clinical decisions are influenced by the type of technology we provide. So it's not only Siemens Healthineers, unfortunately, but at least we are a key player there. That means around about 240,000 of patients get in touch with our systems every hour. So that's why we say over 5 million per day. And over 90% of the global top 100 healthcare providers partner with us, which means big hospitals, big hospital companies and something like that. We are in cooperation with universities. So I think we're one of the leading healthcare companies in the world. So what's our portfolio? We have interventional angiography, which means supporting cardiologists and neurologists when treating patients. Mammography, computed tomography, and magnetic resonance imaging, and molecular imaging, which is more or less for diagnostic purposes, as well as X-ray imaging. Then imaging software, which is image post-processing only, ultrasound imaging, then molecular testing, point of care testing, and different testing disciplines here. So more or less we cover the entire, I would say, medical workflow in a hospital from diagnostic purposes to treatment and more or less the controls at the end. And so as any other big industry company, we're faced with some challenges in the product lifecycle management. I think some of you already know that slide that also has been part of my slide set in 2020. But if we think about how our products are created, are assembled, we have hardware components. This is an example for a scanner, a CT scanner, which is enabled for molecular imaging. And so we have different sites where the hardware components are manufactured, developed and manufactured in Germany, but in the meantime also in China and in India. They are shipped to the site and to the department where the CT scanners are manufactured. These CT scanners are either sold as a turnkey ready product or shipped to the US, as it is, to our site in Knoxville, Tennessee, where they more or less create I call it an add-on system to the CT scanners, where the molecular imaging capabilities are to be set on as an add-on to the CT scanners. So, which means at least we have 4, 5, or 6 different sites in different countries where the different hardware components are developed, assembled in a multi-level approach. The same holds true for the software, which is much more complicated as well, assembled in Germany, but also developed in Germany, but also in India, in Hungary, and in Slovakia, configured also in different sites, also in Germany and in the US. So it's also a multi-level integration configuration approach for the software until we come to a turnkey ready molecular imaging enabled CT scanner in the US. So another aspect is that, of course, our product portfolio increasing also the complexity. So we have no hardware without software. Our systems are high configurable, which means up to configured for specific customer needs, and we have an increasing number of system variants. It's also because of different regulatory requirements in different countries. Up to 10 years ago, we had more or less the FDA and the FDA regulations in the US, some regulations in China and the European ones. Nowadays, more or less every country outside the EU has its own regulatory authority. And so we need to serve also different configurations and different system variants for different markets because of different regulatory requirements. Then the component-based multi-level engineering is figured out. All our products consist of a lot of different subcomponents, hardware, software. These subcomponents are developed independently and asynchronously, which means not everybody in this entire chain knows what the components are used for he's developing and assembling, and where is it needed and when is it needed, in which context. For example, we have one software platform for the different products for more or less all the systems shown in our portfolio overview. And the hardware itself is mainly built up based on specific component construction kits. So I will come to that component construction kits later on. So the conclusion is that the engineering ends up in multi-level assemblies by combination, configuration, integration of various components and subcomponents. And that definitely is a big challenge for us. When we come to these modular component construction kits and systems engineering, what is such a construction kit? A modular component construction kit is a managed set of subcomponents for creating system component invariants according to specific needs, which means we call that the required qualities. All these components are based on the same blueprint. Let's call it a generic bill of material, as you might know from Teamcenter, for example. All that construction kits and its components are provided as a black box configured from outside. And with these construction kits, the variety, complexity, and the cost of standardized system components can be managed and controlled. What are the examples for that construction kits? It's about computers, it's about patient tables, for example, it's about power supplies. And if we have a look, for example, to a computer construction kit. Every computer consists of a main board, of a hard disk drive, of a CPU, and so on. And for example, such a construction kit for computers may contain different hard disk drives with different guaranteed qualities, which means a dedicated write speed, data capacity, or the interface to the mainboard, for example. And these guaranteed qualities must meet, let's say, the required qualities from outside. Give you an example. When we're talking about the angiography, which is real-time X-ray imaging for guiding cardiologists and neurologists, moving needles and stents through the blood vessels within a patient. So that means images itself are not stored persistently here. So the requirement for hard disk drive is pretty low. I don't need a lot of data capacity because the images are not stored persistently. But of course, the real-time capability is very important because if real-time imaging is not given, the doctor might be blind, and that is pretty critical, of course, if he is with a needle within a blood vessel. So, for example. So that means to that computer construction kit, we have two required qualities. Required quality is a low size hard disk drive. Let's say 50 gigabytes might be enough. Write speed doesn't matter, but I need a high performance graphic processor. And that's more or less what we call the required quality to the construction kit. And then we have a lot of different, let's say, types of hard disk size graphic processors with its guaranteed qualities. And in the end, automatically best matching computer components to that required qualities can be selected. As figured out here, we have modeled that also based on an ontology, not using MetaFactory, where all the interfaces are defined. So when we're talking about that construction kits, that means in the end, these construction kits based component on products, they are same, but different. Yeah, there are similarities. So they're all following the same basic principles. A computer is a computer. A CT scanner is basically a CT scanner having the same main component types. They're implementing the same concept, supporting the same methodologies, of course. In the end, there are differences, the context and the usage. Differences in operation and operating environments and in quality requirements. And of course, flexibility. So in the end, all that components can be replaced by other subcomponents matching same required qualities. That would mean, for example, if I define a, let's say, mid-range hard disk drive in my computer construction kit, then it might be that this hard disk drive model is represented by different hard disk types provided by different vendors. Yeah, the required qualities are the same, they can be replaced. Nevertheless, it might be that, for example, the way how they're mounted within the computers are different. Yeah, so the system is the same, but coming back to the challenges for system documentation, the workflow for a service technician on how to replace that hard disk drive might be different because one is maybe comes with screws, the other one with bolts, for example. Just a simple example. It also might be a business decision, yeah, which concrete hardware hard disk drive is used. Yeah, we have different suppliers for that. It's about local sourcing and something like that. So there's a flexibility which comes into play in the manufacturing phase, but not in the engineering phase. So what are the postulates for that, let's say, construction kit based components and products? So every component type is defined. Sorry?
Nothing. It was
Okay.
nothing from our side. No.
I hear me twice.
Nothing really changed from our side.
Okay. Also not from my side. Okay, now it's muted again. So, but you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So each component type is defined by its guaranteed quality. Each component type can be represented, implemented by different parts from different vendors, as figured out. Each component instance configured might differ in behavior, usage, and or other aspects not covered by quality parameters, but to be considered, for example, in service documentation. And each of that components is represented by one MBSE model, which can be used in scope of other MBSE models. Construction kits are provided as a black box with well-defined configuration interfaces and parameters, which means an engineer, a systems engineer who needs a computer, yeah? He wants to define his required qualities, but does not need to know about all the inner dependencies of that computer and all the single subcomponents and something like that. Yeah, he takes a computer, he says, okay, I need computer for that purposes. I say that's my requirement from outer, and how the computer behaves in between and how the components are selected, it's not my business. So a construction kit is parameterized with the required qualities provided by the integration level above, which means systems engineer designing a CT scanner says, okay, I need a computer with that required qualities. The integrity and the feasibility check, the reasoning of the configured instance is to be verified and checked within the construction kit. That means, for example, if I decide to have a high performance hard disk drive, which requires a SATA 3 interface to a main board, of course, the main board has to be selected to fulfill these requirements automatically. So that's about reasoning within that construction kit. Construction kits have its own life cycles and versions, can be used within other construction kits. So in the end, that's multi-level engineering. And each of that construction kits is represented also by one MBSE model. More or less the same holds true for the construction kit-based products. I won't, yeah, in the end, the quality requirements are to be defined from a product perspective and handed down from construction kit level to construction kit level, or from integration level to integration level. These products are to be validated separately and are also represented by one MBSE model. And what's the real nature of such a construction kit? Well, construction kits do not provide a concrete number of component types of instances. Yeah, construction kits only represent the engineering view. What do we need in which qualities? But in the end, the decision really which instances, which types of hard disk drive from which vendor is selected, this decision has been taken on the manufacturing planning level and not on the engineering level. But it defines a managed and standardized solution space for specific components and specific purposes. So that's very important to understand. It's a solution space, but not a fixed set of turnkey ready computers defined before. And another aspect we are faced with also in product documentation is in the end, the agile development approach. Yeah, we have parallel and continuous integration software and hardware, and a continuously product scope refinement. And we have short release cycles. Conclusion, typically integrating sub-processes are performed within development timeline for software and for the manufacturing planning and the hardware. So there is no time for manual verification and re-engineering. And since technical communication from my point of view is also a sub-process of the PLM, of the entire product lifecycle management, the assembly and the update of the product documentation, service documentation will or shall be done automatically based on the engineering information, which means every configuration change done in engineering and every decision which component to be taken on the manufacturing level should be automatically passed through the technical communication systems, content management systems, whatever. Yeah, so that the change tracking and the impact analysis can be done automatically. That means we need metadata model, also ontologies, all over the full PLM lifecycle. Yeah, it starts with the systems engineering and ends up in the end when the last of our systems is disassembled in the field and everything in between. So we have new roles, profiles, skill sets, and tasks in product documentation. So the product documentations can't be planned with only the outer view to the product as a monolithic system, as we did it for years, or I would say for decades. And the product documentation will also be created with shared responsibilities, as well as the components do, or the products do. And of course, the product documentation processes, quality management, and regulation shall be aligned. The metadata maintenance will be coordinated centrally across all platform customers, or let's say component customers. And the documentation, data storage, and this assembly is to be done in the content management system. So, and of course, we need a better utilization of enriched data in content delivery. What does it mean in detail? Oh, okay, sorry. For our CMS, for our content management design and setup itself, that means that the object structure and the hierarchy, the reusable objects within the content management system must fit to the model and component-based product engineering approach. The reuse strategy must fit to the product portfolio, its complexity, and its diversity. And the metadata must be designed for mapping our content management objects and versions to the product and product components. So in the end, whatever our engineering and manufacturing does, our product lifecycle and product portfolio define more or less a playbook for our content development and delivery. And we run really into problems if our content management system, as it's set up, is not able to follow that playbook. For content planning, that means the granularity and the slicing of the content objects must fit to the product and product components, so that I can replace, for example, a service task if only another hard disk drive from another vendor is used when it is need to be replaced at the customer side. So the content objects, variants, and versions must be systematically traceable and assigned to the product and product components. It's about change tracking and impact analysis. So in the end, the content structure and objects must be planned to follow that product components structure, lifecycle, and its dependencies. The content design, well, scope and type of content must be well defined. Information object shall be as implementation agnostic as possible and as concrete as necessary. So when I describe an overarching principle, overarching method, overarching workflow, and it's not necessary to really deep dive into the implementation or into a specific component, I shouldn't do that, because otherwise I would have to touch it whenever I got, for example, another component type which is integrated for the same purpose. So change what necessary and keep as it is what's possible. And the content delivery at the end, of course, it must be assembled and deployed based on product component scopes and configurability. It must follow the product's deployment, shipping, and configuration scenarios. And it must be provided to the user depending on the user's roles, privileges, and product configuration. In the end, that's a pretty critical thing in our branch, in the medical branch. So what we did in our content management system, for example, we have a three-dimensional classification space where we define the PTI classification to our components. Some of that metadata already comes from the systems engineering, which means everything which defines the documentation subject, where we say, okay, it's a product component and the task to be performed. because usually, especially in user documentation, we have not a pod-centric description of our product, but a workflow-centric description. And there's a third dimension, it's the information type, which says if it's a troubleshooting description, if it's a task description, if it's a software UI screen reference or whatever. Also, we have the part numbers, for example, for sure, because part numbers are assigned to a specific hard disk drive type, for example, and then we know which topic describes, for example, the changeover of a dedicated type of hard disk drive. So in the end, it's classification based, dynamic, and the publication workflows shall be connected to the PLM and the manufacturing system, for example, using ontologies in the backend. Now my last slide, so I'm at the end of my time. How do we bring it to the customer? We have our own content delivery solution, which is a knowledge gateway. We can provide PDF, HTML, and something like that. I think the most important thing here is that we're able to hide or show contents which are available here during runtime according to the customer's role, to the country, which means to the regulatory dependencies, to a system configuration, to a system type, or according to software licenses. And we are able to follow the entire strategies and deployment mechanisms of our software, so that we can follow, let's say, our product lifecycle, our product development, our product manufacturing in every phase. And we can follow the entire playbook, not only in content development, but also in content delivery. So that's so far. I think that presentation could have been 30 minutes longer, but at a glance, that's all from my side. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Christian, thank you so much. So let's have a little applause from here. So thank you. It was a really heavy loaded presentation. There's a lot of things inside, and for sure you could talk for hours, for days. So I was wondering a little bit, because there was so much shall, should, must, will in the future. So it's good you've shown at the end a little bit about your content management system, because I assume Siemens Healthineers, they already delivered documentation, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes, not just because I want to add a question with it. So when we started this project, we already did some kind of ontology modeling and some metadata development. So what you shown today was a real more engineering perspective from the model. So is this something which changed your approach from what we did in the beginning? This is my basic question. So that
no,
no, okay,
not really. But you remember the time when we talked about ontologies beginning in 2016? Yeah, I think we've been the first one talking about ontologies. And you remember it was pretty hard to find other people in our companies, not only in our company, were aware that we need something like that. And we also said, okay, in the end, that information basically must come from our PLM departments, from the entire company. And in the end, we, from a content management perspective, only should be, let's say, the consumers. And that changed in the last 1.5 years. And now also in our company, Siemens Healthineers, as well as we have with our colleagues at Siemens Energy, for example, and mobility, it turns out that we need something like an overarching, we call it the digital space, ontology platform for integration engineering is needed on a higher level. And currently we have started a project on a higher level, on a PLM and SCM level, to define such a layer. Yeah, but there's a lot of, let's say, basic work to be done right now. So MetaFacts, for example, also is something we need for that. And so in the end, I think our principles will be the same, but the backend will be much more powerful in the end.
Yeah, so I can understand this. Just maybe I jump because we have some minutes more. Just briefly, we had here some discussions about delivery ontology, and of course a lot of ChatGPT. And so there was one topic coming up was how about analytics? Because you have this knowledge gateway, and are you doing analytics? It seems to be now separate from what we talked before, but maybe we can understand. Is there anything you're doing at this point in order to improve the model, or anything in your workflow for content management?
In the end, we do analytics of our content usage within the knowledge gateway, but only in a very few cases. But in the end, what we want to achieve is that all that utilization data from our content delivery system, in the end, will be put back to our, let's say, digital space, so that it can be used together with all the system utilization data, and also will be part of our digital space. So for sure, I think we need to define a specific ontology schema for our content delivery, let's say, utilization, and so that we can systematically connect that with the entire system usage, and also with, for example, error messages or whatever happened to our system, so that it's part of the utilization data of the entire system.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the audience? So they're quite shocked about the maturity of what you do. So I think there's maybe nothing more left to me than to invite you for next year. And I know, Christian, we try to get here next year and have some little detailed discussion with people coming here. And I think it would be helpful for anyone who's working in this field. So thank you so far. Thank you very much. People are just agreeing here. I see just sitting here. Yes, more than having here. Okay, so thank you again, Christian, and see you soon.
See you, bye.
So he gave the right keyword. He said something about error messages. So there should be Dana out there. Anya, Dana, can you hear me? There she is. So it's a pleasure to introduce Dana, and can you just maybe open up the camera a little bit?
Yes, that's what I'm trying.
Well, a little
Just
bit
a moment.
the binary thing.
Now you should see me. Hi.
Yeah. So, okay. I mean, you can introduce yourself. And I think having error messages and service information is just the right topic for you. So you can start.
I'm just trying to share my screen first.
And Word.
Do you see my screen?
Yes. No, this is the presentation. How do you say presenter mode?
Sorry.
It's the other screen.
How do I quit here?
So it prompts you to ask you, oh, that's demo, that's good. No, we don't see your screen.
Sorry, I also
do
use
so
Teams
maybe you're in
instead of
presenter
Zoom.
mode. So if you just do not use the presenter mode in PowerPoint, then it should work smoothly. We had this before. And
Do you now see my screen?
Now looks fine.
Great. So, yes, hello and a warm welcome from my side as well. It's a great pleasure for me as well to be part of this conference. And today I would like to dive into knowledge and service management, as already introduced, in machinery and pharmaceutical industry. My name is Dana Barrow, and I work as a so-called information manager at SCAN with a strong connection to the technical editorial department. SCAN is a Swiss company and a global market technological leader for example, isolators, clean room devices, decontamination processes for the aseptic production of biopharmaceutical and yes, products. and substances. And furthermore, the company offers its customers several process support services and consumables. SKAN's technology is and innovation leadership is based on a combination of specialist knowledge in the areas of ventilation technology, air conditioning, sterilization, and software programming. And SKAN focuses on markets with the highest regulatory requirements in the health sector. They are mainly situated in Europe, but also in North America, Japan as well, South Korea and Singapore. And our headquarter, which you can see on the right, is located in Basel in Switzerland. Yes, in today's fast-paced business environment, knowledge is a critical asset for companies, especially for those that are rapidly growing as SKAN does at the moment. And in addition, with increasing product variants, development progresses, and customer-specific projects, the need to preserve product and experiential knowledge increases a lot. So knowledge management deals not only with the development of approaches to capture, store, share, and utilize knowledge, but it could also provide a framework for creating, organizing, and sharing knowledge across the whole organization. So especially for the field engineers who are regularly working on a wide variety of plant types, information search is crucial. And if these information are explicitly available, they are not infrequently found in different systems which provide search mechanisms of, I would say, varying quality. And in addition, even a lack of knowledge about where documents and specific information are stored or whom to ask for help can prevent information needs from being met and consequently jeopardize the success of the task. And yes, as I just said, sharing and storing is not the only aspect of knowledge management, but a large part that we are dedicated to. And this is where the background and methods of technical writing come into play. So the core method of technical writing is content management, and content management itself is characterized, I would say, by the reuse of modular information units. And these units are usually created and maintained at the technical editorial department for the automated generation of user manuals, for example. Yeah, nothing new, I would say. But yes, the classification of objects places them in their valid context and make them retrievable and searchable for human and machine. And machine in this context means, for example, the component content management or a content delivery portal for the information retrieval. And content which is created within the technical editorial department is explicitly available and is consumable through the created documents in order to carry out a service deployment successfully. And a lot of explicit documents are needed, but also a lot of information and knowledge that is only implicitly, so only in the heads of the experts and colleagues available. And to externalize this knowledge, we started several projects to externalize and collectively provide experiences and expertise. And we're doing so by capturing it in a structured and standardized way. So by using templates, for example, of course, in consideration of using metadata to contextualize the content. And if information is available in the first place in a classified way, and secondly, in the best case, even in a modular way, there are many possibilities for the use case specific provision of information in troubleshooting situation, which I would like to address in the coming slides. Speaking of metadata, ontological modeling came into play at SKAN as well. And ontology, as you might already know, represents knowledge about things by using classes, individuals, and defined relations between them. And So it is possible to create models which can be used as metadata with the so-called high semantic richness. So man and machine can interpret the model. And on the one hand, our goal was to create a solid metadata model which could be used as a basis for the whole standardization aspect. And on the other hand, we wanted to profit from the opportunities the technological approach offers. Yes, I just picked this graphic again because I would like to show you some extract of our ontology, which I modeled in Protégé at the moment. And as you can see, it includes, for example, a high variety of sensor types, as well as different product variants, its components, but also different life cycle phases and a lot more. And yes, by using object properties, we can define them and use them to create relations between the elements and make machine interpretable statements about things. This is what especially levels up the intelligence, respectively the semantic richness of the metadata, but also human, as you all can understand and grasp the knowledge in the model, which also contributes to knowledge management as such, as you can explore the model. And this metadata model is currently only used in one of the tools, which I would like to address with a brief overview of the current state at SCAN. For the moment, sorry, I would like to point out 3 use databases or software solutions which are used for specific use cases. First, there's the document management system, which is used as a tool for part management as well, and it ensures mainly the policy compliant creation, adoption, versioning and archiving of documents. And it is used in every department. Next, there is the content management system used by the technical editorial department, using the previously mentioned methods to manage the content and to maintain the modules and to now generate specific documents. And you in the field, there is the knowledge management tool, which is intended to provide and conserve knowledge. Good news, they are all using metadata, but with certain limitations. So for example, the DMS provides a defined set of metadata for the part classification and one for the classification of the filed documents. However, these areas are strictly separated from each other so that a document cannot be classified in its product side validity context. The only interface I tried to show is a project context, which both parts, the documents and the parts, are applied. So this means I cannot find or assign information about parts that are in documents in their context. So a search for documents can thus only take place based on the document type that also result from the classification or from the specific project context. Within the content management system, based on the working methods, care is taken of the fact that an information object must be classified on both the information and the product side in order to be able to find and reuse it sustainably in the valid context. And in the knowledge management tool, the ontology was used as a metadatabase, which allowed a comprehensive multi-hierarchical and semantically rich classification of the content. And yes, with all the systems, the retrieval stands and falls naturally with the diligence and the care of the classification done by humans, because at present still no machine or automated classification methods are applied. And the metadata modeling itself also plays a decisive role, since it can only be ensured that classification is done correctly if a metadata model is modeled sensibly, correctly, and above all, unambiguously, where also terminology management maybe comes into play. So why am I telling you all this? Not only product variants themselves, but also the constant further development, undefined communication channels, and the wide range of storage locations, if information is externalized at all, make it difficult for service employees to do their job efficiently. And due to the large increase and change in personnel, it is also becoming increasingly difficult to find responsible persons who know and can provide the information the field engineer is looking for. All the mentioned systems contain service relevant information, so they are used for information retrieval, and searching through the individual systems is not only time consuming, but also sometimes difficult or only accessible at worst case to certain users. And in the course of service and knowledge management, the aim is therefore to make it simply easier to find the information. So our goals or our approach focuses a way to do so by using a content delivery portal. This could be an interface of any kind, I would say, but with a main function search for the retrieval of information from the different systems. For the prototype, the goal is showing the advantages, especially of modularization itself, but also the advantages in best case of a uniform, but especially of a holistic classification, so including product and information side, showing the advantages of semantically rich metadata modeling, to show as well the optimization potentials of information search provision and the possibilities for intelligent linking of information by modeling information needs in specific use cases within the ontology. And those rules, which can be modeled, are called semantic correlation rules. The acronym you will see in the next slides is SCR. And the modeling of semantic correlation rules makes it possible to record in a generally valid manner for which information or document type or event, which could be an alarm message, for example, which further additional information is required. Here only the classification of the respective objects is considered and used to jump to the source system via deep link. And this is done by the link calling up the object or all objects that correspond to the metadata set of the rule. So what must be provided so that the concept can work? The content has to be classified. This is the main part, at least product and information related. All metadata must be provided within the ontology to model the rules. And an API specification is needed so that it is defined which objects must be transferred with which data. And by using an API and mapping metadata from other systems, system boundaries can be overcome without implementing active interfaces, which costs a lot of time and money. And the modeling of the use case specific information needs therefore represents a major contribution.
I don't know, so Donna, just a question. Did you want to move to another slide? Because I'm not really sure.
No, I am still on our goals.
Okay. Just I was expecting something which already contains little like rules and so. Okay, gonna wait to you.
Coming next.
Coming, so you fill up the tension.
Yes. So yes, the contribution or a major contribution to knowledge management is modeling those rules and managing knowledge by supporting the process of information search and as well the collection of relevant content. So yes, only with through holistic classification in the product and information space we can do so. And yes, now I would like to come to a more concrete use case or show you some of our main use cases to make it more showable. On the one hand, as you can see, we have the service engineer in need of information to execute his or her tasks, such as who do I need to know about, what do I need to know about specifications, whom to ask for detailed information about sensors, which cable concept must be followed, and so on. And not only the different systems complicate the information need, but also the missing metadata to know for which product the information I may be found is valid. So additionally, the big growth of a company results in a lack of knowledge about who to consult for which questions and concerns by using metadata to declare experts, for example, for specific subject areas, it could be possible to consider contact persons to answer the question whom to concern for detailed information, maybe not explicitly available. And maybe even including a direct connection to the Active Directory so that the expert can be contacted directly via email, for example. So if information needs can be modeled, for example, through ontologies by using the semantic correlation rules, the knowledge and the information transfer can be optimized. Especially because on the other hand, we have the person or the experts in possession for the information needed. And those colleagues often have the answers to the service technicians' questions like, yes, it's Miguel knowing best about sensors, and yes, there have been design changes for this component, and so on. And at the moment, they are also looking for ways to usefully externalize their knowledge, where we are focusing to use the knowledge management tool. And often those information types are new ones because knowledge does not always fit into the known documentation module metadata, for example. So new content means frequently new metadata and a strategy where to file the information. And this decision could or should include the classification and retrieval functions within the possible systems. So an example, foreign semantic correlation rules might now read, for example, whenever a design specification of a component is considered, additional information about the item master of the component is needed, maybe release notes or concerning, so release notes concern possible changes and within the component, and potentially the corresponding expert for this component. So the information related metadata pink here allows the content types to be specified during the rule formulation, and the product metadata as well. Here it comes to the effect that the product metadata here in yellow of the source object are used in order to present suitably the defined contents which are valid for the appropriate component, and to be able to cover thus the information need perfectly in the best case. Yes, and the challenge at this point, you remember, is that design specification, for example, and also the article master are located in the DMS. So unfortunately, they are not yet sufficiently classified to execute the rule. In order to be able to map use cases like this, it becomes even more apparent how decisive holistic classification is. And yes, by defining additional endpoints and implementing them in the software solutions, it should be possible in the future, we hope so, to start at different points and rule-based provide correlating information from other systems. In this way, more and more use cases can be covered, and information search can be constantly improved and supported. And also the advantages I mentioned before, such as classification standards and optimization potentials of information search, and the possibilities to link them intelligently come into play again by talking about the outlook And yes, in addition, by using rules to examine, for example, content from the CCMS or other systems, is based on specific events, or can be based on specific events, coming back to the starting point, talking about alarm messages, for example, but also things like maintenance intervals or other error codes can be the trigger point for the information provision in a rule-based way. Yes, as you can easily see, there's a wide range of use cases and potentials that can be exploited in the course of service and knowledge management. And I hope I could give a little insight how we are doing so by using semantic technologies. Yes, if you have questions, please don't hesitate to contact me or do it in the next minutes. I hope we have still some time.
Yeah, first, thank you, Dana, for this presentation. Thank you. So this was like one of the use cases. She did not, maybe not mention this detail, that we have an ongoing project at the moment with the students. So they work on the ontology, which comes originally from Dana, from SCAN, and just the students, they model the correlation rules inside the ontology, similar to the data project. And so I think this is an ongoing project, but they're already doing the sparkles and should look pretty doable in this sense. So we had here the question how to develop this use cases. So what do you think, in order to gather enough and the relevant use cases, how would you do this in the long run? So you can maybe explain where you started and where do you think you get it from in the future?
We hope to get it from the reports generated during a task implemented by the field engineer. So they have to report what they did, and we will try to use this information to give it to experts, and with a task to model a generally valid procedure to troubleshoot the specific error situation. So this would be an iterative process to collect or give the opportunity to service engineers to externalize their experiences from the field in the knowledge management tool, and afterwards, yes, creating tasks for the experts to level this information up of a level of very general manner, so that another person in a similar situation can profit from this information.
So, but still, it's kind of manual process of gathering these use cases. I mean, I know you're setting up at the moment different type of delivery portals. Did you already think of and talk to people about analytics and getting the rules from analytics? Is this something you have in scope or at least in mind?
Not yet. We have a lack of experience in this field, I would say. So there's no one free or available at all at SCAN to support this process or to have the experience to do so.
When you were talking about this service information, so you don't have an example how this would look like. I mean, you probably know what I mean, how these procedures look in the knowledge environment. Could you describe how it's maybe?
I have.
You don't have to share something you're not allowed to, but just maybe explain a little bit.
Yeah, so we characterize.
Sorry to explain, because you don't have only a CCMS for, I would say, regular content. You also have a different system for more service-based troubleshooting.
Yes, this is within the knowledge management tool, and there we tried to create templates, which I mentioned before, to structure and standardize the specific model types, if you would say so. And they are characterized by a standard procedure, so telling at first which alarm messages occurred and which causes could be the causes that are yes, that are, how do you say, yes, the cause for the problem, and you have the analysis steps to follow to evaluate if the cause is specifically the one causing the problem, or if the alarm messages is just a symptom. And the solution is the last step. And by using this template, everyone hopefully has a simple way to externalize the troubleshooting information and to present it in a way that everyone can follow it interactively and troubleshoot in the best case for the situation.
Because in very many cases, people just have like a Word template or very simple things, or even just a piece of paper where it's like the field reports were just gathered. So how do you want to motivate people to use this web-based form approach?
We're hoping that a certain pre-filling could yes, help us. So we're trying to motivate experts with a goal to say, hey, if you externalize your expertise, you have more time for your daily task, because no one, or not the quantity of person as it is at the moment, comes to you and asks for help. This is one aspect. And by providing valid and good information from the experts, the first contact with the system should be positive, we hope, so that everyone understands the benefits and wants to participate him or herself by externalizing and sharing his own knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other questions here from the audience? If not, then you're really more than welcome maybe next year also to maybe present a little bit about the system, because I know how it looks like, but it's very, very intuitive. So this would be something very, very interesting. So maybe it works out for the next year. Yes, very clear. Yes. Okay, so thank you, Dana.
Thank you very much.
So, see you soon. Okay, thank
See
you.
you. Bye.
Okay, so we're coming to our last speaker within this slot. Frank, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I hope you can hear me. Hi, Wolfgang.
Yes, wonderful. It works as you were here. Maybe you're just next room. So Frank also worked for a long time, maybe for the longest project ever I was involved. And he already reported also at the winter conference on these use cases of smart linking. And so you're very experienced with this. So Frank, you can just start.
All right. So just could you confirm that you can see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. So very welcome to my presentation, Semantics Smart Linking of Data Across Systems at Customer Service. So I'm very pleased that I can give you an insight into a typical challenge of information provision in the mechanical engineering industry, and what holistic approach we are pursuing to master these challenges in the future. So my name is Frank Müller. I'm working at Liebherr IT Services in Germany. It's a central service company in the Liebherr Group. I'm a business consultant at a product lifecycle management services team. And in the last 2 decades, I had my focus on content management and content delivery solutions for different divisions of the Liebherr Group. And today I deal with concepts for knowledge management and smart linking of information with semantic technologies. Some very short information about the Liebherr Group. Our product range is unique. It comprises a total of 13 product segments like earth-moving machinery, mobile crane, crawler cranes, tower cranes, concrete technology, aerospace and transport technology, gearing technology, cooling and freezing equipment, components, and even hotels. And the Liebherr Group employs over 50,000 people worldwide. With this presentation, I want to pick you up to show you how semantic technologies can be used in mechanical engineering industries. At first, I give you insights in customer service challenges and use cases concerning information supply. In the second chapter, I want to make you aware of metadata and show why we need adequate metadata. In the next chapter, I like to show you how Liebherr approaches semantic technologies. And finally, you will learn what insights we have gained. So let's start with the customer service. One of our most interesting products are the huge excavators and trucks of the Liebherr Mining Equipment division. They operate under difficult conditions in huge mine sites to extract valuable raw materials such as gold, copper, coal in open cast mining. And on a mine site, there are several challenges for the customer service. The tools and the machines operate 24 hours and 7 days a week. A high availability and reliability is mandatory because the downtime is very expensive. And as we know it from other products, also the mining excavators and trucks are very complex products today. Therefore, the operating and maintenance people have a high demand of knowledge. Access to this knowledge and to relevant information is essential. But Liebherr struggles with a chronic shortage of skilled workers too, thus efficient information processes are mandatory. Therefore, we focus on the following aspects. So the easier access to information and knowledge. That means we need to provide the relevant information regarding to use cases of customer service. Preserve and share knowledge. That means to formalize the knowledge of the service people. And optimized usability. That means one-hand apps, single point of access, smart linking of information. And also the quality assurance. We want to see exactly where it is worth to improve the data quality. And these points are the motivation of a proof of concept semantics. Liebherr evaluated whether semantic technologies such as knowledge graphs are a suitable approach to support this focus. All kinds of digital initiatives to improve the information supply chain should be based on real use cases because we want to see an added value for our customers. During service operation, relevant components sometimes have to be replaced or repaired. These are some of the most valuable use cases. Where do we get these use cases from? For instance, from field service feedback or failure reports or engineering experience. So let us start with a simple but typical use case. Replace the primary filter due to a scheduled maintenance on a big excavator. Service staff needs access to multiple information. And what information is required for certain use cases is often determined by the experience of the customer service people. Usually, a system is searched for a specific piece of information. See here the gray highlighted boxes. And whether other relevant information is available is often not known. The idea is to proactively offer relevant information based on experience of use cases. See here the yellow boxes. Today's access to related information is more difficult. Generally, the service technicians use several applications and portals on his notebooks. We count about 40 different applications on the notebook. The parts catalog and the content delivery portal were two important applications for repair use cases at our mining division. And today, both apps are accessible via a service portal called myleaper.com, but they are fed with information from independent data domains. This causes different navigation structures, different classification concepts, different terminology. Here you see the filter cartridge on the left side, and it's the same, the primary element on the content delivery portal, different terminology. And this is typical for most of the service application. And the content of the application is not linked. Maybe it's unknown that there are some further related information in other applications. It's a hidden knowledge. So what would help the technician to get quick access to the relevant information? We should provide a direct, deep link to all relevant information for the specific use cases the technicians have. That saves time and money for the customer because the downtime can be reduced. And that's the mission, provide a networking information landscape over all existing data domains. But this is a challenge. Our challenge today, we have a heterogeneous, decentralized data landscape. That means disconnected data domains for each data domain, one special app. We have isolated metadata and classification concepts, inadequate metadata concepts, hidden or inaccessible data or knowledge. And we need multiple web services with isolated metadata mapping. And sometimes we have diverse data, unstructured data, which are not accessible. And that's our vision, dismantling, in quotes, of data domain with semantics. That's our focus on a semantic information model with a knowledge graph. Connect the data of different data domains and provide the only relevant information to the user. So some words about metadata and classification. According to this vision, metadata and classification are very meaningful. In this context, I see classification as a synonym of metadata. Metadata represents data about data and enriches the data with information that makes it easier to find, to use, and to manage. Semantic metadata helps computers to interpret data by adding references to concepts in a knowledge graph. They are therefore a first and easy step towards more complex semantic models and relationships between intelligent information. I would like to emphasize at this point that we have challenges with classification. In my point of view, the key to data intelligence are metadata and classifications. But for example, in the design office of mechanical engineering industries, classification is not living. And if the design office does not go so far with adequate classification concepts, then we also reach the limits here. The picture here illustrates a typical problem with the existing master data classes of our parts and components. The current classification does not allow any conclusion to be drawn about the location of installation. And that causes fuzziness. Nevertheless, we deal with that kind of classes because it's the only one we have today at a design office. For our use cases, two data and classification domains are relevant. The product domain of the design office and the content domain of the technical publication department. Data and classification for the spare parts catalog have the design office as a source. Both departments use the product classification to categorize their product-related data, sometimes with a different syntax. The articles, the components in a bill of materials are tagged with a master data classes. And on the technical publication side, content topics are tagged with the information classes and functional assembly groups, a component-oriented classification. In Germany, well known as a PI classification according to the method of Professor Wolfgang Ziegler. This slide shows where the user needs the connection for the use case. In the applications, we want to link articles and content topics, articles from the bill of material and content topics in the content delivery portal. A direct connection in the semantic information model would be possible, but it's not practical because of a huge effort to manage this connection for each article, which is subject to frequent changes. For this reason, we use the classification as a bridge. The level of abstract is higher and the effort to manage this is much lower, but we are aware that we may not be precise enough with this, as I already mentioned. Professor Ziegler defines the semantic correlation rules. We already heard it in the presentation of Dana. Semantic correlations rules are logical basis for linking information and microdocs. They are defined according to business relevant use cases of search and deployment of information. So what is semantics in that context? I just want to explain at a high level what our understanding of semantics is. I already mentioned the different data domains with their specific data, metadata, and taxonomies. And as long as they are not interact, they are silos. Within a semantic information model, there's a way to connect the metadata. Connecting the metadata, expressing the relationship, describing your connection and dependencies, that's just the hidden knowledge that hasn't been done. Semantics is just like a formalized representation of the previous hidden knowledge, a logic layer on top that can be used independently of the data silos. And there's no one doing the linking of data. It's a rule-based linking because we are linking metadata using the method of semantic correlation rules. And the formalized knowledge is provided for different applications to support multiple use cases, such as linking related content or analyzing data. So each semantic information model has its own classes and objects depending on the use cases. Here we see our articles from the bill of the material, a master data classes structure, and on the publication side, the functional assembly group and information classes. These are the typical classes and objects for our use cases. The semantic model architect decides what is a class and what is an object. And this also depends on what we want to link. To connect the different data domains according business relevant use cases of deploying of information, we use the semantic correlation rules. For each use case, a rule is designed. So please remember to our use case example. On the left, you see the classification of the product domain. What is our starting point? The master data classes of an article. And on the right, you see the classification of the related content. The primary element is the functional assembly group. Maintenance, instruction, and replace are the information classes. With the semantic correlation rule, we build a bridge between the domains according to a certain use case. And semantic correlation rules are a very adequate approach for a rule-based connection of data domains. After the semantic modeling and the design of the semantic correlation rules, we have a very good collaboration with the students of the University of Applied Science in Karlsruhe. They implemented a system architecture for our proof of concept. And you see the two applications, the parts catalog and the CDP in the yellow boxes, and they send requests to a REST API web server. The web server or web service takes care of the pre-processing, the querying into the graph database, and the post-processing. Finally, the application receives the response and display the deep link on the user interface. And this is the result of the POC. The related deep links to correlated content are visualized on the application's user interface. And this is done dynamically by a user activity, like by selecting the content object. The links are only visible if the graph database delivers a response according to a request. Now we can assess the quality of the links. Do we get the right links to the related content? How many links do we get? How are they visualized in the user interface? We have developed corresponding semantic correlation rule for approximately 20 use cases and the proof of concept. About 2/3 of the dynamically generated links lead to the correct destination. And we encountered issues with 1/3 of the links. We can now focus on the root cause analysis. And the main reason for incorrect links are the quality and the alignment of metadata concepts in their respective data domains. Now I want to share our lessons learned for this approach. The semantic information modeling works. We build up a semantic information model with our existing data and metadata. We learned how to do that. We learned a lot of considerations. And there's no universal modeling. The model pattern depends on the use case and existing data. The specified system architecture with the web service and the queries fulfills the expectations. And a significant benefit is that the entire business logic lies on the web service and the graph database on the middle layer. We have only a minimum effort on the application side. And while we have a deep dive in our data and metadata structures during the POC, we see also some significant challenges with our metadata quality. With the implemented links in the application, we made it visible and tangible. Now it's easy to see where we need to improve the metadata and the classifications. We've got also experience with different graph tools. They have their weaknesses and strengths depending on the respective use cases. And we learned that you need skills and time to formalize the semantic information model. It's a new discipline where you need experienced people and clearly assigned responsibilities. Therefore, semantic modeling should be embedded in a strategic data governance initiative. My conclusion is we see that semantics is a promising holistic approach for smart linking of information in mechanical engineering industry. For the current proof of concept, we follow mainly external goals like access to knowledge, but we also think about internal goals, supporting the data governance initiatives or analytics. What knowledge do we really need? What data quality do we need for this? Checking the content quality. See what else needs to be interrelated. Semantics could also support and cover variant management and configuration management. The keyword digital information twin. And we see the opportunity for centralized metadata management. Semantics can support advanced content management, for instance, publication configuration out of the CMS triggered by configuration management. So, thank you. I hope you have now a good impression of how semantic approaches can support the customer service on mechanical engineering industry, an industry that was heavily product driven until a few years ago and now undergoing a transformation into a data-driven industry. Exciting prospects are emerging for skilled professionals with diverse abilities. And the effective handling of data and metadata, which brings added value, requires new skills. So thank you for your attention and good luck for your career. And if you have any question, please feel free.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you. Thank you for this very nice and I think very good understandable presentation. It was very clear, everything. So there are already the first question about if you can share this presentation, but this also will be a call to any of the speakers if they can share at least these slides, so those slides they the permission for. So so this question will be addressed also by the conference organization. Little yes from your side?
Yes, sure.
Great, wonderful. So and it also was a pleasure to work together with Leaper, with this company, and from my student side. And actually, of course, this sounds everything very positive, but we discovered, actually you discovered as you said, the lack of completeness and concreteness of the metadata in some areas. So this was really also an important outcome of this POC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So and we are already talking now for actually now 3 days of these topics here, and especially in the first day, we had a lot of discussions about semantics in terms of, no, sorry, not semantics, about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, you know, everybody's looking at. So I know a little bit that you were also looking into this. Do you think this will have any effect on what you're planning at the moment, or what will be the future of this approach? What do you think?
Yes, I think AI could support our use case. So what I mentioned, the fuzziness we get from the inadequate metadata concepts from our engineering department. So I think we have no chance to change this kind of classification because it's like the Bible. So it's not in the next 20 years. I think we have no chance to change this. But we can use the artificial intelligence to prove the linked target. So is it makes it sense to use different targets? So we can analyze, for example, the content of the target. Is it the right target for this kind of semantic correlation rule? Or we have some testing the passes of the information, the passes of the tree or the tree in the bill of material. So if we get 4 different links, we compared the passes with ChatGPT and asked them, is it plausible? I don't know the English word. If the links, it is logical, the links, what the semantic correlation rule offers, or the knowledge graph. And we get some very exciting results. So in our next step, we want to use AI to support this use case, to make it more precise, to check the logical of the link targets. So I think knowledge graphs and AI are very strong duo for the next years.
Yeah. So there's one question.
Yeah, Frank, thank you for your presentation. I have one question, and it's concerning the skills you mentioned, that you need new skills like semantic data architect. How do you facing this challenge? Are you still thinking about educational programs, or what did you do? What do you do with this challenge?
It is a challenge, you're right. And there are only a few people who are sensitized to that kind of topic and skills. So you find these people in the technical publication department because they are aware with classification. They use the PI classification. But out of the design office, it's very hard to find the people. So we need a special training program. We need to sensitize the people how important metadata is. And as I mentioned, we want to embed such a approach in a data governance initiative. So we have a data governor in our Leaper group, and I'm in contact with him and try to settle this skills or this awareness for metadata. So it's a strategic approach, and you need the strategic initiatives for that. And then you have the chance to get people and responsibility is for this kind, yeah, to have the skills in the house.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially in Germany, it's really hard to find people, to find staff who are educated along these lines. So I don't know about Japan, but I think it's a global market. People have experience there, they're just wanted in companies with having this modern concept. So it's a kind of mixture between computer science and information architecture, and also things a little bit like from linguistics, they should have some knowledge, like terminology management, because they have ontologies. So it's something which is well linked to each other, and there are no real programs. Also, to be honest, our program, it's we have to develop a program, and maybe it's an idea for having new programs in the future also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, are there any more questions, Frank? So, okay, thank you, Frank, and see you soon again, and maybe someday also here in Aizu.
Maybe.
You.
So thank you.
Maybe.
Bye-bye.
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 Okay, so we have another break, and then only 2 more presentations, and I think that's fine. And the special thing is from other areas, so maybe it's something a little different from the other ones. Okay.
Quarter 5:45.
Well, great presentation. That's exciting.
Yep. Die ganze Zeit schnauben. Nee, ich bin dann Wasser. Nicht wieder Kilo, ne? Nicht irgendwie vor mir runterschnauben. Also jetzt jedes Vieh. Ja, das ist Pulli, gib mir einen Pulli. Ich glaube nicht. Ich komme auch nicht. Auch ein bisschen länger. Ich ganz froh bin, ich hätte eigentlich gesagt, dass aber wir sind alle weiter. Das ist alles fertig und läuft und das schauen wir tun.
So, hello. Is there Heike Brund? You here? Hi. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Well, for
So
me
we're
anyway.
we're still, yeah, we're still on the break here, so we still need 5 minutes more.
Okay,
Just
sounds
so
perfect.
we can make sure we can hear each other. And so we're gonna take again like 5 minutes. Everything okay
All right,
there in
sounds great.
Germany?
Yes, everything's all right. For you as well?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's almost the end of the conference, so it's good
Okay.
then to have other topics. People were not reporting too much, or just very much, not too much, very much about classification, and so it's good to have other topics. That's fine.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to it.
And I was responding this morning that you saw the email.
Oh,
Did you see the email I was sending?
I didn't receive any emails from you today.
Oh, shoot.
Must have been another Heike.
No, no, no.
Yet again.
No, 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 I don't think so. All right, so let's wait a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so we did start earlier. Yes. Okay. Now. You're searching for fun. Okay.
So we're all set here in the conference room. So just for information, so we're here in the conference room, but I don't have a camera. And there are also some students out there in Zoom listening just from online. So I would like to welcome you. I would like to welcome Heike Peru. And we will also work together for several years, and now here in this kind of area. And I think you're going to introduce yourself maybe a little bit. And maybe just an explanation why we have also this side of digital initiatives in the program. When you remember, when we visited the ICT people on Wednesday, they had a lot of different initiatives. So we were hearing a little bit about machinery industry and about healthcare, but they also have initiatives on e-government and e-finance, so different areas. And I thought it was a very good idea also to learn a little bit about recent developments, what's going on in Europe and in Germany. And for this reason, I think Heike Brum can give a very good contribution. So welcome, and you can just start and you ought to share the screen. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can see the full version of the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Then I'll just get set. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my presentation on e-government in Germany, digital transformation and the Online Access Act. At the beginning of this year, I started my position as a municipal consultant at Gov Solutions, a newly founded company that offers consulting services for municipalities regarding digital transformation. In the first few weeks, I was mainly engaged in research about the digital transformation of public administration, and this presentation reflects the insights I have gained during my research and is meant to provide you with a general overview only, as this is a very complex topic. Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see the? Okay.
Yeah. It just happens because I think of Zoom consumes a lot of the bandwidth, and so it's sometimes a little.
All right, no problem. Before we begin, I'd like to invite you to reflect on your own experiences with administrative procedures while I go through my presentation. How was it for you, wherever you may live, to register your residence, file your income tax, apply for a new passport? Could these processes be improved? Have they already been fully digitalized? Did you encounter a pleasant atmosphere when you visited your local municipality? On the agenda, we will first take a look at...
Should we answer with a lot of no?
No, you're to reflect on your own. Okay. On the agenda, we'll start taking a look at Germany's federal organization first, which I find very important as it does bring some difficulties to digital transformation, you will see. We will then carry on to the Online Access Act, called OZG in German, the law itself, and will then focus on future prospects. Okay, let's take a look at the federal organization. On the left-hand side, you see a map of Germany. We have a population of about 84 million people divided in 16 states. And I'd like to take a bit of a closer look at federalism and digital transformation, as well as the 5 million public service employees that we have. Federalism is a political concept in which power is divided between different levels of government to achieve a decentralized organization. It is implied to ensure the future of individual regions, as I'm sure you already know. But I'd like to talk about it with regard to digital transformation, as it poses key difficulties. These are: the division of power and responsibility among different levels of government can lead to fragmentation in digital strategies and implementation. Coordination and collaboration, in this case centralized project management, among various levels of government are necessary for effective digital transformation, but can be difficult to achieve due to differences in priorities and decision-making processes. The allocation of funding and resources for digital initiatives can be challenging due to varying budgets and priorities across different levels of government. Regulatory frameworks for digital technologies can differ between federal and state governments, leading to confusion and potentially hindering innovation. Data sharing among different levels of government can be complicated by privacy concerns, security risks, and varying data standards and protocols. Overall, addressing these difficulties requires a careful balance of cooperation, coordination, and collaboration among different levels of government to ensure that digital transformation initiatives are effective and beneficial for all. Let's talk a little bit about the 5 million public service employees. This makes the federal government the largest employer in Germany. 40% of these 5 million public service employees will retire by 2030. This means that we already suffer from a acute shortage of skilled personnel today. And it is projected that by 2030, there will be a shortage of 1 million skilled workers in the field of public administration. The question is, what is government doing to present itself as an attractive employer? It is true that it provides job security in uncertain times, but employees need more. They desire a creative environment where they can actively participate, experience appreciation, have access to modern working methods aligned with new work principles, benefit from corporate health management, and seek an environment that offers perspectives. It is my belief that employees who enjoy performing their daily tasks in a healthy and appreciative environment are better prepared for a changing working world. Let's take a look at the administrative divisions of Germany. You'll see a map on the left-hand side once again. This is a political division map into states, administrative districts, district, and independent cities. The organization is as follows. We have the federal administration, which is owned by government. We have the state administration that is also owned by government, but divided into direct state administration owned by state authorities and indirect state administration through municipalities. Overall, we have nearly 11,000 municipalities altogether. Municipalities, meaning a town, a city, surrounding villages, or a district in Germany, are both self-governed and self-administered local authorities on the municipal level. They have their own elected local government and are responsible for administrating local services such as waste disposal, road construction, and so forth, and are to implement local policies within their boundaries. I'd like to draw your attention a little bit more, let me see, to the state of Baden-Württemberg, which is here on the bottom left-hand side in green, as this is where I work and it was part of my research, and interesting to see how detailed this actually is. This is the state of Baden-Württemberg.
If I may add, so this is for the people here to know Karlsruhe University. This is also the area where our university is located.
Right.
So down there.
I'll get to that as well. Okay, the state of Baden-Württemberg has a population of 11 million. You remember it's 83 altogether. This makes Baden-Württemberg the third largest state by population. And I'd like to talk a little bit more about citizen participation, as this also poses, it's important, but does pose some difficulties when it comes to digital transformation. Citizen participation is a fundamental principle of privacy and has become increasingly important, and an increasingly important aspect of public administration, with a growing emphasis on using digital technologies to facilitate engagement. The potential benefits are numerous. For example, can lead to greater transparency, accountability, and improve faith in government. However, there are also obstacles to the digital transformation. One major challenge is the digital divide, as not all citizens have equal access to technology or the skills necessary to use it effectively. As of 2022, there are 3.4 million so-called offliners in Germany. That's 6% of the population, about 6%. That have never used the internet before. Additionally, there are concerns about data privacy and security, as well as potential biases in algorithms used to analyze citizen input. And just a bit more of information, when you take a look at the map, you see all these tiny little gray outlined areas. They each represent one municipality. So this is quite a large project to accomplish. Okay, let's carry on to the Online Access Act and its initial project timeframe 2017 through 2022. The Online Access Act, the definition is known as OZG in German, as I said at the beginning, passed in August of 2017. It's a law that requires all levels of German public administration, federal, state, and municipal, as we've just taken a look at, to digitize their administrative services and provide them online via a single unified portal by the end of 2022. The goal is to make it easier and more convenient for citizens to interact with the government by allowing them to access services online from anywhere at any time. Please keep in mind, 11,000 municipalities have to implement the OZG. Federalism poses difficulties, citizen participation has to be considered, and we are suffering from an acute shortage of skilled workers in public administration already. Let's take a closer look at the task at hand. 575 OZG, online access service bundles containing approximately 6,000 compiled administrative services were to be digitized. 115 of them were to be digitized by the federal state, 90 by the states and municipalities, and 370 to be regulated by federal government executed by state and municipalities. Please keep in mind, due to the agile and dynamic nature of the OZG implementation, the total number of services is not static and continues to increase. These administrative services are assessed according to their digital compatibility, maturity, we'll take a look at that in just a second, or digital potential, and are then grouped by category, as you can see on the right-hand side, and further divided according to the respective requirement. Arranging administrative services and benefits by topic offers users, the citizens, an easier approach compared to listing them by affiliation to government agencies, which was previously the case. During this phase of my research, I came across numerous guidelines, manuals and checklists related to project and process management from all sorts of providers. Two approaches in particular caught my attention. First, let me tell you about the Fraunhofer Cookbook. Fraunhofer Institute for Industrial Engineering and Organization is an institution of the Fraunhofer Society. Their activities are dedicated to applied research and development in the fields of engineering, computer science, economics, and social sciences. Here's a brief description of the Fraunhofer Cookbook, which can be accessed freely on the internet. The cookbook provides you with the necessary professional, methodological, and practical knowledge to develop a digitalization strategy. From forming a core team, conducting current state analysis and vision development to monitoring methods, you will find many innovative recipes and meal plans here, all focused on digitalization in public administration. In short, the cookbook takes you through the different phases of project management as if you were preparing a meal. I thought this was quite an interesting approach. Additionally, I took notice of the Competence Center of Process Management of the Federal Office of Administration, as it provides convention manuals on the topic of standardized process modeling, as well as a concept for the integration of specialized departments and IT, also freely accessible through the website. All of the links can be found on my source list, which is quite long, and I'll be glad to provide you with the slides if you're interested in doing some further details. Having talked about the OZG to be implemented by nearly 11,000 municipalities and the difficulties that lie in federalism, the shortage of skilled workers and citizen participation, I had to ask myself, as this is a large-scale digital project without a centralized project management, can it be possible to gain the knowledge needed with regard to project, process, and change management by reading about it? Let's carry on to the maturity model, the level of digitalization of an administrative service. As part of implementing the Online Access Act, a maturity model was developed based on the European Commission's framework for measuring the online availability of administrative services. The model assesses the digital development status of services on a scale of 0 to 4. We'll only take a look at 2 to 4, indicating their level of digital processing capability. To be considered online under the OZG, an administrative service must be must have at least one associated level. I'm sorry, no, again. To be considered under the OZG, an administrative service must have at least one associated service at maturity level 2 available in at least one municipality participating in the federal digitalization program. Administrative services at maturity level 2 are available as digital applications. For full digital processing, including application, submission, authentication, evidence submission, and digital delivery of decisions, is possible from maturity level 3, provided users have access to a digital feedback channel. At maturity level 4, no additional evidence is required from applicants, as the administration already possesses all the necessary information, the once-only principle. The once-only principle is a key principle of the Online Access Act. It requires public authorities to obtain necessary information from citizens only once, to share that information internally among government agencies to reduce the administrative burden on citizens. I think we're still quite away from that, but it sounds like a good plan. Let's take just a brief look at the project deadline. By the 31st of 2022, only a few dozen administrative services had been digitized. You remember 575 were to be digitized. All in all, only 33 were digitized. And subsequently, a discussion among all parties involved began about why the project had failed. For example, In an unpublished report in April of this year, the German Federal Court of Audit, Bundesrechnungshof, identified several points of criticism. It's a long list. I'll only name those that I find most significant. The report states that the Federal Ministry of the Interior has failed in its role as coordinator of administrative digitalization. The Federal Court criticizes the ministry for taking almost half of the implementation period to clarify which administrative services should be digitized. The maturity model for describing digital administrative services was presented 2 years after the law came into effect. The Federal Administrative Portal was only provided as a basic version 3 years after the OZG came into effect. It was criticized that no federal digital strategy or IT strategy were developed. Collaboration and utilization of centralized IT solutions among the states are insufficient. The Federal Court of Audit calls for a reuse of centralized IT solutions to reduce the effort for development, maintenance, and operation, and demands a swift resumption of the strategic processes for the federal digital strategy and IT strategy. On the right-hand side, you see some topics of ongoing discussion that are put together in a word cloud. And I'd like to take you to the OZG dashboard. Let's see how it works. The OZG dashboard shows the nationwide and statewide availability of OZG services and is provided by the Federal Ministry of the Interior. Let's hope it works. Professor Ziegler, can you let me know when you can see the screen, please?
No, we don't see it. We
Well, I
still
haven't
see
changed it. Just a second.
No, because it's a little slow.
Okay.
That's normal. So now do we see the dashboard?
Perfect. This is the dashboard. It's in German, unfortunately, and it can't be switched to English, but that's okay. I just wanted to briefly show you there's the 16 states. It's more than 11,000 municipalities we've already talked about. And this is an interactive map of Germany. Can you see it, Professor Ziegler?
Yes.
Perfect. The scale here on the bottom left, blue means that the availability of the digital services is still low, and orange means that it's quite high. And we will focus again on Baden-Württemberg, as we have talked about it earlier. And as of today, 154 of the 575 OZG services are now available. Bavaria is doing a bit better, but we wanted to focus on Baden-Württemberg, or I wanted to focus on it, but Bavaria is doing a bit better. But as you can see, there's still quite a bit of work to be done. Okay, let's return to the presentation. Ooh. Can you see the presentation again?
Yes, we're back again.
Perfect. Let's focus on future prospects and take a look ahead. First of all, the Federal Ministry of the Interior and Community published a preliminary draft in January of this year and has requested public sector associations to submit their comments, which they did. A lot of comments. It was also in the public quite a bit, and I did some extensive research on it. And just 2 days ago, of course, just as soon as I had finished my presentation, they have passed yet another law. The federal government approved a package for digital administration, and the draft law amending the OZG 2.0 provides the framework for further digitalization administration and central requirement for user-friendly and fully digital procedures. And I'd like to tell you just the key points. The aim is to achieve end-to-end digitalization, including both the front end and back end of administrative services. The federal government plans to introduce a central citizen account, Bund ID is what it's called, which will serve as a digital identification and application platform. Through the legal establishment of the once only principle, we talked about it earlier, the difficult processes of providing documents for applications will be eliminated. Instead of having to present physical evidence, application documents can be electronically retrieved from the relevant authorities and registers with the consent of the applicant. Written form requirements, and I find this to be particularly important, will be largely abolished, as all services can be digitally applied for using the online identification function of the ID card that most citizens don't know about. So it's available, but they don't know about it and they don't use it, which is very unfortunate. Data protection regulations will be established to ensure the secure transmission of personal data. And I'd like to talk about current trends, the eGov campus and artificial intelligence in public service. First, let's take a look at the eGov campus. The eGov campus is a project that aims to actively shape the digital transformation in the public sector, focusing on digital education and skills, personnel development and recruitment, which I find very important during these times of shortage of skilled workers. All courses are offered online, are accessible for free. They are at university level, certificates are provided, and it's actually very interesting. The link to eGov campus is also in my list of sources. Let's talk briefly about artificial intelligence and what I came across during my research. The city of Oberhausen is using DataFleet, a KI-powered technology that utilizes cameras on recycled waste disposal vehicles to take pictures of traffic signs and assesses their condition. This is an award-winning project. It's been in use since June 21. And it was already able to identify 80% of the 15 to 20,000 road signs in Oberhausen, which was quite helpful for those inspectors that have to usually drive around and look at the street signs that have to be fixed or cleaned or whatever. Professor Ziegler had asked me to introduce you to Lumi, and I'll take you there in just a second. And we'll also take a look at Germany's platform for artificial intelligence, sponsored by the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, as this might be interesting for you to see what the current state is of research and study programs and so forth. Lumi was experiencing some difficulties this week, but we'll give it a try anyway. Professor Ziegler, can you see the website of the city of Heidelberg?
We see Lumi living there.
Lumi living there. Okay. So this is the website of the city of Heidelberg. It can be switched to English, but then Lumi is not cannot be used. Therefore, I'll just leave it at German, and we'll navigate through together.
Yeah, very international.
Very, very international. Okay, so this is Lumi on the left-hand side, and I'll tell you a little bit more about her once I return to my presentation, but I'll just ask her a question. I just told her that I would like to get married in Heidelberg. See what she says. Now, as I said, there are some technical difficulties. Usually, she switches to a picture on the left-hand side that is related to the topic. In this case, a family, but it hasn't worked all week. I don't know why. It's up there. There's a bit of a message also that there's a testing phase. I'm not sure what this is, but it's okay anyway. But she responded just briefly to that topic. What has to be done when one wants to get married? But she spits out a link. And the link will take you to the place where you have to register, and it'll tell you who to get in touch with and the requirements. And I think it's really neat. But I'd like to tell you why, when I return to my presentation, why she's different from other chatbots. But let's take a look real quick while we're here. Professor Ziegler, can you see the Landessystem?
Yeah,
Perfect. Perfect. This is Germany's platform for artificial intelligence. So you can see here what's being worked on at the moment. And as I also work for the University of Applied Sciences, I thought it might be nice to take a look at it. So we're looking at study programs in Germany that have at least in some part artificial intelligence on their program. And we'll take a look at Karlsruhe, University of Applied Sciences, and pretend to be interested, and we're interested in data science. It'll give you just some brief information, and you can go to the website, which I've already switched to English. And there it has all the information, the content of the degree program, who to get in touch with. Okay, so I think this is pretty neat. And as I said, if you'd like to take a closer look at it, it is on the list of my sources. Okay, let's return to the presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me tell you a little bit more about Lumi. The virtual citizen assistant is based on AI language models developed by a company called Aleph Alpha. It was founded in Heidelberg in 2019, and I have read a lot about them. This allows large numbers of data to be quickly evaluated and processed, and bureaucratic or legal language to be summarized, structured, and translated into easily understandable everyday language. The prototype of the virtual citizen assistant is still in its testing phase, but already has promising capabilities. Instead of giving pre-made answers like a regular chatbot, Lumi is able to understand questions in context, individually addresses its users, and provide them with information. Okay. I have heard earlier that there has been some talk about ChatGPT. Unfortunately, I was very busy this week and couldn't follow the Congress as I had actually wanted to. But I'd like to present to you a recent survey result that I thought was quite interesting. The people that were asked were not public employees, but overall was done overall in Germany. And I just thought it was interesting. On the left-hand side, people were asked if they have already heard of ChatGPT. And as you can see, 83% have heard of it. In the middle, the question was if they had used it. And what I thought was interesting is 60% had responded that they have not used it yet. I had quite some help from ChatGPT preparing this presentation. I thought it was very helpful, and I do believe that it's helpful. I'm sorry.
Completely generated?
No.
Oh.
No, but sometimes I came across terminology that has to do with the public sector that I wasn't familiar with, and it helped me with the translation. I thought that was quite helpful. A lot of time I would have spent a lot of time researching, and I thought it was very helpful. And on the right hand side, and I find that to be most interesting, the question was, would ChatGPT bring any significant changes to the working world? 87% were sure that it will bring changes significantly to the working world. 48% actually believe that AI will lead to job losses for many people. I personally believe that is true as well, but it will also create new ones. But what I thought was interesting, it might be a matter of mentality. As I have read about this before, we believe there might be some major changes coming, but they certainly do not affect us personally, as only 15% were worried that AI might replace their job. Okay, I have a fairly large list of sources. Oops. And I've come to the end of my presentation. I'd like to finish with the quote: "The only constant in life is change." I like to look at change as chance and opportunity. If you'd like to get in touch, please go ahead and send me an email. I'll be happy to hear from you. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Well, this was really refreshing for us because we heard so much about metadata and this stuff. Now with something different, and still it's about digitalization and here in e-government. So maybe there are some questions from the audience. Maybe people here, you know, the people from Germany, they come from Bavaria, and so they want to know why Bavaria is so much better than other prefectures with Bundesland. Do you have any explanation?
Yes, I do. I do believe that a lot of this transformation is driven by politics. And I think that Bavaria's politicians are very much into the digital transformation. And that is why I think they're doing better than others. Plus, it is known within Germany that Bavaria is often, I don't know, how do you say it, more interested in development and would like to be a role model. Yeah. So I believe that politics has something to do with it.
And the question maybe I would like to address to our Japanese colleagues here, or at least those people who live for a longer time in Japan. Maybe when you listen, you heard like Germany wants to push forward to a digital administration. How is it in Japan? Can you just go there and register online your dog, your car, marrying? Is it possible just purely online, or to some extent, or how is it? Maybe just people will come and you know him.
From what I understand, it's not purely online. You still have to go to the city hall as for such things. It's not purely online. So I mean, there's a strong effort because I mean, I could not bring the working group of the government of the city of Aizu Wakamatsu. They're working on the smart city project. So that's one of the things they're trying to do. They're trying to make it all AI-based, chatbot-based, everything online. So, but it's not there yet. So it's still part of the Smart City initiative. And no, for small things, you still have to go fill out the forms and do things. There's a big change now happening with the My Number thing, which is the tax thing, and they're trying to connect it with insurance and everything. So that thing is online. It should be fairly smooth, but still it's not as smooth as we expected it to be. So this it's a work in progress, I guess. Yeah.
So it's more or less like an ongoing story. What else? So you had this Lumi stuff. So you think it's like like a showcase, and more cities would like to join because this Aleph Alpha company is getting so successful in Germany. So I don't want you to do the research. Are there more initiatives?
I haven't seen very many, and unfortunately, it's probably mostly large cities that can afford it. I would say. I think that's also a matter of funding. And when we look at Germany and the nearly 11,000 municipalities, you can probably imagine that most of them are very small, with less than 5,000, with a population of less than 5,000, and their priorities are elsewhere than with chatbots and such. But I hope that there will be a solution and more can use it. We'll see. It's certainly a very exciting field to be working in.
Yeah. So there is another question.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And yeah, I'm familiar with the Onlinezugangsgesetz because I'm from DATEV, yeah, we're looking forward that yeah, the OZG is being successful. But I have one question. I'm always thinking about in Germany. I think it feels like that every city, every Bundesland or prefecture is inventing the wheel new. Yeah, we're not able to standardize these kind of software, and that's I always think about why, because yeah, you marry, yeah, and it doesn't matter if you marry in Heidelberg or in Hamburg or in it doesn't matter if in Tokyo, but it doesn't matter if you're in Tokyo or in Aizu. So what do you think about that? Why is it not possible?
I think it's a matter of federalism. I think that federal government would like there to still be some freedom of decision for the states and the local municipalities. And I do believe that it is difficult. They just don't want to make any decisions. They just leave all of them to decide for themselves. That really is a serious problem. But I have followed the current developments closely. And I've listened to a web talk with experts, and one of them was the head of the IT Planning Council, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Mr. Burkhardt, I believe is his name. And I think that everybody's hoping that he will bring a bit of a centralized project management to this large-scale project. And hopefully he can bring some things together. It'll be interesting to see. I really don't know. I think it'll take many years before we have the most important or the key OZG Leistungen available online. Yeah, but I think the centralized project management and the IT Planning Council are key figures, key people in this situation. And I do have to say, please keep that in mind. I have just started working as a municipal consultant in February, so this is a new topic for me, and it's quite overwhelming since it's very complex. I'm just beginning to go into workshops, and it's interesting to see.
So as you are more into process management and process optimization, I think there's also a more technical aspect about interfaces, about data formats, exchange formats, which is a real hard task when you have so many different applications. Because I was diving a little bit also in this topic, and we analyzed in terms of applications. As I said, there's so many different applications, and in each municipality, how's it called? Municipal, I don't know this word. Gemeinden in Germany, into the cities. So they have different applications. They vary from city to city. And then you have to define interfaces, which is just a horror. It's worse than anything you can imagine in industry. Yeah. So there is a lot of things to do.
A lot of things.
Yeah. Well, that's the summary of today, maybe. No, so if there are no further questions, so thank you again very much for this really wonderful presentation here and this deep insight into e-government and the future. Thank you again very much. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
So the rest is last but not least, it's Christopher. So are you there, Christopher?
Actually, it's
hello, Debo, I'm here. And Paul Bongers is here as well, and he will do the presentation, but I guess we have some time restrictions now, correct?
Well, how many hours do you want to?
Well, I don't want to stand. I realize that I stand in between your dinner.
Yeah, but as it's the last and least, and we have also like a closing. So you're not the very last. So you're most welcome, and we're waiting for you all here. And it's a pity you couldn't come here because this was originally our plan. At least we talked to Christopher. So let's see what you brought for us. And so we're looking very much forward to your, I don't know, combined presentation, however. So please, you can just start. You can just share the screen.
Okay, yeah, I'll do this presentation, and I also I had like 45 slides, but I cut it down to like 20 something. They're all fun, but so I think also looking at the things on the conference, there's a lot of repetition maybe in there about the history and how LLMs have how ChatGPT, but also how this generally the LLM space has developed in the last few months. And I think you're all very aware of all of that. So
there was a lot of discussion on this. And exactly. So it's also like it was refreshing to having your perspective on it from a little different angle.
All right, it's that's fine. Let me then just I can browse through some of these. I think you might so why I'm saying that is that my perspective is, so let me just, okay, I think we're good. Let me just share my screen here. And let me also introduce myself before I totally get carried away. So, right. Okay. So first of all, welcome everybody. Thank you for having me. I know it says Christopher Rommel on the invite, but Chris has gallantly asked me. I do most of the public speaking for Acrolinx, and he asked me if I could please tell you a good story, the story of governance, but generally the story about enterprise content, which is our business. So I'm Paul. I am currently in Berlin. I'm Dutch. I am the head of strategy at Acrolinx. And so I'm mostly concerned with our product strategy. I set the strategy for the product, and I connect it with our go-to-market strategy. So I'm always on the lookout of how the market is developing, and then how do we create products for our customers, which gets us to the first thing, which is well, our customers are Fortune 2000 companies. And I always look at, and because we work in content, I like to start on the highest possible level, which is our customers, what they are expecting and what they're trying to build, what all companies in the world are trying to do, is they're trying to build relationships. If you put a lot of content out there in the world, and there's a lot of content out there in the world, you're effectively trying to build a relationship with people as a business so you can drive your revenue up. If you're successful at building relationships, you're successful at business. And this day and age, relationships are built predominantly through content. How do we know that? Because how many services do you use where you just put in your credit card and you're fine with them having all of these details without ever having spoken to any of the people in the company that you're spending your money on? Like, who of you actually spoke with someone at Netflix? I don't know. I have a Netflix account. I never spoke to them, but I trust them because I trust their content. They speak to me that way. Your bank as well. You speak more to your bank through content than actually anything else. And this is an example of Atlassian.com. Their website, 6.6 million hours are spent on their website every year. And none of these people actually really spoke to a person at Atlassian. It just goes to show how important it is to have content that really works. And so this is where Acrolinks comes in. This is what we do. What we effectively do is we help enterprises create and maintain a content asset portfolio that builds relationships. So we are a company for the enterprise. We work with Fortune 2000 companies only, so the largest businesses in the world. We help them make change to content. We help them create we help them organize and govern all of the content that they have in the organization to make sure it really does what it needs to do so that they can build all of these relationships. And for these relationships to be built, all of that content, we say, needs to be risk-free, on-brand, and impactful. And this kind of goes to our technology. What we do, we're a company that comes from linguists. We build an NLP engine with AI in it to identify, we can scan content, and then we can find all kinds of factors, whether this content is in line with your corporate guidelines. So you can configure your corporate guidelines in Acrolinks and then do this. And so what we're continuously trying to figure out in our technology is like, how can we measure these kind of things? How can we measure whether content is offensive and prevent any offensive content from getting out there? Inclusivity, for example, is a big topic for us, DEI. How do we make sure it's relatable? How do we make sure the content is actually useful or actually met its purpose? These are things that we concerning ourselves with and then measure. And then our customers, they have these huge, what they call a content supply chain, all of these different steps that a piece of content needs to go through before finally it gets in the hand of a consumer. So we help them with all of this, and we do this in these 3 steps. 1, we help customers identify, these are your set or configure, these are your corporate guidelines, set them up, then scan with governance. We scan all of your content, make sure that every single piece of content is touched at least once. So we know for sure whether or not it's aligned. So we score it. And then content that's not great or that needs work, we can send back to writers. It's like, hey, this needs fixing. There's a non-inclusive term on this page. Go out and fix this, please. So that was all great until, and here comes a bit of my historical part, like until December, when a little bit of a panic was caused, obviously, when people were like, well, but relationships will be built in the future by AI and we no longer have to do anything. There's a bit of a panic going on. And I was like, well, hold your horses. And it's not that simple because, again, so I'm a historian and I like to put things on a timeline. And the first thing that I would like to start into this conversation, so maybe give my angle on the whole LLM and generative AI story, is it's not new, right? We've been doing this for a long time. The first computers were built in the 1940s. The Enigma computer, Alan Turing, one of the good examples there, and computing power has developed ever since. You do see here, and don't get worried, don't worry about too much about the details, but this basically shows that the computing power of processing power of computers have gone up dramatically over the last years, and especially over the last 10 years, which makes a lot of sense because the investment in artificial intelligence has gone up from like a 6 billion a year to over 200 billion now. And where there's money, there is progress. And so we're on a journey, right? And so we're in this journey from artificial narrow intelligence, kind of have that right now. We're moving towards this artificial general intelligence, where basically the computers, AI can actually compete with human tasks across everything. And it passes the Turing test, if you're familiar with that. And then off the races would be the future of that would be artificial superintelligence. And there's a lot of debate going on around like, when are we going to reach artificial general intelligence, that middle part? And here's a great website, by the way, if you don't know it, Our World in Data. .org. Most experts in all of these surveys, the experts kind of came out like, well, sometime around the 2060s, we should see artificial general intelligence. That said, some of them are the median is kind of like in 2060s, but some of them are saying like, well, not in the next few hundred years. Some of them are saying like, well, you know, around June 2025, we should be there. So opinions differ. And if I look at all of the research, I think the answer is just, we don't know. But I think it's a little bit of a good guideline. Obviously, a lot of talk about OpenAI and about Google's DeepMind, but you know, they're not the only players in the space. It's a huge landscape. The development has been going on for years, decades. A lot of companies are in it. Most of the developments they did was done in a private beta, usually behind closed doors, not available to the public. And we at Acrolinx, we've been trying a lot around these models as well for the last few years. But it's not about just the big players, Microsoft and Google. So this gets me to a point. It's like, well, where would I, as a historian, we like to put starting points on something. Like when we say like, when did the whole development, why is the world now talking about generative AI so much? Where would you put the starting point? And for me, the starting point, I would put it at the 22nd of August, 2022, which is the point where this happened. Stability AI made their Stable Diffusion generative AI public and made it, as with this article here, consequences be damned. This was the first one that's really just free to the public. Everybody could log in and started doing stuff, which immediately led to the rat race of the big players saying, well, we cannot be last to market. We need to be fast to market now. Our hands have been, you know, our arm is twisted. We got to get out there with our technology. So on the 4th of December, finally, ChatGPT came out, and then now people can do cool stuff like this. And then we get into a bit of a fuzzy time, right? From 4th of December onwards, then to like probably somewhere in February, there's been a lot of like fear, uncertainty, doubt. Where is all of this going? People, some extreme uncertainty met like extreme excitement. A lot of speculation, what it could be what this could be. Investment companies get interested. They start investing more money in this. Monetization already starts to become a topic, etc. And then another milestone that happened was on the 8th of February, 2022, when the first announcements were made to put generative AI in search. This, for our customers, really was a disruptive time already, and still is. I come from the SEO industry, and my LinkedIn feed blew up on this day because Google announced that they were going to get generative AI in Google, and Microsoft announced that they're going to get a chatbot in Bing. Then they had this nice little video, Google, like of announcing that there's going to be this great generative AI answering going on in Google, and they made this mistake of saying that the James Webb Telescope was the first one to take pictures outside of our own solar system, which apparently was wrong. And of course, the internet doing what the internet does, they go online and tweet and say, like, surely we all know that it was Chauvin et al. Who already made that first photo in 2004, and therefore the AI was wrong. Because this was the first thing that Google really, as a big announcement, did in publicly on their own AI. Immediately, the market responds, and Google stock tumbles with about 8%. Microsoft did the same thing, although they've already been in the race and been a little bit more known. So their chatbot even got as far as suggesting to someone that they should stop existing, which is quite extreme for AI to tell to a human. And I saw this tweet I thought was actually pretty bang on. How long will it take before chatbot therapist will become a real job? Good question. Their stock price didn't get hurt that much though, because they already took some hits. And then we get into this era in March, where finally what we're seeing in the business side, we're starting to see business applications for generative AI. How can we use this in a business? And so we see, for example, Morgan Stanley is doing stuff. I love this headline from General Motors, where they're like, oh, we're just going to use it everywhere. This is the end of everything. We're going to do it all. AI is going to take over our jobs. This was a crowd favorite at Acrolinx for a while, Slides GPT. ChatGPT for PowerPoint, until obviously Microsoft comes up and just, does it themselves directly. So this app didn't really have much of a long life to it. Some other applications that I found like, okay, let's see how this is going to work out. Just, generally like people monitoring at scale is something that historically has never really worked out really well, turns into very nasty situations, but interesting headline nonetheless. And then the big players like Salesforce and Adobe come up with all kinds of new things. And then let me skip through this. In the meantime, obviously the race is on. Let me just quickly go a little bit further. Then we get into April and May. And I think this, for me as a historian, this is a very interesting time, because I think what we're seeing now in the last few months is that the rise of the public debate of what responsible AI looks like. And because we're seeing these kind of things, our news articles about ethics. This is an extract from a letter, an open letter from an art association in the US to the US government, where they basically said here, this is effectively the greatest art heist in history, perpetrated by respectable seeming corporate entities backed by Silicon Valley venture capital. It's daylight robbery. There's a lot of talk about copyrights. If you just generate a new image, then where did that come from? Is it really generated? Did it pull information or like use photos that are from others? And the same questions are around content. If an AI creates a piece of content, who owned that content? Is there copyright attached to it? Is this plagiarism or not? These discussions are going on right now, but the discussions obviously are much bigger, especially in the eye of artificial general intelligence going to artificial super intelligence. We don't know yet what we're afraid of. And we do know and realize that we need to start looking into regulating all of this stuff. And obviously the European Union being excellent at regulating stuff, they're one of the first ones to step in and actually start doing something there. And in the US already, the calls for this are actually very real. Sam Altman was talking to Congress, I think it was last week even, saying like, yes, we need a regulatory body for this, because we cannot let this just run freely and run out of hand. So back to my point here is like, well, back to our customers who came to us and said like, well, this is all what's happening, like we're going to all lose our job. And so we started talking to our customers about this. And this is kind of like the expectation that we went into these conversations with. We thought that all these enterprises were going to be like, whoa, like we're going to all lose our jobs. Writers are going to lose their jobs, and what's happening. But the reality turns out, no, actually, we don't really see this mass panic in enterprises yet, or not at all, because so I nearly messed up my slide. We didn't see that yet because these companies are still looking at, they still need to create all of that great content through that content supply chain. And it's not something that an AI can just take over. So in here, like, I'm taking a little bit of a sidetrack. I see that I tried before to make my presentation shorter, and I see I mixed a slide. So let me take a little bit of a sidetrack here and a little bit again. Here is what I would say from a outside in non-technical way of how an LLM has an impact on society. So again, I'm a historian. We study history. We study the history of philosophy, of all the great philosophers, but we also study the philosophy of history. How is history written? How are stories written? How do facts come to be? And this is a very interesting subject, because for the truth is something that is only in the eye of the beholder. We don't know much truths. We only know the truth that we see. And even if we see something, we interpret it already with our brain based on the information we have in our heads. And therefore, it's already tainted. And from a historical point of view, how do we know the difference? How do we know that certain things really happened? We say, Louis XVI was beheaded. That's a fact. That is only a fact because we have different historical sources that all say the same thing. So based on that consensus, we assume that that's really true. And therefore it becomes a fact. Whether that's the truth, we will never know. And so that philosophy is very interesting, because this is the promise and the danger of generative AI that we're currently seeing, is that if you control the facts, you control the truth. It's always been like that. That's what propaganda is built on. But also, if the interpretation of a certain event, whatever the fact is, if one group says this is what happened and the other group says that's what happened, and they actually witnessed the same thing, if one group gets to decide which of these facts gets into the knowledge base, which then becomes what a LLM digs into, then effectively that is what the wide audience and all of these millions, if not billions of people using an AI will think is the truth. And that's a very interesting and dangerous situation. And especially, I love this quote, by the way, 6th of December, 2 days after the launch of ChatGPT. I don't know this guy, but I think he's pretty bang on, saying like, actually, you could see it as mansplaining as a service. Why? It's a service that instantly generates vaguely plausible sounding, yet totally fabricated and baseless lectures in an instant. And here it comes, with unflagging confidence in its own correctness on any topic, without concern, regard, or even awareness of the level of expertise of its audience. In other words, it can tell you something and you will believe it, because if you personally don't already know facts behind it, it seems so plausible what it tells you that it must be true. So whoever, going back here, whoever owned those facts and you are not aware of that, and you don't know and the other facts are not fed to the AI, the alternative facts, if you will, you don't know what the truth is. So these AIs and whoever controls what goes in it is incredibly powerful. Plus,
So,
you
Paul,
get
we
this
have to come soon to an end.
Okay, sorry, then I'll just So basically what I'm saying is whoever owns the input owns the output. And it can be used in good ways and in bad ways. Let me then skip through this video because I had like Sam Altman explaining it here. So our customers, back to our customers, what they want is they want to make sure that anywhere around that they create content that is risk-free, on-brand, and impactful. But at the end of the day, all of these companies, there's one inalienable truth, which is that whatever content they create, whatever they put out there, they will be held liable to it. You're responsible and accountable for the content you put out there. And this makes it actually that this is more the kind of quotes that we hear from our customers when it comes to generative AI. Is actually like, hey, actually we see this as an opportunity to create 5, 10, 20 times more content, but we also need 5, 10, 20 times more editorial capacity because we still need humans somewhere in that loop before we put it out there, because we cannot, if we get in trouble, keep an AI liable for something. We need to have a person checking something so that we have some kind of mechanism. So I'll skip through this. So our question is then, how can we make AI capable? How can we make the human and the AI work together in the enterprise? And this is where we started to develop some new features, some new technology around it. And this is our mission statement. It's something that we cannot yet do, but sure enough, it's a direction we're going to follow, because this is what our customers, the Fortune 2000, want from us. Remember, we are for the enterprise, and they all want to use generative AI, but for them, the risks, if anything goes wrong with this content, is extremely high. We're looking at extremely high penalties that these companies could get. So we're trying to get AI anywhere across this this content supply chain in a great way. And so let me just really quickly show you what this is. And I need to stop sharing and then share with audio for like 1 minute. Share sound, sorry. There you go. And can you hear sound there if I switch it on?
Not yet. Well, let's try.
Acrolinx is revolutionizing.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Then let me just play this really quickly, and this then shows you what our answer is to that.
The way enterprises create and govern content with generative AI. Gone are the days of staring at a blank page waiting to be inspired. Now with Acrolinx, nothing can stop you from creating awesome content that continues to drive value. How does it work? It's easy. With a handful of predefined content templates, all you need to do is ask. Acrolinx, create a 2-paragraph prospecting email with our 3 best capabilities for marketers that is likely to drive a reply. Boom, done. Acrolinx, create a 3-paragraph landing page that describes the benefits of content governance that offers an ebook and is optimized for conversion. Boom, done. Acrolinx, create a chicken carbonara recipe for enterprise software engineers. All right, that one was a little, oh, it actually did it. Now, creating new content is great. But what about improving existing content? Acrolinx makes it easy to identify low-quality content and quickly improve it without missing a beat. Acrolinx scans your content and provides enterprise-approved guidance to writers to ensure that their content is aligned with your brand, clear, inclusive, and compliant. And with our new generative AI capabilities, you can improve your content with a click. Now, that's cool, but what if I told you Acrolinx also has the ability to create a model of your best performing content? Yeah, seriously. Acrolinx is the only platform that can identify your best performing content, compare it to your enterprise quality standards, and use that best performing content to help your writers create even better content right out of the gate. Mind blown, right? With Acrolinx, you can model content after your best performing pieces and use that best performing content to train your generative AI content model. Then check your content for clarity, tone of voice, inclusivity, and compliance issues. Acrolinx is giving your enterprise the power of generative AI with the safety and efficiency of content governance and enterprise authoring assistance. You can have the best of both worlds with Acrolinx. Acrolinx.
So basically, coming back to the governance part, and I'll wrap it up here. What we are doing is we're scanning and finding all of your best content in an enterprise to then train your model on it. The problem that these large companies have is that, yes, you can fine-tune models in an LLM, but just sitting on so much content, it's extremely hard to find what is the best content to actually put into your LLM, because most of the content is terrible content that you would not want to put in there. So it's finding a needle in the haystack. And so this is where all of our technology helps and eventually leads to building better relationships that we have with their audience. Sorry, the last parts.
Okay, so this was it?
Yeah, sorry. Like I know you guys need to go for dinner.